It's a quick reboot, thankfully. The second I hit play, Doom reboot my computer, I think. So I don't know that that's gonna work or not. I had seen previously. I had tried to play Doom Eternal: The Ancient Gods a little bit ago, like a couple of weeks ago, and it got very sick. The computer got very sick. It didn't crash like that, but it did make a bunch of weird noises, and it turned out that that was apparently an NVIDIA driver thing. And I've installed new NVIDIA drivers. They updated these drivers, and I tested the game this morning, but I don't know. It still broke for some reason, so we're gonna try something else. I downloaded too many frames. I think that might be the actual issue, is I have too many frames on this computer. I should actually, it looks like we're getting the right refresh rate. What if we played Foxhole, Winter Army? I might have just had too many frames. Too many demons, too many frames. I'm afraid now to hit play on Doom again and try it and see if it was actually just Doom. I'm scared that it's just going to crash the computer again and turn off the stream. Oh, just click the game and have it work. Okay. Is there an All Quiet on the Western Front video game? Probably. You know, the true war, the actual, when people talk about All Quiet on the Western Front, they're referring to the hell of war. And when you think about, like, something that is the video game equivalent of war's hell, I think we know the answer as a society is in front of us all along. No, I'm not actually going to play Dota, but I thought it was a funny bit. It's a good bit. What are shards? I could open loot boxes in Dota. Wait, do it though. Earn and spend shards. Shards are earned by... I haven't played this game in like 5 years. Not quite that long, probably. I've never seen a full game of Dota says Fanbite, which I think is Nikki. What I should actually do is... It got it. I should turn down the audio in this game because it has never been set for streaming. Master audio. Let's bump that on down to like 35. Let's bump that down to 40 and see what happens. Get some of those Dota viewers. I don't know if there are a lot of Dota viewers. The thing that you always heard back in the day was that Dota is popular and does well, and League of Legends... Dota is the second biggest MOBA in the world, and it has like 1/120th of the player base of League of Legends, because Dota is for perverts. Dota is a game of perversions. Every time I watch TI, I join with 20 minutes left in a round. Yeah, I was hoping to play that Doom Eternal: The Ancient Gods. I wish that game would just work, but it is not to be. That is twice in a row now. Twice in a row that Doom Eternal has gotten borked on me with these new NVIDIA drivers. So I wanted to show off the ray tracing. So I installed it the other night, or reinstalled it the other night, and I turned on the ray tracing, and it was running just fine this morning. I played through an entire level just to make sure it was working. Title was set to Cloud9 Stephen practicing with poise for floppy Dota 2 gameplay Stephen time. Thank you. Thank you for getting it correct. You should play that Lego Builder game if you want to see those rays. Ooh, is that on PC? Something about that like seemed like a phone game to me. This is one of the new characters that has been added since I stopped playing Dota. She seems cool. She looks like a robot. Like a big robot made of fire. I don't know what she does. She is, Starbreaker? Dawnbreaker. Starbreaker. Dawnbreaker. Whirls her hammer around 3 times, damaging enemies with her attack plus bonus damage. On the final strike, she smashes her hammer down, stunning and damaging enemies in front of her. Okay, so it's like a spin to win plus a stun at the end. Like a Juggernaut with a stun at the end. Dawnbreaker hurls her weapon at a target, damaging enemies struck along the way. The hammer pauses for 2 seconds at the destination before flying back to her, leaving a trail of fire that slows enemies. Dawnbreaker can recall the hammer at any time, pulling her towards it so they meet in the middle. That's interesting. After 3 attacks, Dawnbreaker powers up, charging her next attack with a critical hit that heals all allied heroes within 650 units around her for a portion of attack damage dealt. Creeps and neutral enemies provide less healing. Allies are healed for 35% of the amount. That's really good. It was on Apple Arcade, but they ported it to PC with RTX. Interesting, interesting. I don't have that installed, but I could install it if it's on Steam or something. Dawnbreaker creates a pulsing effect at a location within 350 units of an allied hero anywhere on the map, damaging enemies and healing allies with each pulse. After a short duration, she flies to the target location, dealing damage and stunning enemies upon landing. Once channeled, Dawnbreaker cannot stop the ability. Cannot stop the ability. Interesting. Stun duration up to 2 seconds at max level. What's the stun on this one? 1.4 seconds? So not super long stuns, but stuns and healing seems really good. She seems like she might be pretty good. I'm sure there are pro Dota players out there who have kept up with this game in the last 3 years that would tell me like, no, the numbers, she sucks. Let's play Meepo. Meepo, one of Nolan North's many characters.
The glory of the golden ones.
This was the meme character back in the day. I'm sure he still is. Who else? Is anybody else new? I'm just kind of curious now. Now that I booted this up as a goof, but I'm curious.
I am war. I am without end.
This guy's also new. He knew he was not in the game when I last played. Mars throws his legendary spear with deadly precision, damaging each enemy unit it strikes. The first enemy hero it hits is skewered on the spear, pushing it back. If a skewered hero hits a tree, building, or cliff, they will be impaled to it and stunned. Ooh! Stun duration is close to 3 seconds. Interesting. Mars smashes enemies in front of him with his shield, knocking them back and damaging them with a critical hit base. Okay, who else? I don't need to read the whole description of every ability on all the new characters. I'm just curious. Snapfire is new. She was, I think, one of the most recent ones, or one of the least recent ones. She was added like right after I stopped playing, I think. I think it was like Grimstroke was the last character that I played back when it was new. Back when he was new. She throws cookies. I remember that. Monkey King still in here, looking good. What are these numbers? Is that like how many games I've won? Because that's not accurate. It's not an accurate number. But then again, maybe it hasn't tracked stuff that I did back in the day. This was one of my boys, Razor. He's voiced by the same guy who does the mayor from The Nightmare Before Christmas. And whenever I played him, I would always do his voice, because I liked it. What if I did play Dota, though? Void Spirit is also new. He's new. He was not in the game before. I almost thought he was Dark Seer for a second, but no, this is a different guy.
The great confluence approaches, and my time finally comes.
He seems cool. Got like a big Guan Yu looking kind of glaive thing here. Vector targeted. Void Spirit dispatches a remnant to the target location. The remnant stands watch over the region, facing the direction of his vector. Oh, oops, I'm not in... Okay, 1 second here. I don't have Discord open because my computer crashed and it closed Discord. There we go. There. Okay, now I'm back in our voice channel here. Oh, Dota doesn't like it when I click to a different monitor. Okay. There we go. Discord back open. Looking at heroes. I've not watched that anime yet. I know people are... some people I know really like that anime. I looked at that anime. Hoodwink, she's also new.
I'm sorry. Did you think you were hunting me?
I looked at that anime, though, and it just looked like... Dota is incredibly goofy and ridiculous and stupid, and it's just, like, nonstop puns with, like, characters who are, like... Here's literally a floating ball that doesn't talk. It just makes noises. It just... And then for the anime, they were like, let's make a really boring-looking version of the character that everybody kind of agrees is, like, the, like, starting character in the game, because they're, like, the most straightforward and kind of boring character. And, like, what if we made an entire show based on that guy and made him look like he sucks? This guy. They made this version. Also, there's some weirdness, I think, personally, with this character, where it's, like... This character always wears a helmet, so you never really see his face in the game, but they gave him a face for the anime. They gave him this face, and he's voiced by a black man in the video game. He's voiced by Tony Todd, and they gave him, like, a really sort of, milquetoast to sort of like, hello, I'm Dragon Knight voice for the TV show. It's me, I'm Davian. instead of "Who calls the Dragon Knight?" And I felt that that was kind of weird, so I've not watched that show yet. But what do I know? Might be great. I just thought it was odd that they, or not odd, it makes sense that they would do it. And like focus on some of the like most humanoid looking boring kind of characters, but like this is a game where one of the main characters is just here's a scorpion made of sand
to an end.
Or here's just Medusa, and then they instead focused on, I think Marana is in it
Tonight we ride.
and again their weird version of Dragon Knight,
Dragon Knight.
who sounds like that in the game. Or here's this giant watermelon.
Comes in the water.
Or here's this old grandma goblin who shoots cookies. Or here's the anthropomorphic personification of a black hole. Or here's Pugna.
Dare cross my path.
Or here's Faceless Void.
Time is the cruelest cut.
And then they just made a show about like some dudes, about some ladies and like one dude, and it's just like, I don't know. They have like Dota is such a blank slate with such weird, ridiculous shit to draw from, and the fact that they just drew from like the most milquetoast thing, just I don't know, did not appeal to me. Not appeal to me. Here's Phoenix. I love playing Phoenix. Phoenix was great. Well, should I play one game of Dota, or should I switch to a different game? I want to play Doom Eternal: The Ancient Gods, truly, but I am just afraid that it's going to crash the computer again. Which is funny, because I was playing with ray tracing and everything earlier today. It looked great. I got to see the Doom guy. Doom guy's face was showing up. Did they change Drow Ranger's
Let
face?
the battle begin.
They do character reworks of these characters every once in a while, and make them look more different and like more defined, because when the game first launched, a lot of them were just like, very basic reskins of Warcraft 3 characters. So to change them up over time, they've redone some of their faces and stuff. And her face is different now. She's got these tattoos, and I think her eyes are a different color. Instead of making a story about Lothar, the anthropomorphic personification of the concept of violence, we are instead making a story about Steve. Yeah, well, I know a thing or two about stories made about people named Steve, you know?
This again.
Here's another Tony Todd character. Love this guy. Night Stalker, Daywalker.
I will raise my
Outworld Destroyer?
the rhythms of
What?
eternity.
This is another thing they do in Dota sometimes, again, because the game started as like a Warcraft 3 mod that then like Valve was just like, what if we did though? What if we have that? So a lot of the characters like Io here was not originally called Io in Dota 2. They were called Wisp, and Wisp was just a Wisp unit from Warcraft 3. And so they changed the name to Io when they made Dota, or they put out Dota and it was called Wisp, and then they changed its name to Io to like get away from that. This character was not, last time I played this game, this character was not called Outworld Destroyer. This character was called Outworld Devourer. Neither name of which really makes sense for his lore. His lore is that he's like more of a messenger. He's not really like, he doesn't really just devour or destroy as far as I remember. There's Pudge, who's just the butcher from Diablo. They changed anybody else's name? Underlord? Who used to be Abyssal Underlord, but I think they changed the name again. I think that was a Warcraft thing that they changed the name of. Okay, Abaddon, yep, Alchemist, Axe. I'm Axe!
Enemies need killing.
Enemies need killing! It's been so long since I've heard these phrases.
All that is light shall be cast in darkness.
Yeah, those are my guys. Doom, Dragon Knight, yep, Earth Spirit, Earth Shaker, Huskar, Kunkka,
Full sail ahead.
With chaos.
Legion Commander, interesting, okay. Oh, this was one of my other favorite jams. I loved Morphling. Morphling is a sentient comet that fell to Earth and then melted because he used to be made of ice because he was a comet. And then he fell to Earth. The name of the planet in Dota 2 is just Earth, by the way, is my understanding. last time I was paying attention to lore. And Morphling was a comet that landed and melted. And it's like, well, I guess I'm made of water now. And started running around. There's Ricky. The Ricky! He's a little stealth bastard. Everybody hates him. Everybody hated him when I last played. He might be completely different now. He had even gone reworks last time I played.
Shadow shall darken all creation.
He's cool. He's like a healer that does physical healing instead of like magic damage, really, usually. Which is like an interesting differentiator. Lich.
From cold death.
Still have some.
I
got myself some cosmetics on these characters here. Necrophos. Necrophos used to also be a different character. Necrophos used to be called Necrolite. Now it's called Necrophos. But that change had happened when I was still playing. Void Spirit is like part of the. Now it's a triumph, or now it's a quadrilogy, quattro. Because there's all kinds of different spirits in this game. It was like you had Storm Spirit.
Told you a storm was coming.
He's fun. I love this guy. He turns into lightning and rolls around like a ball. And then there was Ember Spirit got added later. Then there was, where is he? Is he a strength type? He's a strength type, right? Ooh, Tiny. I love Tiny. Yeah, Earth Spirit.
Stormy weather time.
And now I guess they got a Void Spirit in here. What does Void Spirit do? Ether Remnant. They're all based on remnants. Every single one of the spirit characters has like the ability to leave like a weird energy clone of themselves behind. Vector targeted. Void Spirit dispatches a remnant to the target location. The remnant stands watch over the region facing the direction of his vector. When a unit crosses its gaze, the remnant pulls it in and damages it. Void Spirit temporarily fades into the ether, creating a number of portals through which he can reassemble himself. Upon exiting a portal, he damages all enemies in the area. He seems complicated. Most of the spirits are complicated. Earth Spirit, back when Earth Spirit was introduced, was always kind of considered to be one of like the most complicated characters in the game, but like unstoppable if you could play him well. But the balancing mechanic was that he's incredibly difficult because he's all about like leaving little weird stone golems of himself on the ground, and then he like pushes and pulls them through magnets because he's like magnetizing them with earth power, I guess. Undying was fun. It's fun going back and like looking at a lot of my old cosmetics. All right, I should actually do something. I should actually either play Dota or something. I got plenty of other games on the docket here. I was actually thinking about playing through a bunch of Hardship Troopers candidates, doing tryouts for some games.
The dark moon
Let me see this battle pass here. What's up in this battle pass? What you got? Preview battle pass. Let's take a look. You get this fucking nerd.
The thunder calls.
Oh, so the dragon is still voiced by Tony
I don't
Todd?
back down from a fight.
Davian of Dragonhold. Hi. Hello. I'm Davian. I'm a super cool guy. Couriers. All-seeing eye dogs. Fountain effects. Taunt. Got that spark. Warden. These, the Dota 2 Battle Pass. Dota 2 is the first game to ever implement the Battle Pass, or at least it coined the term Battle Pass at the very least. Which is always funny to me that this is where the Battle Pass started. And the Battle Passes in these games are fucking deranged. Because they go up to 500 levels. And do these just not get anything for like several levels at a time in the middle here? That's funny. It's great. God, of course I know some people who already have like maxed out battle passes in this game. The amount of money they want you to spend on these things is the ability to, at least when I last played, maybe it's different now, the ability to actually get anywhere in these battle passes, like just by playing, was impossible. You could not do it. You had to spend like hundreds of dollars if you wanted to get to the max level. Looks like they've got weekly challenges here that you can just activate, though. That's kind of cool. That seems to be the direction that everybody's going. Well, the Dragon Knight, but yeah, I had heard somebody say that there was a Dragon Knight but emote in this game. Play 3 matches, play 2 Nemesis matches, high 5 players 10 times, kill Roshan 3 times, destroy 5 enemy wards, win 1 matches, sorry. Kill 15 enemy heroes, win 1 matches in a 5 stack. Oh, that sucks. I don't want that. Summer Treasure 2021. Available exclusively until the end of the summer 2021. I don't know what shards are. These are new to me. My shards. What? Okay. Well, I have 38,000 of them. But it seems like that's not actually a lot. Holy Relics? Oh, sorry. Hero Relics with Dota Plus. Right, there's a subscription service in this game now that gives you stuff like tutorials. Bizarre. I don't even know. God, if I played a match of Dota right now, I would literally not even know what the items are anymore. They've changed all the items in this game, like that you buy from the store in game. They add and remove them all the time.
Good.
And it's tough.
Oh,
What if I play a bot match? Just to see how it goes. I don't even know how to do that anymore.
Luna.
Rise from your
New player mode, a
grave.
simplified game mode, ideal for players new to the game. Unranked, all pick.
It would be so easy. So simple.
We'll come back. We'll come back to Dota. We'll figure it out from there. What if I hit it? I could try it. If a game crashes, you'll know. No. Let's try Warframe. I'm curious, actually. There was a new Warframe update this week, and I was planning on playing this. This was on my list of things that I wanted to try out, so let's maybe take a look at what's what in Warframe. That's a game where I already have a bunch of premium currency I can spend if I want to buy something. You all get to see my ancient email address that that I haven't used in like 10 years.
Think, adversary. Fathom me, find me, and die.
Alrighty, here. What are we doing? Should be a new quest available. Wave Rider quest. The Wave Rider. Oh. Okay. Oh, I should bump out real quick and turn the audio down on this one as well. Probably not. Doesn't need to be as bad, I don't think. Save changes. I see somebody changed the category for me to Warframe. We'll do this. Maybe we'll go. Maybe we will go back to Dota. We'll see. We'll see.
Plenty. You know the legend of Ureli, yeah? The Wave Rider? Inspo for K-driving. Total legend. Anyway, you won't believe what I got my hands on. I need your help.
You won't believe it.
I did something stupid. Boone's gonna be livid. Giving this one last shot. Then I'll meet you in the vents. Tell Boone and you everything. Check, check. Check, check.
All right. We're going to go find out about a hoverboard, a big wet hoverboard lady. I do mean that literally. She's like actually a water-based Warframe. Oh, governor, what's all this wave riding? Yeah, it's hoverboards. There's a character that's like they added a new Warframe, so I'm gonna check out this story quest. Usually these story quests are pretty short, so we'll maybe mess around with this one for a little bit. finish out this story quest. It's going to be like a kind of a side mission, but you know, it's still cool. So maybe we give it a look-see. I don't love the... I hope this isn't like hoverboard focused, because I actually don't love hoverboarding in this game. It's fine. It feels fine. The problem with it is that it is so much slower than just using my jetpack. In most cases. There are these kids who live in... So this is Fortuna. This is in Warframe lore. This is where a bunch of indentured servants live, and their kids, or the orphans of the people who are killed working for the corporation, live in these vents, and they get way into hoverboard riding. Oh. That one's
found
sick.
her crushed hard at the base of the Horindi Gap. Bored in bits. If her neuroconduit stays dark, she won't wake up. Only Nef's Augmentor's got the skill to
Nef
rebuild
Anyo
a
is one of the
neuro.
main... He
And there
was
ain't
one of the
no
main
hope
villains
of
in
his
Warframe
help.
for a while. He seems like he's kind of a chump now.
Sis, what were you doing?
But he runs this whole sort of indentured servitude
We found
kind
this
of operation
graphic
here
on
on
No
Venus.
idea what it is. Locked it is. Can't read a lick of it. Glinty, you unlocked the cover. That.
That's a cool
That's
little bit of art, though. That's like a
Yorelli.
cool poster. You get posters in this
Loki
game
loved-
that a lot of them are made by these
loves
kids that you can then, like,
Yorelli.
decorate your spaceship with.
This is the first Wave Rider graphica ever. This is priceless. To us, anyway. The other pages, they're unlocked by performing feats. That's what Roki was trying to do out there. Unlock this thing.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of hoverboarding, isn't it? Gonna be a lot of hoverboarding, I think. Oh, and there are 2,000 vent kits standing in a single K-drive race, copter, 5 times, 50, I don't know if I want to mess with that.
Sprog, I smashed myself up something awful. Near ripped the servos clean out of me knees. Wasn't expected to heal. But
Listen, if I wanted to play Tony
stayed
Hawk's Pro
there
Skater, I would
by
play
my cot.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
telling stories
I'm very
of the
bad
Wave
at it, but I would
Rider.
play it.
Some traditional. Some I'm pretty sure she made up. Don't think I'd be here today if it weren't for her and her daft Yorelli stories.
Yorelli is the water Warframe who's like all about like
Those
surfing.
feats, they're not for us. They're for someone like you, Glinty.
I'll give this a shot. We'll
Help
see
me.
how hard it is to
Give me
get
a story
2,000
to
points
tell
in a
her.
single race.
A good one.
Vent kids standing. Rank up. Can I just rank up? Are you sure you want to attain the title of Glinty with Vent Kids? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, let's get it. Let's get that Glinty. 20%, negative 20% gravity. Oh my god, they have mods for the hoverboards now, huh? K-drive grind, magnetism, grind speed. Magnetism seems good. I don't want to fall off. Let's get that one, I guess. Daily standing. View offerings. Okay. Okay. I never messed with this much. Okay. Bounce out. And then, can I go back? There we go. Okay. Oh, spoilers, by the way. There'll be some minor spoilers here in just a second for, like, some side content that I have unlocked, where if you come to this planet and rank up with a certain faction, something gets revealed if you get to the max rank, and I am max rank with them. So, just a heads up that there's going to be a spoiler here in just 1 second. As soon as I hit E.
The business and I go way back. If courage and integrity is the measure of a person, Biz is the one taking your inseam. Anyway, roster's full. Help me out here.
Shelter, Oxium, Garuda, relics. I would love some relics.
Green. And remember, you never heard of me, you never heard of Solaris U.
Let's switch to Frenza only for now.
Little Duck. The business. He thought the world of her.
And let's
Didn't get him much. Anyone
do
else?
this
We never talked.
so that the enemy world state is a little bit lower. and let's
taxmen
give
have
this
located a
hoverboard a
rich
try.
resource vein.
I don't know how to
They're keeping it
check my
hush-hush.
progress. This is
We're
loading
gonna
in now.
locate their operation and take that haul for ourselves.
Okay, there we go. All right,
Finding the
hoverboard.
latest resource field is gonna be tricky, but I've got a lead. Left's got a coil drive patrolling the Vallis.
Okay.
Ambush it and I'll rip the data mass. It'll provide key info on what we're looking for.
Just that. That doesn't seem too hard. Okay. Okay, alright, this seems doable. Just gotta find one of those races.
Spirit of your rally. Check, check.
Check, check! Oi, Gov! You won't check? Check yourself, check yourself before you wreck yourself, you know what I'm saying, Gov? How do I... Wave Rider number 1, here we go, okay. Oh, number 1? Well, let's see how this goes. Kill 5 enemies with a secondary weapon while riding a K-Drive. Alright, already working on that. Perform 5 times 5x combos. 50-point grindy 5x. Hold control space.
Just like your rally. Riding fancy. Getting chills thinking about it. Brr.
Okay. Okay, it seems like they've actually maybe done some work to the hoverboards here. That makes this seem actually a lot better. Like this whole grinding system seems like it's maybe changed, but I'm not positive because I never mess around with it much. But the ability to switch my hoverboard from side to side like that is interesting. Okay. Hold control and then space. Oh, 50 point. It has to be a 50-point one. Well. Am I just stuck like this? No. Okay. So I need to get 50 points on it. Got it. Okay. Oh, can we kill you guys? It's fine. There we go.
Sweet. Respect from the vent, Glinty.
Okay. Side sprint. That's not what I want. There we go. Okay. Now we need to do a race.
Kicking it for Roki, you is.
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely kicking it for Roki, my guy. My little wet cockney robot child. There we go. Get them out of the way. Get another grind in here. Okay. Okay. I'm getting the hang of this again. It's been a minute since I played Warframe at all, and I never messed around with the hoverboards much at all. I am very excited for what they've got going on later this year, though. Warframe TennoCon is this July. And typically I would always go in person, but obviously that's not happening this year. They didn't hold it in person last year either. They wisely, I think, chosen not to do it in person again this year. But every TennoCon they always announce way big new stuff. Way big new stuff. And I'm excited to see that. Skegging out! I'm excited to skeg out, is what I'm excited for. How do I start skegging? Hey. Hey. Let me skeg. Can't... How skeg? How to skeg? Child! Child! Teach me hover! Teach me board! Teach me how to 790 or whatever. Okay, well... How do I even get off this thing? I do not know. Okay. This button. This button. This button. Oh, is it this button? No. Can I do this? Yes, I can, but that doesn't help. What if I crash real quick? There we go. Problem solved. That's lateral thinking right there. That's thinking with portals, I'm always saying. Just gonna do some light mining over here real quick since I've got it anyway. You always want to grab that goblite, you know? Always get the goblite. Any Warframe player will tell you that goblite is worth dropping anything. I actually think goblite is a low rarity material, but hey, it's right there anyway. Do a little bit of mining here. Ah, shit. Well, at least I got 3 Noctrule.
Works like this. Hit the
You
marker,
got out here fast,
the
kid.
timer starts.
Beating me.
Vapor trail, check. You bomb, and you're done. Ready?
Sure. Am I? Okay.
Boom!
Oh, I'm still bad at this. Okay. You get time back for every... Okay. What is this Crash Bandicoot 3 music? Okay, 3,000, that's more than I need.
Unlocked. When you're back on your ship, plug me into this. Can't wait to
Okay.
read the first ever Ureli story.
That's not bad.
The one Roki could never tell me.
If it's all like that, that's
because
easy.
Nobody ever seen it. Roki, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm gonna read you this. I hope you're listening, sis.
That's easy. I'm the greatest hoverboard racer of all time. Don't you guys agree? You guys agree? Okay, so it's I'll abort that mission because it sounds like I need to go back to my ship to continue the story mode. So let's do this. The new SSX Tricky looks wild. Yeah, it is a little bit. I make Tony Hawk references, obviously, because it is actually a skateboard, but I guess you do most of it on a big snow planet, huh? Okay. Now, how do you go forward with this shit? You go to the Codex, you go to Wave Rider #1. This is kind of a fun way to do it, like tying it into a weird fake in-universe comic book.
We dreamed of water.
I have an actual
Volgran always
Warframe
ran the flux crucibles at full
graphic
heat
novel.
for efficiency. Same reason he used us. Harder, piss rats! Your mothers are weeping in their graves to see such idleness.
Don't love
I'm
this
bored.
character.
How about I turn off the tethers and one of you welts can try and run? No takers? Suit yourself. Some days, I would sleep
This is
standing up.
like
My
not in
hands
love with this whole
still
thing going on here.
assembling graph
But
lifters.
it is kind of cool. Like this is not really in Warframe in other places. This sort of motion comic thing. This is kind of a new
A leak.
concept
And
for them. I do like that they
dream.
are kind of always stretching the boundaries of like what they do with weird
Dream.
storytelling stuff.
Of water.
And dream of water. Were they in like a big submarine? Yeah, I don't know if I want to sit around here and do a whole bunch of hoverboarding to unlock this right now.
Was a mucking slave driver. This ain't just some comic, Glinty. The legend of Ureli's been keeping orphans like us going for generations. It's our story. Roki must have wanted us all to have it. She was always the storyteller of the fam. Keep cracking those pages, Glinty.
You know me, I'm always cracking those pages. But for right now, we're going to switch it up again. At some point, I'm going to probably switch over to doing a talk over of the the state of play. Sony's got a state of play for Deathloop later today, and there was rumors that they might be showing something else. I thought I saw like a rumor about that, but you know what? It's gonna go bad. But then again, what game of Dota didn't go bad? You know. Let's just give it a look. Gonshorn says, the only thing I want Sony to show me is a PS5 in stock. Yeah, I'm kind of amazed now seeing how hard it has been to get those things, how I was able to get one at all, like, around launch. I was able to get one basically that week though. I was just barely able to go in there. And maybe I got in under the wire. Before like I wonder to a certain extent if there was like an element of that noise. I wonder if to a certain extent there was like, oh, this game is, or it was easier to find them initially because people didn't know that it was going to be impossible to find them.
Your ban, make it count.
This is the this is Steven time.
Remain.
I don't know who to ban. I don't know who's awful. I'll wait for everybody else to pick. Everything has changed so much. Oh, people are randoming. I can just random.
10 seconds to pick.
Ooh, a random Mirana who's a skill shot character. Land 5 arrows. With duration greater than or equal to 5 seconds each. 5 or 7 kills or assists on heroes while they're disabled by your stun. Yeah, that's fine. I'll get that one. Loadout. Guides. Here we go. Torte. Select. Strategy. There we go. Where does this go? I have a backpack thing here now? Fairy Fire. Instantly restores health, yeah. Enchanted Mango. Gotta grab the mango. Whoa, it's Dota time. When was the last time you played Dota? El Mayo Torte got a Steel Series sponsorship? Good for him. Oh, nice. I didn't even look at that. I didn't see that. Standard Steel Series build. Interesting. Cool. Whoa! That's all new. Last time I played Dota, probably at least 4 years ago, probably. So I'm not going to take this seriously one bit because I don't even know what items are anymore. Oh, that's all new too. That whole like, ooh, ooh. Yeah, always get the arrow. I'll go where anybody needs me. Okay.
Well,
got these items. Right. The pouch was a thing even back then, for sure. Okay.
As you will it.
Let's see here. Okay, we got 3 people going mid. Always a good sign. I'll go off lane.
I have the feeling this one is in the bag.
It's in the bag. Oh god, it's been so long.
On track.
Level 1. What is this? Oh, that's a high 5.
Yes.
Oh, that's the high 5. This is the high 5.
We ride.
Okay, I'm gonna... This is coming back to me. It's coming back to me. You click.
Forward, pet.
Runes. Right, runes. There are runes.
30 seconds to video games. 30 seconds.
I got the Stanley Parable announcer on.
You know it's true. So I'm calling it right here and now. This one's in the bag.
Mirana's really good at contesting the rune because she's got this big arrow to deny. When did the rune spawn? Is it at exactly 0 seconds?
Now, murder each other for my
Our time is at hand. Of course.
Did we get the rune? I couldn't even tell.
Agreed.
Let's put up our
Forward by bounds.
bounty rune. Put up a ward. Oh god, my body, my whole body is shaken. This is rough. The other team got it. Well, that's fine. I got left hanging. Yeah, it's been like literally 4 years since I played this game. I hope I'm not set to... Oh, somebody DC'd. That's the issue. Okay. It gives me time to look at some stuff here. Torte, what you got for me, buddy? What can you teach me? Teach me your secrets, Torte. Okay, Tran reconnected. Iron Branch, know all that stuff. Twitch.tv, Aghanim's Shard. So that's new. That was not in the game when last I played. 1 bit.
What was in the game?
Aghanim's Shard.
Aghanim from Zelda?
Yeah, Aghanim from Zelda is in this game.
Oh. Wow. Wow.
Wow. Hi, Merritt, by the way.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Not
Wait.
much.
Uh-oh.
Good idea.
Well.
Oh, no. What happened?
Demon.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I can't wait to see Doom with all my friends, the Master Chief and the Skeleton, and
Since you command it,
all those great guys. And then the stream loads up, and what do I see? So I think this stream is now... This is... Here, wait, no. I need to do something.
As you will.
What's the... How do you change the name?
Of the stream?
Yeah, is it title?
Yes.
I don't know.
No. Name.
To the battle.
Stream. Game. Title. Oh, okay. One second.
Yeah.
On track.
Yeah.
Cringe, you curse.
Are you just gonna change the name to Mistake? Where mistakes were made?
1 second. Also, I love how my mechanical keyboard is like failing and like certain keys just stop working.
Mm-hmm. That's always fun.
Like R.
Uh-huh. You don't need that one though. It's like not a common letter.
For most video games, R isn't really that important. If you just fire your whole clip and then keep firing, you reload automatically.
Right. First blood, baby. And it feels so good. We're back. Dota is happening again. It's good again. Ooh.
We ride.
We're doing an intervention on you.
I'm gonna play one match. I wanted to play Doom Eternal. I wanted to start with Doom Eternal on Ultraviolence, but I'm terrified of booting it up again because it crashed my computer.
Ah.
It seemed to crash my computer anyway. I'm not sure. I hit play on Doom Eternal and then suddenly
Good idea.
The game went away.
And then suddenly not only the game, my computer just rebooted.
The computer go away.
Has arrived.
I don't know if you can see the title.
I can't right now because I'm so focused. I'm so, I've got that laser focus of a Dota player, Merritt. I'm going to TI this year. I don't know if you heard. And by going to TI, I mean I'm going to play.
The rapper TI this year?
Yeah, me and TI are going to win the International.
Cool.
Leap forward.
No, the International Dota 2 Championships, Merritt.
Forward by bounds.
You know, I just... Listen, I'm not mad.
Right, yeah.
I'm just disappointed.
Just disappointed in me, like, as a person.
We ride.
I mean, that's okay. I
just,
can deal with
all your friends know that you're better than this, you know? All your friends know that, like...
Good idea.
You know, we know that this is, like, that it was a difficult time for you, but you got through it, and, like, we just don't want to see you have to go through it again.
Yeah, right. I mean, here's the thing. I've grown a lot as a person since I last played Dota.
Sure, you can play it responsibly.
Right.
You can just play it, you know, you can stop whenever you want.
If I just take a little heroin, it's not the same.
I think you've had enough Aghanim shards.
I haven't had any Aghanim shards yet. I should actually buy something here.
Scatter while you can.
Should buy wards. Wards aren't up yet.
Gontorn says, I'm right and I should say it because attacking your own team is a critical Dota mechanic.
It is denying.
Why?
So if you team kill your ally,
you
they
deny
don't get
XP.
money. Yeah, you deny XP
money,
and
yeah.
money.
This grows interesting.
Stupid game.
Oh, yes.
There was a really great. Sorry, here's the critical mistake I've made with this game, which is that it's hard to talk and focus on Dota at the same time. But there was a really great important if true, which was like the follow up. Somebody ganking. Oh fuck!
Am I ganking up in here? The audacity of this bitch to gank. Ganking in my lane?
I don't. It's more likely than you think, Merritt.
Of course. On the prowl.
Do you remember the Lord of the Rings MOBA?
What was it called? Heroes of Middle Earth?
Something, yeah, something like that.
It was made by Monolith.
You could be Gollum.
You could be Gollum?
I'm pretty sure you could be Gollum.
That's good. What does he do? Is he a ganker?
I don't know. He just runs around and talks about potatoes or something.
Oh, right, yeah. He loves them.
Talks about eating fish.
He loves fish, potatoes. He loves fish and chips. Not a lot of people know this. Gollum invented fish and chips.
He did, yeah. We owe a lot to him.
Yeah. Without him.
You know, without him, the ring wouldn't have been destroyed, and also we wouldn't have had fish and chips.
We wouldn't have had fish and chips, and both of those things are equally as important to this continued survival of this species.
Yeah. Hey, so, this new Warframe thing looks pretty cool.
Yeah, I played a little bit of that just earlier.
Oh, the sisters. So they added liches for the corpus?
Yeah, and they have like weird cyber dogs that they stick on you.
Hey, how many water Warframes do we need though?
At least like
aren't there like
more?
already? Yeah, aren't there already a few? Because the new one is a water one too, right?
Yeah, really?
Wasn't the most recent one like a ghost pirate or something?
Yeah, but he wasn't like water focused so much as like more ghost. He was way more ghost than water.
More ghost than pirate.
Right.
More ghost than captain.
More than a man, more than a fish. He was Murloc.
Kind of like a fish called Wanda. Kind of like a magnificent Mr. Limpet sort of situation.
It's exactly like that, Merritt. Yeah.
Like he fell into the water, turned into a cartoon fish, and then the Navy was like, we need you to find the location of German subs. And he was like, I'll do it.
Mr. Fishman, Aquaman, we need you to destroy the Nazis.
Crucially, not a cool Aquaman though. He was just a small cartoon fish with maybe a hat.
Okay.
No
one's quite sure.
It's been a while since I've seen the film The Magnificent Mr. Limpet. I don't even remember if that's actually what it's called.
Good idea.
It sounds familiar.
It's real. I mean, it's a real movie. It's definitely a real movie.
Prize is mine.
I didn't make it up.
Right.
Probably.
As you will it.
Well, no one's quite sure about that part.
I was watching YouTube videos last night of like just people going through old Angel Fire sites, and one of them was about Dragon Ball AF. Do you remember that?
No, Dragon Ball AF?
Yeah, it was basically just, it was like one of those like just bizarre rumors in like the late 90s, early 2000s when people were like, I've heard that they're making Dragon Ball AF where Goku turns into a Super Saiyan 5 and he has white hair. And
well, that
cool.
Now crucially that did come true.
Now crucially they did do, but they didn't call it, I don't think they ever did a Super Saiyan 5. They're just like, oh no, it's Blue and then God and then Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan.
Yes.
And then
it was Super Saiyan God, then Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, which is a Super Saiyan God who has gone Super Saiyan.
I liked in GT when they turn into a monkey and then they're just like, and it looks nothing like the rest of them. That was fun.
Yeah.
I mean, and then they were like obligated to like include GT stuff in games, even though it's like terrible and like no one likes it.
Right.
Because they're just like, well, it's part of the Dragon Ball canon, I guess. Well, maybe not canon now, but it's part of like the universe.
You need to, like, you can only have so many Gokus. Like,
yeah,
you need to pull from something.
Well, there are infinite Gokus.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Crisis on. Like, was there ever like a crisis on all those infinite Gokus?
I mean, it's kind of what one of the maybe the last or the second to last saga of Super is about.
Oh,
because it's about Zamasu. You know about that?
Yeah. I watched all of Super.
Oh, okay, yeah, because he is a Goku, but he's like a future Goku who got his body stolen by a guy, and then he goes back in time and fuses with himself.
Yes, he fuses with himself in a different body, and
then becomes the entire universe. And then God is just like, this seems bad.
Yeah, we should do something
delete.
About this.
Goodbye.
Yeah, he just does delete him.
And no thank you. Yeah, Goku's like, hey God, this seems bad. And he's just like, oh no, I'm a child. Oh, okay, bye-bye, Zamasu. And just like destroys the entire universe. It's like one of the few fights in Dragon Ball that Goku can't win. Because Zamasu just turns himself into the entire fucking universe. That's my understanding. I've never seen it. I just read all the wikis a while ago. And then I got really confused too because they continue, like there's like more Dragon Ball Super stuff, but it's in like...
It's in like a comic book or something, right?
I feel like some of them are in like a card game.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like, yeah, the video game that's like, I think it's a gacha.
Yes. Dragon Ball Super Heroes.
Yeah.
Not superheroes, Dragon Ball Super Heroes.
I've read some kind of fun Dragon Ball doujins over the years that aren't, you know, maybe many people think of when they think of doujins.
But you think of doujin, the one thing that you think of when you think of doujin.
They're just fan comics, you know. That term just means a fan comic. Like it doesn't.
Sure.
It's sort of like in Western imagination, it means like porn comic, but
more typically, yeah.
But Troglodyte says, I would like to stop seeing the Chris Pratt movie ad, and you and me both. Yeah, it sounds bad. It doesn't seem good. And also, I just don't want to be reminded of Chris Pratt. It's a movie about a guy who's like transported into the future by time travelers who basically draft people from the past to fight aliens or something.
Oh, the Tomorrow War?
And it's supposed to not be very good.
Yeah, it sounds terrible.
Philip the Snowman says, any new Gokus that are created are so unstable that they only exist for a fraction of a second in laboratory conditions before collapsing. That's true. And yeah, Race Time Forces, it does just sound like The Last Starfighter, except Chris Pratt is in it, so why would I?
Of course.
I'm still so mad at Hollywood for like getting Chris Pratt over, you know? Like they really sold Chris Pratt, and I'm so mad that happened.
Pathetic. Well.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Merritt. I'm sorry that I allowed that to happen.
Well, we just let them get him over, you know? The fans should have just not allowed
Rebelled
it.
against that.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna take this. Well, we might not take this tower because it's so early in the match that their respawn times are so quick. But
what was I talking about? Oh, Dragon Ball doujins. There's one where Vegeta is sent to Earth instead of Goku.
Oh.
And Vegeta becomes Goku, basically.
Okay.
But
like, is he a good guy or is he still?
Yeah. He head and he basically becomes a Goku.
Oh, so he like gets raised by like Grandpa Gohan.
Yes. Yeah. It's different because so like the difference basically is so he's still Vegeta, but he is just like a kind of a Goku. But he's so much stronger than Goku at first that he just like every threat that comes up, he just fucking like obliterates them.
Okay.
Until Goku shows up, and basically in this world, Goku is like has just risen from like the bottom of the ranks to become just like one of the most tenacious Saiyan fighters because he just kept getting his ass kicked but still living.
Okay.
And Goku is actually stronger than Vegeta still because Goku is always stronger than Vegeta in every timeline.
Right.
But basically Goku's like, there's an even greater threat than me. Let's go kick Frieza's ass. And Vegeta's like, all right. And like that's where it ends. Vegeta leaves his family to go kill Frieza. And then yeah, there's the Yamcha Isekai, which people are talking about.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
That one's fun. Where basically some guy gets isekai'd into being Yamcha. And it's just like, well, I know what's gonna happen. So I'm just gonna like
about this.
I'm gonna go into like the hyperbolic time chamber and just like really commit myself to being like super strong and stuff. So I'm gonna kill all these fucking Cybermen. But then still eventually it just gets to the point where like the Saiyans are just way stronger than humans, and he's just like, all right, I'm just gonna retire.
Yeah, okay. That's kind of what Krillin did in Super.
I know what Krillin did. Yamcha kind of did too, right? Did Yamcha in Z like start playing baseball or something?
He was always good at baseball, I think. There is an arc in Super where they play baseball, and Yamcha's like, oh, this is my chance to like show people something that I'm actually really good at, which is baseball.
Love a baseball episode. Baseball episode of Deep Space Nine, one of the best episodes.
Yeah.
Of that show. So good.
So good.
Baseball.
Baseball.
You fucked up. You fucked up, Vulcans, because you challenged Cisco to the one thing. I mean, they did actually beat.
They won, but it doesn't matter.
But
it was are like,
the Vulcans don't understand being a team player or whatever because of their race. They can't because of space racism. Or
because space racism, yeah, mostly.
Yeah, and they're just like basically just like, you lost, and they're like, oh, did we? Or did we win? We had fun. We won, and they're just like, by definition, you didn't, and they're just like, but baseball. It's not about who wins and loses, it's about baseball. Yeah, Cisco is a good captain, race tame horses, although he is a psychopath sometimes. He is I don't know if he is like a good quote unquote captain. Like he is a good person, I think, but like do you remember in the Pale Moonlight?
Which one is that one?
When he does war crimes. That's the one where they do war crimes to get the Vulcans into the war against the Dominion.
Well,
and he's just like explaining it all to his like his diary.
Yeah, I do remember that. I do remember that now.
He does a few war crimes. Yeah. Oh yeah, he also does a war crime when he is trying to catch the Maquis guy.
Yeah. He does many war crimes.
He's just like, all right, load up all these missiles with biological warfare that'll make this planet uninhabitable for like decades. And the guy's like, you're bluffing, you won't do it. And he's like, won't I fire them? And he just
check
does
this out.
And the guy's like, all right, I'll surrender, I'm sorry. That guy's so good. The fucking like, I forget who plays him, but the Maquis guy is so good at being just like a foil to Cisco.
Yeah. Maquis in general,
I gotta rewatch Deep Space Nine. And finish it, because I never finished it. Yeah, the Maquis are cool.
I like the Maquis. I liked Ensign Ro. She was cool.
Ro is cool. Ro is very cool.
What is a neutral item?
It's a neutral item.
Neutral
doesn't really take
may only
sides.
be used when equipped in this slot. Okay. Trusty shovel. Channeled for 1 second. Can find a bounty rune, a flask. Okay. I guess I'll buy that. Sure.
Leap forward. Yes. Start.
Nope. Gonna die. Two
Neutral
stuns.
items have a pH of 7. That's, yeah.
That's what they do. Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing what you found laying around.
This is inscrutable.
Yeah, to me as well is the thing, Merritt, because it's been so long since I played this game that I don't remember anything. I remember the basics.
Right.
I remember...
You gotta know when to hold them.
Yep.
Know when to hold them. Know when to walk away, know when to run.
Now, it's that last part. It's knowing when to run that I'm kind of, like, mixed up on. Bristleback is... I remember Bristleback is a piece of shit. I love playing him. And he has killed me twice now. Or he has been responsible for my death twice now. I think
Honestly, The Gambler does seem like a pretty good playbook for learning how to play a game like this.
Actually, yeah.
Don't count your money when you're sitting at the table, right? Like, you don't want to get too bogged down by that stuff while you're in the middle of a fight.
Well, it's not even just that. Like, don't count your money when you're sitting at the table. Money and, like, losing money when you die is a huge part of this game. So don't think you're doing well just because you got money, because you might just lose all that money.
With the money, you can buy the item.
How do I use my neutral...
Wait, now, was that like a little pickle man with a tooltip for you that just popped up?
Probably.
The top left that was like, hey, eat a tree to get bonus health.
So the pickle man is new, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. They added Chip Pickle to the game. Unbelievable.
Wow. And his challenge?
Yeah. This is...
Nice! Hey! I got a fucking good stun there, Merritt. That's what you need to know. I did great.
I'm just having flashbacks to Warcraft 3 and like trying to play these kinds of things and just like not really understanding them. The only cool thing I ever did in Warcraft 3 was play Night Elves and sack all of my wisps and then have my main building go and eat his way into the corner of the map and then go and watch TV.
Oh, okay.
And then I came back in like half an hour and they had built up all the way through the tech tree and flown all over the map and had not found me, and then it was fine. Which, maybe not the most sporting way to play that game, but it was very funny. So much happening on this. What even are you? Like, are you the person on the dog?
I'm the person on the big cat, yeah.
Okay.
I'm Miranda, the Princess of the Moon. Potom.
Okay.
In the common parlance.
Is that like a night elf character?
She was a night elf in Warcraft 3. So all the characters in Dota 2 are just Warcraft 3 characters.
Yeah. Right.
What is this? What is an outpost?
You know, it's an outpost. You have to build them to get resources, like in Dawn of War.
I guess.
You have to capture the points or whatever.
I guess so. This is new. This does not exist. Why
Maybe that is literally what it is.
What is it? What? When did they add that?
This is deranged. This is just like...
No, this is good and fun and normal.
Forward by bounds.
This is just good, clean fun, Merritt, honestly.
This is just good, clean family fun.
Look at this. Look at this little... I got a little...
For little Tyler and Grandma, they can all understand it and just be like, just like this and MMOs, it's just like you show this to someone and be like, so this is a video game.
This is what video games are now.
This is what they are now.
We have a Slark, I just realized.
Oh, I mean, you want the Slark.
Yeah.
So that's critical. You gotta capture the Slark because that's where the 100 points.
Slark is good. Slark is a carry. Slark is a character that is like really... If he does well early on, he becomes like a real monster later. Or at least he was when I last played. I don't fucking know anything anymore.
The prize is mine.
Yeah, they really the nerfs hit Slark hard.
Yeah,
and,
yeah, that's true.
Now his Grasp of the Moon ability does 5% less damage over time.
You hate to see that.
You do hate to see that. It's rough.
I'm the I think Mirana is still the most moon-centric character. I'm not a Mirana player. I never was. But I hit random, because if you random in all pick mode, or at least it used to be the case, I don't know if it's still true. It used to be that if you hit random, you would, ooh, smoke a deceit. If you hit random, you would get extra gold at the start of the fight. So it would encourage you to play unique characters that you hadn't done before.
Yeah.
And I'm playing Mirana now. Well, team, why did you do that?
I am currently grinding in Nocturne.
Ooh, how's that going?
As you will it.
Well, 1 second, actually.
That was a bad idea. I don't know why that person went in on a bristleback when we had 3 people down, or 2 people down. 2 people down.
You never want to go in on a bristleback when you got 2 people down.
You really don't. Bristleback is like a super tanky character.
First thing they teach you.
Okay, they took the outpost. What the fuck is an outpost?
Yeah, SMT. I keep doing okay, and then getting to a point where something I haven't seen before is just like, you're dead now.
Yeah.
And then I'm just like, fuck this terrible game, and I'm never playing it again. And then the next day I pick it up again, and I'm like, all right. So what I've done now though is I just cracked and was like, I could just grind forever, or I could just pay the dumb baby tax and grind much more quickly.
Oh, right.
Where you pay $7 and they're like, here's a dungeon with a bunch of guys in it, and when you hit them, they give you an item that just gives you experience.
Gives you a free level, yeah.
You fucking idiot baby child.
What are you even doing in here?
That's me. That's me. I like that. Because it's like, it's just, I get annoyed sometimes in games when it's like not, oh, you just haven't learned the correct thing to do.
Right.
Just like, you just have to do this thing over and over again to like unlock a spell or do a thing or whatever. And I'm just like, I don't know. Whatever. I'm not playing the pure experience anymore, but like, fuck off.
I mean, that game was balanced for a very different era of video games where what people thought everybody wanted was, well, you all want to just play the game forever, right?
Right, yeah.
So grinding was value back then, or that was the
right,
approach.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Gonchorn. The new media integration, my Matador review. God, that just, I mean, it's funny, the second time I fought that guy, he was a total joke.
Yeah.
Like, he just like,
know what to do. Yeah.
Did not even take out one of my guys. It was incredibly funny.
I saw that GIF that you posted, or that image that you posted of like the MS Paint drawing.
Oh, the one that was like it's from Invincible, I think. It was
Yeah.
like
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. I'm here to make you think. No, but yeah, I just got a Bicorn that had the Sukukaja and just casted a bunch, and he just kept casting Mazan and ending his turn and healing me and my guys, and I just punched him to death, and it was a child's experience. And then I went into the Labyrinth of Amara and ran into some demon that was like, hey, I just cast a fire spell you've never seen before. It did it did almost 200 damage, so you're dead now. Goodbye. That was unpleasant, but
shit. I don't even know what this is. I don't know. I'm gesturing towards the screen. Some red stuff is flying at me. That must be Granny Snappums, whatever the fuck her name is.
Yeah, Granny Snappums. What is this? A holy chimera? Oh no, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. My team is so fucking busted. I have like the weirdest, like, oh, can I talk to this thing, or will it be like, it's not time to talk? Yeah, no, it's not the time to talk. Okay. Well, how do I know that? I don't know. I just want to talk to this chimera.
Grants 1 leap charge. Leap buff grants Mirana. Okay, what does leap do again?
Wow! 90, huh? 90 damage, huh?
90 damage? That's a lot of damage for where you're at in the game, Merritt.
Well, I'm in the secret. I'm in the DLC dungeon, and I do think the guys in there are kind of rough. Yeah, just one-shotted one of my guys. Okay. I do think they are a little bit like they're not like babies. Like some of them are like bosses.
Right.
Yeah, I'm fighting a chimera right now. Oh yeah, might just kill me.
Well, we're losing the like overall game, but I think maybe our Slark is starting to get out of control, which is good.
Yeah, go Slark.
Yeah, Slark is a little fish man who escaped from underwater prison. He's like he's a little cockney fish. He takes you alive here in Black Reef. He's from Black Reef.
I see. This man's will not stop casting fire breath, and it's just
that's a tough one.
It's just real bad news for me. Because I'm weak to fire right now. Can you please just die? Thank you. Thank you. Killed 2 of my guys. Didn't even get a book from that. Fuck off. The books, the tomes are the. I got like experience and some items and stuff, but.
Yeah, but that's what you're there for.
No. And he's like wiping out my squad. God, fuck off.
Yes.
Now I have to use some. Like weird. God, I have a demon that's just like an elephant's trunk attached to just like a ball of fur. I don't know. It's called Nozuchi. I don't know what its deal is.
It's probably some kind of like bad yokai.
Yeah.
From history.
We ride.
Mindbreaker. Please tag your Mindbreak, Dota.
Jesus.
What's a Mindbreaker? That's a new item. That did not exist before. I gotta keep remembering to use this shovel, because I just have a shovel now.
Now, what does that do? Yeah, I'm playing a different game, Ego. Sorry, I'm playing SMT3. Very confusing.
It's a good game.
Not making a great, we could do a picture-in-picture, maybe. We could both stream.
Yeah, that's true. Or you could just get way into Dota.
I mean, probably be easier than this. Probably be easier than this game.
Yes.
This fucking bullshit game. I'm just gonna use this dungeon to just grind way beyond, like, the next, like, dozen hours of the game, and then just, like, plow through it, because I just cannot with this.
Right. Ah!
Oh, they gotcha?
Yeah, they got me. It was a Necrophos that got me too. I don't know if he still works the same way he used to. Necrophos used to do a thing where if he killed you with his ult, which I think is he did there. Oh, Pangolier! Slark! Turning this
just
around.
Keep saying these proper nouns, and I'm just like, what's happening? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. No.
Eat the mango. Well, Merritt, if I'd eaten my mango there, I might have been able to save myself.
I just died.
Oh no! And you lose everything because it's a fucking.
Because and it is actually quicker to
Pangolier, what are you doing, my baby? Oh, Slark!
It is quicker to force quit the game and reopen it than it is to just wait for that whole thing to happen.
Yeah, it is. Which
great game, guys. Great work. Yeah, no, I just ran into two chimeras, and they're just like, they both like, what if we both use fire breath? We're doing 100 damage each. I guess I should switch my Magatama, but like, this is supposed to be. I mean, I just install the DLC that's like easy mode because, like,
precious bounty.
What is this dungeon supposed to be for then? Okay, no, I'm just equipping a Magatama where I absorb fire. Stupid fucking game.
Sorry, Merritt.
It's a testament to like how good the aesthetics of it are that I haven't just said like fuck off and uninstalled it. I have come very close.
The prize is mine.
Ashamed of its past and its horrific crimes, Radiant's courier has just thrown itself onto an enemy blade.
Oh, did our courier die? That's stupid.
As you will it.
Doesn't everybody get their own courier now? I think that's the thing they changed in Dota.
Yeah. What is that?
In Dota, as opposed to League of Legends, you have a little, like a little cute guy, like a little, like sometimes it's a pig, sometimes it's like a little bobblehead man, all these different things. You can get different ones, cosmetics, that you can purchase, and they will fly around and bring your items to you.
Oh, that's cool.
In the battlefield.
Sometimes they cost like $100 real because people are wild.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have some cosmetics in Dota that are worth like tens of dollars, like $60, $70. I have at least one I think that is worth like $300.
Wow.
Because it's one I got from a random loot box 100 years ago, and nobody else has them anymore because they don't make them anymore.
Sure, they just don't make them like they used to anymore. You know?
Right. Are we just gonna win? What if we just win?
Oh my god, stop! I'm fighting these little just like comma guys. They're just like, these are the main guys you fight in this dungeon. They just look like basically upside down commas.
Huh.
And they
Oh
hit
yeah.
So
Right,
hard. Like, it's just rude.
Oh, we just won actually.
Oh, you just won?
We are about to.
Good idea.
Okay, well that's great. Just block it, sure.
Maybe not, maybe not, maybe not.
To the battle.
Double kill!
Forward
I'm sure I've got everybody on my team muted because I just don't want to listen to them just like call me a slur. But I'm sure right now they're just like screaming at me because I did something wrong.
Well,
I don't know if I did anything wrong. I bet I did, and I bet they're mad about it.
Sure.
That's the Dota experience right there.
Yeah.
How do I get this fucking silver crest?
Stop.
Do I have to use recipes now?
Good idea.
It's going to be very hard for them to win now. We have such momentum now because we destroyed the mid barracks.
Stop.
Okay, there's the solar crest.
Yes.
Mid tower taking damage. Enemy's top tower destroyed.
And I ended up accidentally buying some stuff I don't need.
Tower has been eliminated.
Since you command it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Stop. As you will.
Come on! Ah, I was stunned that whole time. So, yeah, okay. Okay, well, we fought back pretty harshly there. That worked out actually for us.
Yeah, I'm fighting some guys who kind of look like Pyramid Head now. Ooh, they have spears. Now this is bad because I just switched to the fire thing, so I wouldn't be killed by the fire guys, and they now appear to be attacking me with force, which I am definitely weak to.
Ugh. Yeah, those little guys I think are like very elementally focused. They're all about like, they're meant for fusion fodder, I think, because they're just like real blank slates that use a lot of like low-level skills.
I'm also doing quite a lot. This dungeon is the monsters in here are, I think, more difficult than the ones at the level I was fighting earlier. So not really sure this was a great idea. Like these guys are taking like boss amounts of damage.
Shit.
I guess I could just run, but...
Oh, Slark, baby, you just like eating them. Feasted.
Wait, I thought you won, or is this a new game?
No, I have not started a new game. I don't know if I will. Like, Dota is things happen in Dota that are oftentimes like, oh, I've probably won, and then you inevitably fuck up and you don't die. But it's really hard for them to come back from what we did to them.
I see. Okay.
They could have swung back a minute ago, but we stopped them from swinging back and evening the playing field at the very last second, so...
the prize is mine.
Where is the secret shop now?
My elephant monster learned how to flatter people. Oh, it wants to talk to me.
Structures are fortified.
You can have my treasure. Oh, thank you.
That's nice.
Oh, it's going to evolve, maybe.
Yes.
Hey!
This is just like Pokemon for perverts.
Yeah.
Oh, my bicorn wants to talk to me. Yeah, what do you want to say, buddy? It fell, so me pick up. Oh, thanks. Thanks, buddy. Ooh. I like how all the demons have different, like, personalities or, like, ways of talking and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it's really good. Like, that stuff is really good. I just am such an impatient person.
Yeah. Later SMT games actually, like, lean into that whole, like, different demons having different personalities. They do a thing where it's like, oh, this is a gloomy demon, so if you pick straightforward responses, they'll like you better.
Right. It's kind of interesting, yeah, when you like have to do demon negotiation and they're like, oh, should kids just do whatever they want? And it's just like, yes. Or just like, oh, you don't need anyone but yourself, right? And like, it's not always clear like what you're supposed to say, but it's cool.
Merritt, if I spend $26.99 on a battle pass at level 50, I can save 4% on included levels.
4%?
On included levels. As opposed to buying... So if I buy a bundle of 50, I will save 4% as opposed to buying a bunch of levels with real money individually. But Merritt, look...
I wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend.
But Merritt, look. Like, if I get to level 500, I get this emote of the anime character's butt.
You gotta stop. This is getting out of hand.
What if I try to hit... Okay, what if I quit Dota? Should I quit Dota or should I play another game of Dota?
You should absolutely quit Dota.
Okay. What if I can try to hit Doom Eternal? I wanted to show off the DLC. I wanted to play the DLC because I haven't beaten it yet. And I wanted to show off the ray tracing update that just came out last week. But I'm afraid if I hit play right now, it's just going to break this game. Or break this computer. Should I chance it?
I don't know.
Quitting Dota is always the answer. You're at number 1, so why try harder? You should uninstall Dota, says Ego. I can finally look at chat again. Open Dota again.
No, don't be the Kermit, the evil Kermit voice.
Okay. Ego says open Fallout New Vegas. Now that's an idea.
That's an idea.
Now that's thinking with portals. I have a bunch of games installed right now. One thing I was thinking about doing was doing tryouts for the next episode of Hardship Troopers and just playing like the first 30 minutes of a bunch of different games to just see if anything stands out.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
We might come back to Dota later. We'll see. I'm just looking at chat to see what folks are feeling right now. I could chance Doom Eternal. I think that would be such a fun thing to stream with me just like getting my ass kicked immediately, but Dota is probably a little inscrutable for people to watch.
Yeah. No, we don't understand it.
Sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
But before I do that, I'll pull up the most important Dota thing that ever existed for people to listen to real quick. I think this will give us kind of the full Dota experience. And we'll maybe be satiated for a little bit.
Let's see the EC are moving in there now. I don't think EG are interested in contesting this 4-on-5, but maybe they could delay it long enough for it to be a 5-on-5 if they
This is a
ice blast and
Dota.
properly.
This is a match from the International 5.
PPD, here comes the ice blast ready for the dog!
It's a disaster!
I don't have the sound on, so I can't.
He'll jump out, but
the wombo combo! Anyway, I think okay, there. Now I got my Dota fix.
Okay. Yeah. No. They're all just kind of making it up as they go along. Oh, it's a wombo combo, isn't it?
It's a wombo combo.
Now he's pulled out the shovel. Gonna use it to get the Argonim's amulet. With that, he can reflect Dark Jesus's shadow bolts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I'd last played this game, the concept of a shovel did not exist. Like, that's
what is it? You just dig stuff up?
You dig stuff up, and it seems like it gives you a random item every like 60 seconds. It's on cooldown, and it'll either dig up like a random useful item, or it will summon like a little wimpy enemy for you to kill. You'll like summon a little goblin out of the ground.
I gotta go to the fairy fountain and res all my guys.
I see people in chat. I see Dot Gobbler saying, nobody has ever done that in the history of Dota. I love it.
Is that what they say?
That was the thing that a guy said once. That's another famous line from a Dota match. I mean, Clarissa Marquesa keeps saying that they will tune in for any Dota.
No, don't encourage them.
I refuse to accept this makes any sense to these guys.
Don't do it.
Nobody has ever done that in the history of Dota. Get ready for the dunk! I was there in person for that moment. I was at TI that year. It was great.
Yeah.
It's great. I mean, I will say this. I played that game of Dota there, and I did not feel nearly as bad as I often do.
Good.
Or as I used to back in the day, because I'm just like a better person.
Kind of a low bar, but...
You know, I'm a better person now, you know?
Oh, wow. I confuse so many fucked up guys now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because I leveled up a bunch. Yeah, I can make some really busted ass looking guys. I can make a guy that's like, wait, let me see. Oh, I can make Fornius, the first boss.
Ooh, nice.
Who is a manta ray with half of a demon's head on top of his head.
Yep.
I don't really get that. I can make a jack-o'-lantern, which is kind of cute.
Oh.
Little pumpkin head guy.
Yeah, the little pyro jack.
Yeah, I can make a Fomorian, which is like a big goat man. I can make something called Take Minakata, which appears to be a demon man who doesn't have arms. I can make a Nikomata, which is just like a cat lady wearing a mask.
Yeah, she's cool. She evolves.
She has Marin Karen.
Yeah, she's like she's physical and like mental powers.
Yeah.
And then she I'm gonna try Everspace 2 real quick. Might need a controller for this.
I can make an Ame no Otsume, which is a lady who has fans all over her.
Yes.
I don't know if any of these are good.
I think so for where you're at in the game. Nikomata evolves.
Okay.
If you want to work towards one of those.
I might do that. Because it's two guys that it's a Shisa and a Sudama that I'm not really using anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Come on through. Using some demons.
You gotta fuse a demon.
You gotta know when to fuse them. Know when to lose them.
Lose them. Yep, there you go.
Know when to sacrifice. Know when to run.
Mm-hmm. Know when to enter the Cathedral of Shadows where demons gather.
Yeah, that's important.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows.
I'm a big creep. I'm a fucking weirdo. Welcome. I'm a nightmare man. Now, it's okay to fuse Pixie, right? I just can't sacrifice Pixie.
Oh, do you not want to sacrifice? Like, I don't even know.
Well, I've heard that you want to keep the first Pixie you get till like the end of the game, because then you get like a level 80 Pixie or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember that. I remember that there was something that you get for keeping her, but I don't remember if fusing or sacrificing her will affect anything.
Okay.
What's going on with it?
I've never played this game before, so I have no idea what to expect. My understanding is that this is a loot-driven space roguelike.
Aw. I always get every space game just is the same to me. I get them all confused.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just like, they're all the kind of vaguely same sort of resource-driven. Like, and I know they're all different, but I just like see space and flying around, and I'm like, oh yeah, Everspace. That's the same as, you know, those other ones.
Elite Dangerous?
Elite Dangerous and all those guys.
I think this is way more arcadey.
Oh, that's cool. I like a space shooter.
Yeah. Yeah, I think in the grand scheme of things, this is more along the lines of like a TIE fighter or an X-Wing than like a Elite Dangerous or a Star Citizen.
Did you ever play that one a few years ago where you were like a transforming robot?
Strike Suit Zero?
Yeah.
Yeah, I played a little bit of it.
That was kind of cool.
Yeah, it was neat. It was like a cool idea. I think they made a sequel at some point. But I can't remember. That was a game I played on the floor of my dorm in college when I had my computer set up on the floor.
Oh, wow.
And I don't remember a lot about that era or the things that I played.
Yeah, fair.
But I played it on PC, sitting on the floor like that.
Just 8 more shifts. Have you finally picked up
Hold F to charge cruise drive.
12 it is. Ridiculous name, but just can't say no to those terraformed lakes. I can't imagine what it'd be like to finally be out. It'll be
I thought he said those terraformed legs.
After the slog we've been through, that's the least we deserve.
Okay, so there's some sunflowers on this.
5 seconds longer and I would have
I didn't know what to name. Like, I didn't know what the canonical name of the protagonist in SMT3 was, if there is one. So I was like, oh fuck, I have to come up with a name. I know, Akira Fudo.
I mean, hey, it fits.
And he's called Devilman instead of Demi-Fiend, which is kind of, I should have just said Demi-Fiend, but some people still do call him that. But then
that's like his title, at least, you know.
Yeah.
I think Demi-Fiend is like just canonically the only canonical thing that
he doesn't have a canonical name.
I don't
Okay.
think so. A lot of those ones they'll come up with like a canonical name for a character because there's an anime, but how the hell do you make an anime out of it? SMT3.
Yeah. Oh god, this bicorn I have is so good. It just learned Bright Might.
Bright Might, okay.
Which is whenever Katsugachi is full, it just always crits. Which is cool as fuck.
Yeah, I have that on my Matador that I can summon.
Oh, yeah, God.
You just stand outside of, okay, boss fight is about to start well.
Yeah.
You just stand out running in circles.
Are you flying into the Death Star?
I think so.
Or are you just cleaning? Are you just cleaning the gunk out of it?
Well, I think this is more like a TIE fighter than an X-Wing, right? So it's like we're in the Death Star, but we're also cleaning the Death Star.
I see.
Did you ever play? Was it Rebel Assault? I think had like a
level
where you were in like not the Millennium Falcon, but a Millennium Falcon shaped ship.
Fuck that game.
That game fucking sucks.
It was just like so hard because it was a what do you call it? Full motion video.
Yep.
It was so fucking hard.
It was basically Sewer Shark. It just looked like Star Wars, so it was like, wow, this is cool.
Yeah, we all thought it was really cool.
And then we played it, and we're like, oh no.
We're like, this is bad. Was the bad game?
Was that the game that everybody says was like the most returned game of its era? Back when they still did
I don't know. Maybe.
In the third millennium, it is still not socially acceptable to run around naked. Good to know.
Bill the Snowman has been playing a game that looks a lot like this, some weird Switch game that no one else has played because it's one of those Skylanders type toy games. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Because it has Star Fox guys. It looked cool. It was a cool idea. I just think it wasn't executed very well.
Yeah, Starlink Battle for Atlas, if I'm remembering the name correctly.
Yes, that is correct.
The Star Fox stuff seemed cool, though.
Yeah. I mean, it's the closest thing we're going to get to another Star Fox game in the next 10 years.
Probably for a long time.
Just make a Star Fox game with puppets, you know, just go nuts and just like let them just have actual puppets.
That's a great idea, Merritt.
Just like that's what they should do. That people would love it. Just like instead of just having like, you know, rendered portraits or whatever, just like have all of the dialogue things and stuff, like the boxes that come up are just like the puppets that they made for like the last commercial because they did that.
Oh my god.
People would go crazy for it.
Yeah, like Star Fox, but make it Yoshi's Woolly World.
Yeah, basically.
That's awesome. Oh, now I want this. I didn't even think I wanted a new Star Fox game. I thought my time with that had stopped, but now you have convinced me.
Yeah, that's my great idea. You can have it for free, Nintendo.
I mean, you could just do that now with Fancy.
That's true. Yeah, I need to. Yeah, Fancy's gonna make more appearances soon, for sure.
Hell yeah.
I
don't know if I have health, but this guy seems bad, so.
Sorry, pal, but there are no rescue squads out here.
Whoa! Did I just murder that man?
Meter just went way up. There were outlaws here. Maybe more on their way.
Did you ever play the game Continuum?
No. What is that?
It's a top-down space shooter-y thing where you flew around through like mazes and stuff, and you like battled people. But then there were also like a ton of like other modes and stuff that people added, or like there was like capture the flag stuff. There was like some kind of sports ball type mode where you're shooting some ball around. It was like kind of MMO-y.
Huh.
Yeah, I only ever played it on a friend's computer, but it was really cool, and like not many people talk about it anymore.
I've never even heard of it until now. Okay, so this must be the loot element of the game, because now I have a new primary weapon that I picked up off the ground. And it shoots like these kind of nail gun looking thing here. But I can also have my pulse rifle.
Alright, want everyone to stay calm and clear of the walls. I got this.
I never played a lot of space games when I was growing up. I never played like a lot of space shooters and space sims.
Yeah, I played a fair amount, I guess. I always really liked the Rogue games.
Rogue, okay, like Rogue.
Well, I mean, like Rogue One or whatever. What are those?
Yeah,
called?
Rogue One, the Rogue One game, yeah.
Yeah.
Rogue Squadron.
Rogue Squadron. Yeah, the GameCube one was the launch title I had for the GameCube. And
right.
I just remember it looking so like incredible, and now it would probably just look like dog shit.
No, but you're right though. That at the time I remember that being like a big technical showcase for the GameCube.
Yeah, I didn't have a memory card when I bought the GameCube, because back then that was the whole thing. Like, oh, do I want to spend the $30 or $40 on a memory card?
I can beat this in one sitting.
I can beat this in one sitting. I don't think I could.
Probably not.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely doable if you're good at that game, but I think I eventually just used cheats to see the whole game.
Were you I don't know. I'm sure you've explained this to me or said this to me at one point. Are you an only child?
No, I have a younger sister.
Younger sister, okay. How do I... Security clearance? Did you... And, like, this is the thing with me and my brother. Did you have, like, your own memory cards? Like, this is your memory card, and this is Merritt's sister's memory card.
Kind of. I mean, I'm trying to think, like, it wasn't really an issue because I never had any disc-based systems really until, like, well, no, I had a Dreamcast, but it wasn't really an issue, I think, until the GameCube with, like, Animal Crossing and stuff.
Oh, sure.
But, no, I don't think it was ever a thing. My sister didn't really play a lot of games until, like, the Xbox came out.
Gotcha.
Well, like, and then she played games, like, before disc-based systems, and then, like, we played a lot of Mario Kart and stuff together, but, yeah, I know, I can see how that would be, like, a thing.
I'm sure they did it on the GameCube as well, but I never had a GameCube, but, on the PlayStation 2, we had our own memory cards so that we could, like, have our own saves and all that stuff, and they were different colors to differentiate. So I had a blue one, and my brother had a red one.
Should have gotten one of those like John Cena memory cards or whatever, where it's just like the top half of his body and it just goes into your PlayStation.
Oh my god, I'd never seen that before. That's great though.
They're very good. There are so many weird memory cards like that.
I feel like all the people who were making memory card, like novelty memory cards like that, probably moved on to making novelty USB ports or USB drives.
Oh yeah, probably.
Because boy howdy, listen, I think E3. I think that's the greatest tragedy of E3 going away physically is that the USB industry, the USB drive industry, will have no place to pass around free novelty USB drives that are themed after, like, the Hulk or whatever.
Yeah, that is a shame.
Thanks for coming by to see Marvel's Avengers. Here's a USB drive with all the press assets, and it's, like, shaped like Captain America's shield.
Yeah. R.I.P.
Yeah. End of an era.
Weird to think that my first E3 was probably the last E3.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, good, but...
Right, but still. I mean, it's just so nice, and especially since it was in LA and that's where our office was, it was so nice to be able to go to the LA office and hang out with everybody.
Yeah, that's true.
There are so many guys here. Check on Ben.
You gotta check on Ben. That's the critical. That's how you beat level 3 of Everspace 2.
Oh, right, we're right.
Check on Ben. Alright, I am just fucking... I'm just making my demi themes so stacked. I'm just like... I'm at like level 21 now. I was at like 16 like half an hour ago. Fuck this. I'm just like gonna get... Because also, like, if I just like increase my level, I can just fuse demons to be higher level.
That's true. In later games, they have a lot more meta progression with all of that stuff too. Where it'll be like, your character can, by gaining like app points, you can just fuse characters that are 3 levels higher than you and stuff like that.
Oh, that's cool.
It gets way more complex as you go along the line. SMT3 is so basic in a lot of ways, but it's also kind of cool because it's so pure.
Yeah.
Looks like they threw you quite a welcome party.
Houston Techie asks, Steven, are you enjoying your newly found monitor refresh rates? You bet your ass I am. I had no fucking idea that all my games just didn't look as good as they supposed to.
Bunch of amateurs. They'll be looking to get the best.
I'll be right back.
Alright.
Gonna make a coffee.
You know a lot about outlaws.
Hell, I know a lot more than they'll ever get from me.
Also, thanks for the follow, Marham.
If it ain't Gas Mask, so where's your boss?
I have no fucking clue what's going on. Maybe this is all stuff that I would have understood if I played Everspace 1. I did play Everspace 1. I played like 10 minutes of it back when it first came out. And it seemed cool, but maybe a little light. And it did not have story stuff like this when I played it.
For now, maybe you'll live long enough to fetch ransom. Your DNA scans show that you're a military clone pilot.
A military clone pilot. No wonder you bettered my predecessor.
I wonder what your face value.
Is this like the bad guy of the first game?
Broadcast your profile.
That would be a bad idea. You may not like who will come looking for me.
Why would I heed advice from a clone? I know my business.
As a former EVE Online player, I gotta say I do appreciate a good, like, space pilot clone story.
Friends of yours?
Yeah, the kind who want me dead.
Power outage. The force field is down. This is our chance. Let's try to pry the door open. Help me. Grab the door.
I thought my guy was just gonna run through there and escape and leave this guy behind. That would have been cool.
Let's wait to the hangar.
Yeah, so with the monitor refresh rates, if people missed it on Twitter, I just realized that my monitor has a 165 hertz refresh rate and has been set by default by Windows to 60 hertz this entire time. So I was just missing frames forever. And by forever, I mean like literal years at this point. So that was cool. Got that boosted up. Tried to play Fallout 76 with it last night. There was a new Fallout 76 update recently. By recently, I mean like literally yesterday. Yesterday? Today's Thursday. Right. So it was yesterday? I think it was yesterday. There was a new Fallout 76 update. And every time there's a new update in Fallout 76, it was like, people keep saying that Fallout 76 has gotten so much better. And I should give it a shot. And every time I do, I'm always confronted with the idea that, like, oh, it's better, but also it's got better stuff in it, but they never fixed anything. All the old stuff that was broken at launch is still broken. Like, that game's still... Okay, so to put it this way, this is why I bring it up, because of the refresh rate stuff. is that I booted up that game after my new refresh rates, my freshest refresh rates, and I'm gonna move on from this. I think I got all my new hot refresh rates in that game, and booted it up, and it was like, boy, this does not look as good as it should. Why does this look like garbage? And I looked it up online, and apparently that game still locks your frame rate, like way lower than what I had it, what I should have been getting. And I was like, how the fuck do you unlock it? And it's like, there's got to be some setting, whatever, like that. And it turns out that there's an INI file that you have to edit, switch a 1 to a 0 to do it. And it's got to be the first multiplayer online shooter live game that I've ever played where I had to go into the INI files to fix something. I swear, like, it was wild. And then I switched that INI file, and it runs, you know, whatever, 100 frames or whatever now it does. And then it would still, like, chug in certain spots in the world or whatever. I would, like, it's literally like I would be in this one area where you join the Fire Breathers, which is a thing I did when that game first came out. It's like a faction that you can join, or it's like a side quest you can do, main quest. And I would like walk up to the terminal, and it would like, it would just chug real bad for like a second and then be fine. And then I would walk backwards back out to that spot again, and it's like it's loading in the world. And I like messaged my friend who's the biggest Fallout 76 fan that I know, Cass Marshall over at Polygon. Shouts out to Cass. They're a fantastic writer. They write a lot of great stuff about Fallout 76 and a bunch of other online games. And it was like, okay, Cass, can you tell me, am I missing something? Am I doing something wrong with Fallout here? Should this game be running better? And they were basically like, no, the game just does that. Apparently the game is not very good at, for a game that is about building bases in the world. Apparently the game, if it like, you get close enough to other player's camp and that camp has too much stuff in it, the game just like chugs as it loads that in off screen somewhere in the world if you like enter the tile that stuff exists in. And it just like, so it's like why it's happening in that exact same spot is because it's loading and unloading other player's camp somewhere like on a hill or something that I can't see, but I got close enough to it technically. And Cass was like, no, sometimes it just chugs. Sometimes it's just like that. And they told me the story about how apparently the Battle Royale mode that is going away soon, they were taking it out in September or something like that. The chief strategy that people had to beat other players in the Battle Royale mode for a long time was called Frog House. And it was called Frog House because you would build houses in the Battle Royale that were literally just shelves. It was just a house with shelves full of frogs, jars of frogs. Let me turn this down. It was just a house full of shelves with jars full of frogs, and you would drop those buildings on people, and it would brick their computers. And that was how people were winning. That was how people were winning the Battle Royale mode, Nuclear Winter, for a long while there. And I thought that was the funniest fucking thing I'd ever heard. I'm gonna try this out. I've been meaning to try a bunch of different games here for Hardship Troopers potentials. And Horizon's Gate is a game that I keep hearing great things about. So I'm gonna play the first little bit of this here as a little test. Oh, I'm making him real sad looking. Black hair's fine. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Human. Scurio. Oh, it resets all my stuff too. Okay. Here we go. Oh, get that hair. There we go. Done. You forgot to name your character. Oops. Wait. There we go. What should I name them? Frog House, but I need to make it fantasy. Frogus. I have, this is some kind of like open world strategy or tactics game, is my understanding. And I hear amazing things about it. It's not like a super huge smash hit or anything like that. Storm is really picking up, Commodore. This is looking bad. All hands on deck. I hear great things about it from this few people who have played it, but I hate this art style. This like very Stardew Valley thing. So it has always pushed me off of it every single time. Editing an INI file for fundamental stuff sounds like MIRC94. I don't actually know what that is. What are our chances? We might make it through, but I can't say for certain. So we're going to test this one out real quick for Hardship Troopers in the future. Later on, I'm going to play some Skyrim because I want to do some Sky High. I'm on it. Vang, Mira with me. Mira Vang. Commodore, look! Is that... I don't know what... I don't love pixel art to begin with, because I think it is overused in indie games, and I understand why, but it makes it so that so many indie games all look like they have the exact same aesthetic to me, and I can't tell them apart. Ah ha 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 ha! Enjoying the storm? Dominio dogs? Dominio? Courtesy of Lagan, yours truly. I was supposed to have the Stormcutter blast y'all to bits, but I'd hate to waste all that fine cargo. Are you like a pumpkin? This man looks like a pumpkin. Why don't you all just lay down and let's do this the easy way? Never! We won't surrender to pirates! You were supposed to? Did someone hire you? Call up the storm, then we'll negotiate. Are they summoning the storm? Who hired you? You're asking me questions. Really? I don't think you understand the position you're in, so let me demonstrate. Combat! Even among pixel art games, I don't know what it is exactly that, like, this very Stardew Valley looking kind of aesthetic just doesn't really do it for me, and I'm not sure why. So I've been pushed off of this game ever since, but I've heard more recently somebody else. He's wearing a mask because he's the kind of person what don't have a face. Got it. Okay, thanks, Carol's model. Okay, so we've got Iron Mail, we've got Van Braces, we've got some shoes. Okay, we move. The guys in orange are who we're fighting, I think. So, press Z or X, then select the tile to attack. Aha! See, I don't like that either. There's no sound to the hits, unless I'm. Oh no, there's some sound in there. Okay, it's just that it's like the sound effects of the rain is way louder. Can I adjust that? Too simple, maybe, says Madoon. Maybe, yeah, that might be it. It just doesn't give me. I think there's something to be said for allowing an art style that allows you to kind of place your own. What's the word I'm looking for? Put your own spin on it, to interpret it your own way, however you feel like. Okay, no, it does. It affects it all. To put your own spin on it, but I don't know. I like to have something to chew on at the same time. I like to have some kind of basis for things, and like, yeah, it is so basic. It's tough to like even have a starting point. Bix, arg!
Now, what is this?
This is Horizon's Gate. It is a tactics game, like an open world sandbox tactics game that looks like Stardew Valley, that I always hear great things about, but I've always been turned off by the art style.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Once the captain goes down, the rest will follow! So they're all going to try and kill me now. Oh no, it's just this guy. But I figured I'd give it a shot. It was on my list of games to try for Hardship Troopers. So since while I'm waiting for the state of play at some point, I'm trying out a couple different things. Oh, hey, let's not do anything rash now. Order your men to surrender. Willing to answer questions now? Yes, I'm a pumpkin pirate. Vag's here and ready to fight. Who wants some?
Wait, so did you make a character, or are you like playing as someone?
I made a character. I am the little guy with the purple suit and the sword. but it starts you off as some kind of commodore of a boat, and then we're in a storm, and then pirates attacked.
Well, everything was fine until pirates.
Until Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl came out. You had that song on lock. You were ready.
Well, there was like a 50% chance that I was just gonna start singing the Skyrim theme song because I get them confused.
They are the same. Can't fit that sandbag. Wood plank.
Yeah, this is like a whole genre of game that looks like this.
Yep.
And this really, really does look like Stardew Valley or like I don't know, I just never really I can't get into things like this that are just like there's like 10,000 hours of crafting and stuff.
So I don't think so you missed it, but I don't think this is that. I think this is like you get a boat and you sail the seas, exploring different islands, and then getting into turn-based XCOM battles.
I see. Okay. Yeah, the art style is just a little bit, for me.
No, totally same. I was just saying that before you got here. I was just kind of saying that I think, specifically, because it's pixel art doesn't, speak to me at all, really, anymore.
It has to be, it has to be really good. And I understand that it's hard to do it good,
right?
And it's relatively easy to make something that looks like this because there are so many assets out there.
Yeah.
And just people also know how to make something that looks like this because it just looks like a video game, like a Super Nintendo video game or whatever.
Exactly.
So I don't, whatever. I don't begrudge anyone for doing this, especially if they're making something huge where doing a really complex visual style would just make it impossible to finish.
Right.
This is not really my thing.
Mine either, but I wanted to give it a shot because I always hear people who do play this game are always saying that it is really great.
Yeah, well, it seems like a good idea.
Yeah, give it a little bit of a shot. Give it a little bit of a look-see,
Yeah, give it a once over.
Yeah, that's the idea. Because I'm just kind of streaming kind of a random, just kind of a.
It's really random, just sort of those random games,
Yeah.
Just random humor, random games. It's what if Mario was really fucked up?
What if Mario was fucked up and made of jelly? You ever think about that?
Whoa. Well, what is that?
Jelly Mario.
What is Jelly Mario?
I don't know if it's even still on the internet. There was a Newgrounds game called Jelly Mario.
Okay.
Where you would just it was just Mario, and it just looked like Mario, 1-1, and then you would start moving forward, and everything suddenly, as you started to realize that everything in the world had physics, it was physics based, and the physics were all jelly. Everything was made of rubber. So Mario took one step forward, and then the music would slow down, and it'd be but then it'd be as Mario's just slowly, begrudgingly bouncing over fucking jelly ground.
Wow.
It was just a funny little goof game.
Yeah. What a good era of just making a little platformer that was a joke.
Uh-huh.
That one where you were just a guy who was I don't know about this, and you walk into a Goomba and get killed, and then whenever you reload, it was like an ambulance came, and they're there's nothing we can do.
Damn.
And then there's a funeral, and then you reload again, and there's just a memorial, little flowers and a picture of him set there, and you just can't reload it unless you clear your cache, I guess. But
right, yeah. That's Braid, right?
That's Braid. When you were talking about a Jelly Mario game, that made me think of the floor is jelly. Which I played when it came out, and that was a cool game.
What was that?
That was sort of similar. It was a physics thing where you were bouncing around through a world, and Yeah, it was cool.
I have stolen this man's sword? No, axe. Okay, and now I'm stealing this man's money and a wooden shield. Ooh, I'll take a wooden shield. Sure. And what is that? Iron flail. Okay, sure. Why not? Loot all. Okay, I see. Got everything you need? I think Reeve went further ahead. We should try to catch up to her before those pirates find her. Did you see any other survivors? Nobody else besides Bang and Reeve. Actually, I was sort of in and out of consciousness after the lightning struck, but I'm pretty sure Reeve saved me and Bang. I remember being dragged ashore before passing out again. She headed up the path not long after I came to. I couldn't rouse Bang, so I tried to follow her, and here we are. Let's head out then. You earned some XP from that fight. You should learn some new abilities with it. Just double-click yourself to take a look.
Wait, is someone... I was in a different tab. Is someone telling you this, or is this the game telling you this?
That was somebody in the game telling me this.
Okay. Hey, just press the B button. What's a B button? I don't know.
Snake, press select to bring up your codec, and then you can talk to Meryl on the secret frequency.
Uh-huh.
Whoa, what's a select button? Move 2000, boost your morale for 60. I hate it when video games do this, where it's like, level up real quick, and it's like, this'll boost your morale, or whatever, and they don't teach you what morale is yet.
You gotta teach... You need the morale, you know?
I just mean, like, making me make decisions about my character without explaining what these systems tied to those, like,
oh, yeah, no,
are.
Yeah, that sucks.
Toss a rope. Okay.
It's rough.
I do see, this is cool though, like the abilities that I can choose from at the beginning are heave, step forward and push someone one tile. Pushing into an obstacle hurts your target an obstacle. Toss a rope and to grab and pull someone 3 tiles. So there's like a lot of like moving enemies around and stuff. That's cool.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
I'm down with that. I like, you know, I like a game like that where you're like doing a lot of like pushing people into traps and like doing, just like weird combo things like that.
Yeah. So let's grab the rope one and let's grab the push one. I just want to be able to do stuff where I push people around. You can have steady. Grant an ally guard for 64 seconds? Having incoming physical damage. Okay. What's over here?
Physical damage. Who needs it?
Nobody.
Not me.
That's what that song is about. Physical. Hooah! What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Magic is better. Cast a fireball. Say it again, that spell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I do like how in SMT, just punching guys is like actually pretty effective.
Yeah, it's like
really
really
at first
effective.
I was like speccing the Demi-Fiend to have like a whole bunch of spells and stuff, and then I realized that like most of the time I am just punching guys. I'm like, all right, time to jack up my strength because like I'm just fucking punching these demons until they fall over with my half nude man with his sneakers.
Sukukaja, Terukaja, Sukukaja, Terukaja, focus.
He's wearing capris and sneakers. Like, it's a look.
And then your best friend with like all denim everything.
Uh-huh. Oh my god, yeah, best Genos.
Uh-huh.
Over there.
I know
Yeah,
this island like the back of me foot. It's like hand, but he said foot instead.
Oh. Now what is the now wait a second. What is the back of your foot?
Oh, damn.
Now here's the question, because the back of your hand, everyone knows what the back of your hand is,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
What is the back of your foot? Is it just your heel?
No.
Then what is it?
Is it the part where your heel and the sole of your foot connect? Is it like that single little sliver, that corner?
I guess.
Because the heel is the heel. If a heel was just the back of the foot, we would call it the back of the foot and not the heel.
Well,
but it also can't be the top of the foot because that's the top of the foot. If
sometimes
I said
things have different names, so
that sounds fake.
Yeah, language is busted. Just be consistent, you know. You sense strong power from beyond the door. Will you proceed? Fuck yeah, I'm gonna proceed.
Kagutsuchi is at full moon or whatever.
Yeah, the fucking. God, this game just throws so many like proper nouns at you early on, and it's like, hey, there's a number here, and it's Kagutsuchi, and you're like, I see. Like,
of course.
Of course. How could I not understand that?
It does not explain, like, it basically says, I was on Axe of the Blood God recently, which people can go listen to, for their Pantheon of the Blood God episode on SMT3. And we did talk about that specifically with Kagutsuchi, basically talking about how, like, that game starts and it says, this is Kagutsuchi. It makes it so that weird things happen when it's full, and it does not explain at all what those things are, or if they're bad, or if you don't want them to happen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit Sojar.
Yeah, I hate Sojar.
Fuck that guy. This fucking Garland-looking motherfucker, Reeves, she seems good. We should just... Why isn't she captain?
That's a great question.
She's killing these guys in one hit. Okay. Where are you getting all your health from? Stop it. Jeez. I guess maybe. Oh, I can. Wow, get over here. Toasty. Like that game, you know, Street Fighter.
Just like Street Fighter. Just like my favorite game, Street Fighter.
Is there like... Does Street Fighter have anything that is iconic as like, Toasty, or get over here in terms of like things that people say?
I mean... Yeah, like Hadouken and like Shoryuken and...
Yeah, that's true.
Sonic Boom! Sonic Boom!
That's true. I don't know what I was thinking.
But like, yeah, it has like the moves. There's not really a man that's... I mean, the announcer that's like, you win.
That's true. Japan, USSR.
Yeah.
Japan.
So like, kind of, I guess.
What the shit, Reeve?
What just happened?
My friend
blew it up.
Threw a fucking fireball at me. That doesn't seem right.
Wow.
I think she's my friend. I actually have no idea. Well, I'm dead now. I guess.
That's the end of the game.
And that's the end of the game. You know, it was a short run, but I think an informative one. We learned a lot. Don't trust Reeve.
Yeah, don't trust Reeve. Reeve is a real piece of shit.
Haha! So it goes with pirates. Well fought, you two. You do your country proud as expected. Let's take this momentum and fight our way straight into that scoundrel again. Yes, of course. Lead the way, Commodore. We'll lead the way some other time, I think. I think I've seen enough Horizon's Gate for now. So I left when Steven was playing Dota and come back now equally inscrutable, says Race Temp Horses. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. That's just not grabbing me. I'm in a place right now where nothing's grabbing me, Merritt. Nothing but the beautiful game.
Yeah. No. The
most beautiful game.
Don't. It's not worth it.
What if I try to hit Doom Eternal one more time and see if that goes okay?
And crash.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't hit it yet. What if I hit play? I'm gonna hit play.
Well.
Well, let's find out.
Okay.
If it crashes, I'll be right back. It didn't take long to reboot last time.
Okay, this is so far so good.
The resolution is weird, but yeah.
The resolution is weird. But seems like...
I mean, the game didn't instantly crash my entire computer.
That's okay. So you've gotten further than...
Oh. No, you know what though, folks? You know what though? That's valuable data. That tells us that the game did in fact crash my computer, and it wasn't just a fluke. That's data. That's info. You know, we've collected some data. Maybe Doom Returnal it to the store. Yeah. Not much further. Oh boy. We learned something though. We learned information.
So
yeah.
Yeah. So no, I guess.
So no to Doom.
That's interesting.
That's wild.
It's a hard game. Hard game to get running, even.
I guess so. I mean, I played an entire mission earlier today just to be like, okay, I literally, because last time the NVIDIA drivers apparently broke the game in such a way that like when I turned it on, it just made a screeching sound the whole time.
Oh boy.
Uh-huh.
That sucks.
So I was like, okay, I've updated the drivers. NVIDIA fixed the problem from before. I bet it's working fine now. And then I booted it up and this morning, and it was fine. It ran totally normal. I played an entire like demon room and killed a bunch of guys, and it was like, okay, cool, we're good. And then the minute I did it now, it must be something with Streamlabs. It must not like to play with Streamlabs.
That must be it, yeah.
But now we know. Now we know for certain. That was the first one was the control group, you know?
Now we know. Now we know. You know, more demons, more problems.
More demons, more problems. They do in the I can't show it here obviously, but when you boot up the DLC for the game, it shows a message that says it's just like Ultraviolence, and then in parentheses, except more demons because it's DLC.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, all the difficulties will say like it's just like whatever mode, but more demons because it's DLC. I gotta figure out something else. I got about a half hour here. I'm gonna jump over to the Sony State of Play and watch that for a little bit after this. So I got about a half hour here to try maybe do another tryout for Hardship Troopers.
Yeah.
And here's one that has been on my list, so I might give this one a quick shot here.
Ooh, someone says Steven plays Legend of Grimrock 2 challenge.
I have it installed.
How do you feel about those kinds of games?
I like Etrian Odyssey a lot, which is kind of...
yeah, you do. I forgot, yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's like a dungeon crawler.
Yeah, but those are turn-based, and Legend of Grimrock is a real-time.
Oh, okay.
And that is less my jam, unless there's like a turn-based mode in Legend of Grimrock.
Okay, so I learned this the other day, but you know Wizardry, like one of the first of those.
Yeah, it's like what Shin Megami Tensei and Legend of Grimrock and all that stuff is based on.
Yeah. Wizardry, like, so it was made by, I forget the company's name, but they went on to make a bunch of other stuff.
Westwood. Sierra.
No. They did Jagged Alliance.
Oh, is that like Brenda Romero?
Surtech is the name of the company. But did you know that Wizardry was so big in Japan that they were making new Wizardry games in Japan into like the 2010s?
No, I had no idea about that.
Yeah.
Wild.
It's wild. Like that series was so popular there. That like the last Wizardry game came out in like I think in like 2014 or something. Technically they're spin-offs, but like
right.
But yeah, there were Wizardry games for like the PSP, for like the DS, for phones.
Huh.
There's a new one coming out next year, apparently.
A new one coming out next year?
There's a new Wizardry game that's a first-person mobile dungeon crawler coming out for mobile next year.
So I knew that it was influential there because, like, literally, Shin Megami Tensei is and Persona. The first Persona is based on Wizardry.
Well, like, yeah, like the whole tradition of Japanese PC RPGs, is based on Wizardry.
Etrian Odyssey, yeah.
And but yeah, my friend was telling me about this the other day. And I was like, that's wild. It's so interesting, like how a series, like, I mean, it was hugely influential because also like, you know, like Dragon Quest was basically developed as like, okay, can we make this for normal people?
Right.
Can we make Wizardry for like normal human beings?
And the answer was no.
And the answer was no, but we can make Dragon Quest instead, and everyone loves that. I came around on Dragon Quest in a big way. I fucking love that game.
Hell yeah.
Like the original. I need to play through some of the others, but yeah, it's I was also, you know, I bought that JRPG book, which I need to go through still, but I was also reading through this book that was also put out by Hardcore Gaming 101 a few years ago called Japanese Video Game Oddity or Obscurities. And I don't know much about the history of like Japanese PC gaming, but it's really interesting. Like there's so much cool stuff that like no one talks about, and a lot of it's really flawed and like busted, and by modern standards it's just like really not good. But like just people were doing really cool stuff on like Japanese PCs that just like there's no good way of playing right now for the most part. Apparently the game music is loud.
Yeah, no, it was very loud. I've got it down now. I couldn't find the settings because it was a candle. But yeah,
like people were doing really cool experimental stuff that like you only see, I feel like, in the US mainstream, or like even in the Japanese mainstream, like in the last like 10 years or so.
Right.
And coming back to that, because it was also like really cheap to make games back then, and like a lot of companies that were like not game companies, they were just like, you know, they did like consumer tech or something. They're like, oh, we should make some video games. Video games seem to be becoming popular now.
Right, because nobody knew what video games were at the time. It was like...
Right, they're just like, oh, yeah, okay, people like video games. Let's do that. What's that? I don't know.
Like, BioWare is called BioWare because they started out making, like, medical technology. And, like medical software. And people were like, well, what if... they were like, well, let's do this, like, video game thing as, like, a test to see if, like, we can... Was it to get, like, money, to get funding for their medical stuff? And it was like a Magic the Gathering situation where the thing that they did to test stuff or to get their stuff off the ground turned out to be way more popular.
Yeah, Richard Garfield inventing Magic the Gathering, like, I can't wait to make some money from this so I can make... what's that game called? Netrunner and better. Or like Legend of the Five Rings, or was that them or is that someone else?
I think that's somebody else.
Okay.
I've never played Legend of the Five Rings, but I know people who love it.
Did you ever play the original Star Wars trading card game?
I did not. No.
I didn't either. I had a few cards, and all I remember about that game is it had a reputation for being like the most inscrutable card game ever made. Like it was just unfathomable.
No, I've never played it. Like the only one I'm even vaguely familiar with is the LCG that Fantasy Flight put out for a while.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Serpent-like suggestion through the corrupted countryside, leading only, I fear, to ever
Fantasy Flight was doing cool. Are they still solvent?
I think they're still solvent. Yeah, they're still doing stuff.
That's cool.
Minnesota company. They're pretty close to here.
Viciousness, violence, and perhaps
they were making the recent version of Netrunner that I loved, Android Netrunner.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, because they branded it with their Android world.
Right.
We've talked about on a stream before.
Probably. I loved Netrunner. I know it was like at a time in my life before Fanbyte because they shut it down.
Yeah.
God, I wish I could just play Netrunner right now.
I know a lot of people who really love that game. Like all of like my smartest designer friends and like game media friends loved Netrunner. I never really played it.
Thanks for calling me one of your smartest games media friends, by the way, Mary.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, my elephant man learned Rakukaja.
Ooh.
Yeah. We just buffing everybody up in here. Love those buffs.
Gotta love the buff.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty here. So this is a game that I've been considering playing for Hardship Troopers for a while, just because it's like really fitting thematically. But I've already beaten this game once before. So I thought about like maybe playing it on Blood Moon difficulty, which is like way harder, but Blood Moon has a timer, and I don't want to play with that timer. That's why I've never done
like
it before.
A timer, like a real-time timer, while you're just playing the whole game, or
it's like you have to. It's like the game is split up into not real time, but is split into in-game days. And
okay.
You have to win within like 100 in-game days.
Oh, I see. That sounds stressful.
Yeah, and I don't like that. It feels like such a weird, arbitrary thing to add.
Yeah. That's like the first time I played Pikmin and was like, what? There's a time limit? What was... but now I'm sure I would like that.
Yeah. I mean, Pikmin has a time limit, but it's not like... And you lose your game and all your saves are erased if you run out of time, right?
Right, yeah. I don't
think so.
No, I don't really remember how it works.
Me neither. I beat this game ages ago when it came out on PlayStation 4. I played it on Vita and PlayStation 4. On normal difficulty, which is darkest, which is what I'm on right now, just to kind of like get back into the swing, like just check it out a little bit and see like, is this something I should play?
I never played it, but I've obviously heard loads about it.
Yeah, it's a great game. It's one of my absolute favorite games of all time. It's just, again, I would love to play on Blood Moon, but again, it's just like that time limit just doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
Maybe some people in chat can let me know if Blood Moon is doable.
Hi, Starticus. What's up?
Hello.
Oh, yeah. Chop them.
So you always start Darkest Dungeon with these two guys here.
Crusader. Reginald the Crusader.
Reginald the Crusader. And Dismiss the... or it's Reynold, I think, actually, the Crusader.
Oh, okay.
And then Dismiss the Highwayman. And there's an achievement for keeping them alive through the entire game.
Oh, wow.
They're pretty basic classes, though. The Crusader's kind of a half tank, half healer. Highwayman is kind of a debuffer.
Staticus, you just had your last shift at your previous job. Now you're only working one job. That's cool. Yeah, congrats.
Hell yeah. It's a good feeling. I've been there.
Love to see it.
I have lived that life before of having... Well, I worked 3 jobs throughout most of college, so... On top of going to college.
You win!
Oh, thank you for the resubscribe, the Anti-Boredom.
Yeah, thanks.
I played this game for 1 hour, realized how hard it is, and never picked it up, lol. See, that's the thing, though. Like, yeah, I wonder if there is a benefit to playing this game on stream just so other people can see it. Because I know a lot of people are never going to play this.
Yeah.
And they just... I was feeling Darkest Dungeon again because they just announced... There was a preview of the sequel today. Like, talking about what they're doing differently. And I'm not sure if I like it.
Oh, no.
I came to this...
Why? Like, what kinds of stuff?
So, Darkest Dungeon is... It's kind of a roguelike, but at the end of the day, it's also basically a strategy game.
Yeah.
Where you have like a... we'll see it in just a second here. You come to this, like, home base, and you upgrade it and put resources into stuff to upgrade your units, and there's this whole big management element to it, and then you send people into the dungeons, and then they die and come back. Or you hire new ones to replace them, and then level those ones up, and so on.
Yeah.
In the new game, they're doing away with all of that element of the game.
Okay.
Apparently, according to this first preview that came out today, and making it like a Slay the Spire.
Oh, so it's like run-based.
It's run-based now. Instead of like... And it was always kind of run-based. It was like more mission-based, and you could lose those missions, but you could always come back home and restart. Like, you could start fresh with, like, these guys in here. The stagecoach always brings in fresh blood for you to mess with.
Right.
And corpses.
But now it's like... You start with 4 units... And you go on a run, and it branches like Slay the Spire, and if anybody dies, they're dead permanently for that run, and an entire run you can beat the game in 5 hours, apparently. As opposed to this, which is like, you're supposed to go on mission after mission after mission, building up towards bosses, getting more powerful, and then, okay, now we're going to go on a run against this boss and clear this boss out of this dungeon.
I see.
In time, you will know the tragic extent.
And I don't know. It's just, I'm all for the idea of them, because they're changing, like, a lot of stuff. They're changing, like, the art style. It's all going to be rendered in 3D. It looks like Guilty Gear, where it's, like, 3D, but, like, models, but they look like they're 2D.
Yeah, that's cool.
And they're a lot less cartoony now. And I'm like, and there's, like, they're doing a lot of combat changes as well, like, interesting stuff with that. But the idea of, like, we're changing it up by making it play like every other roguelike that comes out every month.
Yeah.
Kind of bums me out.
Yeah, that's kind of disappointing.
Yeah. Because also, nobody has really done the Darkest Dungeon. Like, there are other games that are basically just like ripoffs of the Darkest Dungeon, but nobody has done it as well, I would say.
Right.
This is where you select a quest and form an adventuring party of 4 heroes to embark on it. Click on requests to see their details. Drag heroes into slots at the bottom of the screen to form your party and default party order. So this is always the thing I like too about this. Your party formations. Sometimes you can just have like random assortments of people, but if the game, like, there are certain like secret party names that are just like fun little jabs and jokes. If you like, if you have a team of entirely lepers, like, there's a name for that. It doesn't do anything, but they'll just give it to you.
That's cool.
And this one's called Red Hook because that's the name of the developer, and this is just like, you got your basic tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the core team. And it's like
cool.
It's the basic tank, it's the highwayman DPS, it's the healer, and it's the like poisoner. Let's run this mission real quick. Provision.
The cost of preparedness, measured now in gold, later in blood.
Yeah, they've said that they kind of want to make the game less nihilistic, I guess, is kind of one of the reasons they're doing it. know, Merritt.
Hmm.
I can already get that exact structure of video game from so many other games right now. I just demoed a game called Rogue Lords the other day that was like, what if it was literally just, what if we had Darkest Dungeon combat, but it was like branching paths roguelike, like Slay the Spire?
Hmm.
Oh, you salvaged the unburned torch. So the basic premise for this game, if people aren't aware, is that like you get a letter from your uncle or ancestor.
It's like, come take over my farm.
Yeah, come take over my farm. I got real high, drank a lot, got into weird debauchery, and in my pursuit of like ever more insane pleasures, I accidentally opened a portal to hell.
Wait, are you riffing on Hellraiser, or is that actually what this is?
That is exactly what this is.
Oh, so it's Hellraiser.
It's basically Hellraiser. If in Hellraiser, the guy who opened the Lament configuration sent a letter saying, like, hey, come and, like, you should really fucking take care of this Cenobite problem I unleashed.
Left too much in a fucked up bed and now hell is open. Yeah, that's good ass, exactly. Grandpa's fucked up bed joins the fight. Put Grandpa's fucked up bed in Smash. Who do you think the last Smash character is going to be?
Oh, is there still one more?
There is still one more, I believe.
Goku.
People would lose their fucking minds if it was Goku. There is like a 0% chance it's going to be Goku, but can you imagine?
Yeah. Goku or like Sora is another name I've heard thrown about a lot, but I honestly don't think Kingdom Hearts is as popular as the people who like Kingdom Hearts think it is.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a big enough thing, and it's certainly not associated enough with like the history of Nintendo in that way.
Right.
I don't know, but like not all of them are super associated. Like Cloud is in there, even though Cloud was a PlayStation character, but Final Fantasy was a franchise for Nintendo for a long time.
Yeah. God, Mario 2.
Mario 2.
Mario.
Birdo.
You surprised you were the last character. God. Just a mirror. Birdo. I mean, the thing is like it can't be anyone who's already in the game as like a sticker or something, right? Or not a sticker, but like a spirit trophy? Or an assist trophy.
Yeah. What?
I was trying to think of like some, just like if it's the last one, like you'd think it's gonna be something like really odd, maybe. And then I was like, what if it's the samurai from that Famicom game that's like Zelda? But then I remember that he's an assist trophy already.
Here's the thing. Like this is actually a serious answer. What was the first game Iwata worked on?
Oh. Iwata.
Didn't he like work on some like golf game or like You're a Little Bee or something?
I think it was that game that was secretly in the Switch, wasn't it? That flying game.
Because I could see it being like some kind of Iwata tribute.
Yeah, that's possible.
NES Golf, Mr. Bean, says Doug Turk. Rowan Atkinson would be a great character, for sure.
Yeah. Balloon Fight. I think Balloon Fight is already a something in the game.
Right.
So. God, he was only 55.
Yeah.
That sucks.
That's why I think though that they could do that. They could do something that is like a send up of like this very beloved figure, you know.
Yeah. Oh, tropical storm starting.
Oh,
it's hailing. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's hailing outside. Wow. Yeah, I mean, Nintendo was just, well, HAL was like making kind of just like rip-offs of Namco and like other arcade games at first. And then, okay, no, his first commercially published game was Joust for the NES.
Joust, really?
Yeah.
God, can you imagine if they put the fucking like Joust
put Joust in?
Yeah,
that would actually be sick. That would be like good as hell.
Yeah, but like everybody who likes those games would be like, "What the fuck?"
It would be wild if they put the Joust. Who owns Williams Electronics? Williams Electronics owns Joust, but I mean, I could see it, but yeah, people would go nuts, but also like a lot of people would be like, who the fuck is this guy riding an ostrich?
That's what I'm saying. I think the people who play that game would like, because they're already mad that Terry Bogard is in that game. Like, who's this old guy from an old fighting game I've never heard of? People, and like, I remember that was a big thing at the time, like Smash players just fucking hating that Terry Bogard got announced.
Yeah. I actually reinstalled Smash last week, but I just didn't buy any of the DLC, so I was just kind of messing around for a while, and then I was like, do I want to spend like the $50 to get all the characters?
It's that much, huh?
I don't know exactly how much it is.
Okay.
Their formation is broken.
But
Maintain the
yeah.
offensive.
I have not played that game since before Piranha Plant came out.
That was the last time I played it before last week. So.
Wow. Okay.
Well, no, I played it right when Piranha Plant came out.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Is Piranha Plant fun? Was that like actually? Do people like Piranha Plant?
I don't know. Piranha Plant. It's like fucking. I guess. I'm not. I have no idea.
First time chat from Jilter. The Waluigi dream is still alive. Wah. I don't know. I don't know if it's ever gonna happen.
I am on record as saying that that is absolutely never going to happen. I admire the resolve, but there is zero. I believe there is like a 0% chance.
Yeah.
A trifling victory.
But a victory nonetheless. Ah, shit! I forgot to open that chest. Oh well.
Is there an obvious Mario character that's missing from the past? I don't know. Like Wart, maybe, or like see Toad. You can't. I mean, Captain Toad, maybe.
Captain Toad.
Master Hand.
Master Hand.
Like, could be. Could I mean that would be very difficult to make as a character. Kamek, maybe.
What about like, what if they announce like a Super Mario Galaxy 3 but like Rosalina's already in that game, right?
Yes. Rosalina and Luma.
Yeah. So like, I could see them using it as like a. I don't. What if it was like
Pong Paddle? It can't be the Pong Paddle because I know that's a joke, but the Nintendo's version of Pong is already an assist trophy.
Well, there you go.
The pews set straight.
Tatanga. Oh my God, Tatanga. The villain of Super Mario Land.
I could see them like using it as a. Whoops, that's not the one I want to go. Using it as a. Whoops, that's not the one I want to. There we go. I want using it as a. Whoops, that's not the one I want to. There we go. I want using it as a. Oh no, whoops, that's not the one I want to. Stop playing my voice. Using it as a. No. No.
Are you
Stop playing my voice?
Twitch.
Yeah. No. Oh no.
Are you
playing my voice?
Twitch.
Yeah. Okay. Closing that for a second here. What if I mute my audio for 1 second, Merritt? Sorry. And then pull up twitch.tv. Where is this thing? Where's the state of play? PlayStation. PlayStation. Okay. Oh, wait. Let me turn my audio back on. There we go. Sorry, Merritt, I had you muted.
Oh, no problem.
State of play. I thought maybe somebody gave me maybe the wrong time on this one because I thought this was starting at 3:30, but it seems like 4 o'clock my time, 2 o'clock their time. So we still got a half hour before that. I'm sorry for switching games again on everybody. I didn't mean to. I thought we were going to be jumping straight into that.
Oh, that's cool. I'm obsessed with the idea that it's going to be Joust now.
Yeah, Joust. Joust works. It
that
makes
would
sense.
be so fucking cool. It would, yeah, and it would be like a different, like, you know, there's like Bowser Jr. who like kind of rides a little thing, but like Joust, I can see a Joust like bird, like, you know, it would have multiple jumps, like a Kirby or something. You just have lance attacks, like it's perfect.
Yeah, that would be. I mean, like as a character, they're an easy fit. Like I think you can make a character out of Joust very easily.
Yeah,
and like the idea of like it being a send up to Iwata, like I think makes perfect sense too. If they can get the license for it, I guess.
I'm sure they could if they wanted to.
I'm getting a call here that just says in all caps, Barton Meets.
Barton Meets.
Barton Meets. So I gotta take that real quick. Sorry, everybody.
Gotta have your meats.
I don't know what that's about. Let's just put up Fallout 76 for 5 minutes while we wait for Sony to switch up. Yeah, like I think Funkunkel says it's weird that Sony puts in is run by Europe now, but never puts European times down, which is very odd.
Hmm.
Do you like Joust?
I mean, I played it a bunch when I was a kid.
Right.
I like it. Yeah. I don't know. It's fun game for me to play.
Okay.
Have you played it?
I have. Yeah. We have a not a barcade, legally not a barcade.
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
sue you if you call anything
for legal
barcade.
reasons. Yeah.
But we have one that is still open around here that weathered the pandemic, and they have a Joust machine there, and that was the first time I'd ever played Joust.
Cool.
Well, where I would get like craft beers that were all named after various like vaguely nerdy things.
You love to see it.
Like a Jean-Luc Picard or something like that. I think was one of them.
God.
Jean Pluck? I forget.
God, I'm fusing a slime, and God, the slimes in this game they're not the cute slimes like in Dragon Quest. The slimes in SMT are just like horrible, screaming piles of filth.
Yeah, they're kind of the nasty boys.
Yeah.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Like this. Okay, so I was describing this
so
to people
what
earlier.
is it supposed to be like this?
Is it supposed to look like this?
Yeah.
And run at about 4 frames a second?
Is that right?
I've been informed that is correct. I asked a friend of mine who is the biggest Fallout 76 expert I know if it's normal for Fallout 76 to just do that sometimes, and they said, yes, it is. And it is basically, my understanding is basically the game is loading in another player's camp somewhere.
What the fuck?
Because the game is
How is this still broken?
I don't know. Merritt, just to get it to run at the right frame rate, I had to edit an INI file to get it to, for when it is running normally, and not doing that for 5 seconds. I had to edit an INI file. But yeah, see, if I move too far to the left and then back too far to the right, it's like loading in somebody's camp somewhere is what I've been told.
Can you just like look at the ground and move around that way?
So apparently this is something they fixed from the beta, but apparently you used to be able to do that, and they took that ability out because people found out that the movement speed is tied to the frame rate. So people were just like sprinting through the entire game.
Fuck this up. So did Bethesda make this, or did someone else make it?
It is Bethesda, yeah. It's a team at Bethesda. They're so big now at this point, you know.
Yeah. They fuck this up. So like I have read so much stuff about how actually it's like kind of cool, like people have found ways to make it fun, and that does seem cool, but it's just like, how do they fuck the basic, like, yeah, it's affecting the stream at this point too.
Okay, maybe I just need to close this one out then, actually. Yeah, and it's wild because it's the same engine as Fallout 4, but like Fallout 4 runs immaculately for me at this point. But granted, I have installed fan patches and stuff on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was making the stream sick.
That's rough.
You know a good Fallout game though.
Yeah, Sacred Meme. Sorry, the wrong tag. We jumped into Fallout 76 for like 2 seconds, and it doesn't even really run.
Yeah, we were in there for a few seconds, but yeah, like the game got very sick and made the stream very sick, so we closed it down. Listen, it's been a rough day for games that don't want to be streamed between this and Doom Eternal. A game that runs great. I wanted to show off the ray tracing looks good. I thought it looked pretty good. What's another game? Here's a game that I can play for about another 27 minutes.
Any game. What's a game?
Now, this is a game I have not beaten.
What is this?
This is Invisible Ink.
Oh, it's like when you write with lemon juice.
Mm-hmm. It's based on Nicolas Cage's National Treasure.
Oh.
So this is another game that has been a top contender for... I'm going to play the tutorial just because why not? This has been a top contender for Hardship Troopers.
Operator, we have a
Oh, this UI, though, needs to get bigger.
Some trouble on his. He's usually better at covering up after such indiscretions, but this time they noticed his...
Oh, one of my demons is evolving.
Ooh.
What is this fucking elephant-looking guy gonna... Oh, well, I would not have guessed that is what he would turn into.
What did he turn into? Like a sexy lady?
So, well, no. So I had a demon that's like an elephant, like it was like a big ball of fur with like an elephant trunk and two elephant legs, and that was sort of its whole thing. It had like no face or eyes or mouth. It turned into a turtle with a tail that is like a Chinese dragon. Like the end of the tail has the dragon's head on it.
Okay. That's cool. That's a cool look.
Yeah. I wouldn't have guessed that's how that would have worked, but I mean, no, go for it. Sure, chase your bliss.
Yeah. Sometimes a little fucked up elephant can be a turtle monster elephant.
Let's make sure he can walk.
All right.
Seems cool. Does Nocturne have the bestiary? I don't know. I haven't looked through. I don't know if it does.
Not really. I don't recall it really having much of that. You get a demon compendium, so anything that you've ever unlocked, you can like look up.
Right, and you can resummon or whatever. I don't think I have that yet.
How do I do this here?
Well, my Demi-Fiend's at level 26 now, so I am just kind of cruising here.
Nice.
And soon I will move on to the actual game.
I forget. I missed. Are you playing the DLC stuff, like the
Yeah, I'm just grinding in the dungeon, in that like the dungeon that just gives you levels, basically.
That's cool.
Because
that's what
I am a child.
No, you are a person who lives under modern video game sensibilities as opposed to the sensibilities of 2003 when that game came out.
Mm.
Okay, open door, move through door. This game, this is something, the one thing I know about this game is that it is meticulous. You have to be incredibly careful with every move that you make, including like opening doors and peeking around doors. It's like an XCOM where if you like leave a character out of cover, it's always gonna fuck you. This one is like, if you open a door too early, it's gonna fuck you.
Right. Is it a heist game or espionage?
Yes, it is a stealth tactics game where you are like a group of mercenary spies, like who go around stealing stuff in a cyberpunk world that is ruled by corporations, and you like work against the corporations. We'll see it in a minute here after the tutorial, but at some point you get betrayed, or some people figure out some stuff about you, and they destroy your organization, so you have to go on the defensive and figure out why you've been fucked up.
Yeah.
And so there's this whole cyberspace thing where you can hack things using incognita, which is your AI. You get different agents, and they can get like cybernetic upgrades.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Caution is our friend, operator. Get into position beside that door and scout the next room.
Everything is timed, but it's like... here's the one time that I'm like cool with timed things in games. Is if you're timed and you can do stuff to get more time.
Right. Yeah, yeah, that's cool.
And this game does that.
Make sure Decker is ready.
So I've set an ambush here. By opening that door, if a guard sees a door just suddenly open, they'll be like, wait, what the fuck? And they'll come to investigate. But you can set an ambush and be basically ready, so if anybody gets within range of you and doesn't see you before they get within range, you will just, like, grab them and, like, judo flip them and knock them out for several turns.
Very cool.
Has come to no aliens at distances, race damn horses. Yeah, it's no aliens and no... There are guns, but you're really disincentivized from using guns or ever killing anybody because it raises a, like, alarm level that will make missions end sooner, and you will get fucked up. This game is, like, brutally unrelenting when it comes to, like, killing your characters, because it does have permadeath as well. But it's permadeath with, like, named units, so it's not like you just can make new guys.
We should have enough power left for Incognito to bypass that hardware.
I'll hack that security camera. First time chat from Hekateris. Oh, you've played this before. Technically wrong. It's not really permadeath. Yeah, it's not really permadeath. It gets complicated for sure. And there's different difficulty settings that you can go on. I have played this before, but yeah, that is true. I just haven't beaten it before.
That guard is wearing armor. Be careful. The disruptor won't work on him. We'll have to use his blind spots to slip by.
Yeah, they point out you can rescue them. You can do rescue missions.
Oh, they like get captured or whatever?
Yeah. But if you let the oops, come on. If you let the alert level go up too much, they will still fuck you up.
Looks like he's patrolling. No trouble as long as we stay behind cover and out of his sight.
Is that cover? That is cover. I do wish this game did a better job of letting you... I wish I could, like... Maybe I can, and I'm just missing how, but I don't think there's any way to just turn the camera around and see, like, the angle. Zip. And then you teleport out. And that's kind of every mission.
We're done here. Rendezvous with International and get ready for the next mission.
At the end of every mission, you have to escape, too. You can't just, like, get in and, like, complete an objective. It's not like XCOM where, like, half the missions are just kill a bunch of guys.
Yeah, yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. So, Expert, I believe, is the base difficulty and tuning for the game. It assumes you understand the mechanics of the game well and pulls no punches. Yep, sure. That's what we'll do. DLC mods, contingency plan. I think that is turned on. Yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna go with defaults on everything except make it expert, and we'll hit start game.
Get to the main server, collect the data, and get out. No detours.
Copy that, Central.
Proceeding to target.
This cutscene is much louder than what I had the audio set to.
Insertion was clean. Alarm level holding steady. We need to get to the 3rd floor.
Whoa.
We can make our way to the server room from
the art style.
It's the clay, right?
Yeah.
Negative. It's silent on all.
This is pre Don't Starve?
They should have detected us by now.
I think so, yeah. Or... Yeah, no, I think it is. This is like early 2010s, right?
They're onto you. Get out.
Yeah.
Get out of there!
Oh, my cat demon is evolved. Oh, this is 2015. Okay. My cat demon is evolving.
Nice.
What? The fuck?
I'm sorry, everybody. This is so loud. Apparently, the audio settings do not adjust the cutscenes.
HQ compromised. We're going to need an extraction.
So the cat demon that I have in SMT3 evolved into still kind of a cat demon, but with like a big hat that looks like a mushroom cap, and wearing like a leopard bodysuit.
Senri.
Now it's Coley instead of Beast.
Go!
Is that like? Can they evolve into different things, or is it always like the same
extraction?
thing?
I think it's the same per game. I think across different games, they can maybe sometimes.
It just seems like often like unrelated to what they started as.
Yeah. This is almost over. It's so loud though.
Get us out of here.
There we go.
We've got work to
John.
do.
The cutscenes aren't affected by the audio settings, apparently. Granted, there are not many cutscenes in this game, so we should be mostly okay. I think that's the only one I'll see for a very long time. Okay. Now we've got a crew. Now we can pick a crew and set them up, basically.
You gotta put a crew together.
Inaudible ink. This isn't, says John. That's good. There's a lot of specific demons that change, I think. Says Madoon, by the way, about SMT. So these are kind of the two base characters, International and Decker. But and these ones are the DLC characters, which are weirdly possibly not canon exactly, because like one of the characters you can play as is a younger version of the lady who leads the agency. I think Rush is like, she's like physical focused, right? She runs up on people and beats them up. Wondering who I should pick here. Yeah, Fuzzy Tipsy and somebody else mentioned this as well, that Don't Starve actually did come up before this, but like a couple years. Who should I pick, Merritt?
Oh, Draco Malfoy.
Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy, born with a rare photosensitive skin condition, Matei grew up a recluse in a dimly lit world of dusty books and old stories. His debut, Nerval, The Data Vampires, made him a small fortune upon its publication, but he spent much of it resecuring his privacy. Dogged by rumors of strange augmentations, this text is very small, and questions about the real-life inspiration for his macabre works, he eventually faked his own death and retreated into the shadows. When corporate forces overran his hometown in the first major offensive of the war, he emerged from hiding and offered his skills to the PEIA. Strapped for agents, the PEIA didn't ask too many questions about how a Whoop, that's not the right button. About how a reclusive nervalist would have attained such skills.
It's a Nerval. It's like a brain novel?
Brain novel. Nermal. Yeah, Nermal's here.
He created Nermal, made millions.
Sold Nermal to Jim Davis.
Yeah.
Jim
this is my Garfield OC. And Jim was like, we love it. We love him. He's perfect. Garfield's going to send him to Abu Dhabi. It's going to be a very funny bit.
We love it. I still, to this day, refuse to believe that Nermal is a guy.
Nermal's a boy. He's like the cutest cat in the world. And everyone loves him. That's why Garfield hates him.
Okay, so Draco seems like Draco cannot level up normally, but every time Draco scans an unconscious or dead body, then he gets levels.
That's...
And he has a plasma gun. With 1 ammo.
He can only use it once, so make sure it's the right time.
Oh, plasma weapons may have limited ammo and a high credit cost, but at least they don't broadcast your position to the entire facility when you take them out of your pocket. Okay. Like blood plasma, says Funkunkle. Yeah, he's like a Michael Morbius.
Plasma. I need plasma.
Somebody's saying randomize. Is there a randomize button? All right, I hit randomize. We have Rush Rush won gold in the high-altitude dive and the 5,000-meter dash at the 2050 Augment Games. Augleets don't often make it to retirement. The experiment.
I don't love these like made-up words.
The experiment. Hogs' lives matter, Barrett. Come on, you can't just tell people that Augleets don't matter like that. The experimental nature of their augmentations tend to catch up with them before they cash. Oh fuck! I hit the wrong button again. Before they cash out, but Colette was on track, and then the resource wars broke out. Seeing her sponsorships dissipate overnight and facing the prospect of being drafted into the notorious ground brigades, she opted to join the PEIA. Her high profile makes her unsuitable for social infiltration work, but her raw athleticism comes in handy when subtlety fails.
Please do not drink Rush. You're not. The CDC would like to inform you that you should not drink Rush.
What is Rush? Is that just like a
brand
drink?
Of popper?
Oh, it's a brand of popper.
Yesterday, the CDC was like, "Please don't do poppers, but please do not consume poppers." And it was like, it was a whole thing on Twitter of like, who is out here drinking poppers? Because you would probably kill you.
Yeah. What? That's just like somebody who does not know. Like, people are like, "What are this? Is poppers? Okay, what is in that? What do people use this for?" And then like they just said, "I don't know."
It's like a 5-hour energy. You just like just suck it down.
You pop the top, and then you just can't stop.
And then you do not stop. Yeah. Don't drink poppers, people.
Enhanced optics, extensive training, and a ballistics coprocessor let Shalem direct bullets along optimal trajectories. Gives +1 armor piercing to ranged weapons. So he has like a sniper rifle? He's a sniper.
He is how you say a sniper.
He's not bazooka, he's heat seeker rocket. The son of a bitch is smoking.
You don't want to hear about blood spaghetti, or bars, bone cars? Yeah.
What?
Operator, are you there?
In the far future, Bone Getty has become the most popular god. Now I'm just thinking of that Daybreakers movie again.
Oh, is that from that movie?
Stupid movie. No, Blood Getty is not in that movie, but that is a movie where all of the vampires drink blood in their coffee or something. Extremely stupid.
It's a stupid movie. I saw it in theaters.
It's very stupid, but it was kind of funny.
I liked it in theaters, but also I was like 16.
Sure.
Even at the time, I remember thinking it was stupid, though. Like I enjoyed it because it was just like a really funny, weird. It was weird that got made with that cast that it has.
Yes.
It's like Ethan Hawke, right?
Ethan Hawke and
Willem Dafoe.
Willem Dafoe is a hero, which is kind of a rare thing for him.
Yeah. And then what's his name? Sam Neill? Is it Sam Neill like in that movie too?
Sam Neill is the villain, yeah. He's just like, I'm a vampire. The one thing you have to know about me is I'm a vampire, and I'm also a businessman. And that means I'm a real piece of shit.
I mean...
And then he finds his daughter who like ran away.
Heyo.
Hey, Funke.
What is up?
We're playing Invisible Ink over here and talking about a early 2000s vampire movie.
What's it called?
Daybreakers.
Daybreakers. Nice.
Oh, we should do a channel points thing to make people bet for how many missions I make it before I die.
Oh, wow.
Oh, turns before I die, yeah. This, for the record, this is a perfect game to play in the next 9 minutes before we switch over to the Sony stream, because I will lose immediately.
No, you're a winner.
Thank you. I don't have a crew that I am at all familiar with, though. I don't usually go for people who are like lethal focused, like the sniper Shalem. I never pick Shalem. I also have not played this game in like 3 years. In case you missed it, Funke, this is a stealth heist tactics game.
Is this one of the ones you're trying out for hardship?
Yes, it is. It has been on the top of my list to replace XCOM 2 for some time. It's this, Pillars of Eternity 2, and I think Planescape Torment are kind of my top 3 contenders right now. I just got a film in the post that is this weird Australian post-apocalyptic film, says Funkonkle. Half animated.
Sounds cool.
Oh, and then the Anti-Boredom says, just finished Castlevania Season 4. It's unfortunate, but I think the devs forgot that Dracula was the most interesting part of that show. Interesting.
Yeah, because they killed Dracula in like Season 1, don't they?
Season 2, I think.
Oh, yeah, Season 2. Yeah, because I got like halfway through Season 2 and then fell off.
I only watched Season 1. I thought it was fine.
Yeah, it was cool.
It sounds to me like most of the stuff that people really love about it comes in like later seasons.
My favorite thing about it is that there is a lot of really fun fan fiction where they're just a really messy throuple.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I think is really fun.
Fucking instant fucking taneously, by the way. I don't know if boy. Instantaneously fucking caught. I told you this
What mode is this?
Normal. It's like it's called expert, but it's the hardest difficulty. Or it's what they say. It's the hardest difficulty, but it's also like the game's like, hey, this is normal. This is like what the game is meant to be played at.
You already get got?
I've been detected already, which is usually very bad. Immediately detected. Can I move there? Yeah, okay.
What was that?
Yeah. Shut up. Oh, I can't move in front of that door, though, can I? Can I set an ambush? Will that work? I think now that he saw that door, the ambush might work. So let's see how this goes. Yeah, okay. The ambush worked. So I'm not completely fucked, but it's still not great for me. What do you got to steal? You got a security card. I want those, and I want your credits. I'm gonna get up on and knock the hell out. Ambush. Nope. What do I want? Savage Disruptor? How do I knock you out? Okay, right. KO. Kill! That's just KO. Okay. And then we can steal whatever you have. You have a cred chip.
How many stages are there here?
This is all one big room. I forgot I missed a call from Barton Meats. It's one big room, and I have to like find a thing to steal and then get to an escape route.
Okay, so I can make a prediction for chat.
Ooh, yeah.
Right now, actually.
Yeah.
Wow, a bunch of people seem to have jumped in for Invisible Ink. I guess this game has like a really devoted fan base, it seems like.
The ink heads out there.
Yeah, the ink heads, as we call them.
Not to be confused with the Splatoon fans.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, that's a different crew.
Natural predators, honestly.
Oh, we got a prediction going.
Oh, okay, what do we got?
Will Steven make it to the escape route? The one is still there.
I will not. I've already fucked this mission up so bad. But well, hopefully.
The Anti-Boredom just redeemed a bev check as well.
I see.
Oh, okay. Apparently, so Hecatera says there's an Invisible Ink Discord that notifies them of Twitch streams. So whenever someone streams the game, it's like, hey, what's up?
Yo,
that's cool.
That's very cool.
That is cool. I love when a game like that, like a mid-sized game, just develops like a really devoted fan base.
Yeah,
it's really cool. Yeah, we are, I think, jumping over to the Sony stream in a little bit.
We will be, yeah.
But it starts in a few minutes.
Starts in 3 minutes.
Hey, Imran.
Hello.
Hey.
If
Imran Khan is on the stream, everybody.
If Invisible Ink is the thing that people want to see played, though, I've never beaten it. I've been looking for an excuse to beat it for a long time. I will continue playing this. I could make this my next Hardship Troopers game.
Yeah, no. Portal Gunner says you can follow individual games on Twitch, which I know about that, but it's interesting because like I feel like certain games will attract. I feel like it's like games that like not a lot of people are playing, but that have like really like a lot of people interested in them still. Those tend to like attract people to like our stream, which is cool. Because like, you know, like something like Dark Souls, like we got a lot of people in for that, but like there's a lot of things where you can start playing it and I guess just not a lot of people are following them. But also like I wouldn't think that this would be the kind of thing where a lot of people would jump on, but it's cool.
Yeah.
We should probably switch over soon.
Unfortunately.
We'll come back to this. Let me just end my turn here. I forget if I'm in front of a door, if a guard comes through the door, if an ambush works on them. But it's on cooldown anyway, so. Oh, I should have checked his route. Oh, I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, I'll switch over. We'll be back in this.
There will be more of this at some point, but yeah, we're gonna do the Sony State of Play stream.
The result is no RIP simply because we had to stop early. I think Steven could have done it.
I think
stretch. Mr. Wise is stretching. I can see them.
I think it was coming around. I think I maybe I had a rough start there for sure, but I think I was coming around.
Yeah, Portal Gunner. We typically do stream smaller stuff. Every once in a while, we'll do like some, you know, like I did all the Dark Souls games a while ago, but those, you know, are kind of older as well. We should refund the channel points.
Well, who knows? I could come back after. How long is the State of Play? I can come back and finish that mission.
Yeah, we do like a lot of smaller stuff. Like we've started doing a stream where we just stream like a bunch of smaller recent indie games on Mondays, which is fun. We'll probably do another one this Monday.
Yeah.
And John is, when am I playing this Saturn? Oh my god. I have a Sega Saturn, but I don't have a capture card, and I also don't have a Saturn emulator set up. But John has streamed Saturn games before. John Warren, the EIC. No, not the EIC. The head of media.
The head of large, yeah. That's what I'm always
He's, I believe, going to be streaming Mischief Makers tomorrow, which I'm really excited about. I think he just watched them play it on Games Done Quick and was like, oh yeah, this is a really good game. And
yeah. A lot of our streams are just like, hey, I have an idea, let's just do that.
Let's just play this. Yeah, we don't really do a lot of like really big stuff that like a ton of people are like newer things that people are streaming a lot. We cover that stuff on the site and we play it, but we just don't often stream it.
Oh snap, 10 seconds. So yeah, this is going to be Deathloop and a few other indies, if I remember
and
correctly.
some third-party games, but who knows what that actually means.
Hey, whatever happened to that game where you're like a cat? And
Stray?
Yeah.
Did that ever come out?
No, it was meant for this year. I imagine COVID has delayed it.
Okay, yeah. I just remember hearing about it at E3 2019.
There are those who look into the eyes of another.
Yeah, I summoned John.
Opportunity. A soul to
Bring back adults only rating.
Their stories are the ones
I feel like if you announce a thing as PSVR today, that's kind of enough for me to be like, cool, I'll wait for this on something better.
Yep.
A chance to lift someone up to achieve the impossible.
Do y'all have the PSVR stuff? Have you played those?
Oh, it's this. It's this guy.
I have a PS. I left at my brother's like 12 months ago, maybe more, and I just never went and got it back.
I have an Oculus Quest that I bought to mostly play Beat Saber, and I played a lot of Beat Saber for like 2 months, and now I haven't touched it since then.
Damn, I should do more. It's a good workout. But...
It is. I should also like look into other stuff on it, because it's so weird to me that it's like 2021 and VR exists, and like I'm just like, if you told me as a kid, like, oh yeah, you'll have VR, and you'll be able to interact with it, like with your hands and stuff, I would have lost my mind. And now I'm like, yeah, it's fine.
All the VC money fell out of it, basically. Like,
yeah,
nobody is just angel investing in VR anymore.
Right. Why is this? This is like that other platformer that was like.
I think this is a sequel to Moss.
Yeah.
It is, yeah, but it's like not first person.
No, it's like a diorama. You're like, I've played a little bit of this.
You are like the tall person above it.
Yeah.
Right.
And you're like poking at Moss, and she's like,
I don't really get it.
Looks like Despero, the guy.
Oh,
I mean, it's like
little mess.
cute, but like, if I'm playing VR, I just like it's like all the Virtual Boy games that like weren't first person. It's like, why is this on VR?
In development for PSVR. We've got some more exciting updates today, so let's keep it going. Here's a flash.
This is already like I thought this was just about Deathloop. It's weird to me that they're like starting with all this different stuff.
I'm guessing then it will finish with 10 minutes of Deathloop.
Huh.
Which is a game we definitely need to see 10 more minutes of this year.
That's the thing, like, yeah. I want to play Deathloop. I'm ready to play Deathloop. I don't need to see more of it.
I imagine it is probably the only, like, big PS5 title that's for sure this year that is...
Did I lose Imran? Did I lose Discord?
What is
Imran?
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. I think.
Why do none of these people have noses?
They're from the Final Fantasy Tactics universe.
There you go.
Oh, I see. This is Fortnite.
Yeah, this is Evilise. Well, yeah, it's Fortnite,
Hey.
but they said it in Evilise.
You made Fortnite.
1,000 ROMs drop from the sky.
This low poly indie style that is like the new thing is like, I don't know. It's just like so many things just like look the same to me now.
Is this even that? This seems almost more like somebody's trying to chomp some Splatoon.
It does it's yeah. No, I mean that's a listen folks, that's a Fortnite. You're opening chests and things that just looks like Fortnite, but like a little bit more stylized.
That's Ilphonic, so it's the Predator developers?
Okay.
I love their albums. Ilphonic?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Sydney.
And the guys just look like they look like fucking the Ozzy and like the guy from the movie where he goes, yeah,
Osmosis Jones.
Osmosis Jones. They look like Osmosis Jones.
No, Ozzy and Drix. Imran. Clearly, Merritt was referring to the animated
Cartoon
TV
spin-off.
series.
Cartoon, yeah. This is Vikings.
This is Vikings. Yeah.
Didn't we see this in something
saw
else in
this.
E3?
Yes.
We saw this
I've
at
seen a
E3.
lot of Vikings.
This was that Gearbox's thing.
What if they were like, just kidding? It's not Tribes of Midgard. It's a new Tribes game.
Fuck yeah. Remember Tribes Ascend?
No, I think the only Tribes game that I played was Tribes, the first one.
Okay. The Halo killer, Tribes.
The Halo. Well, I think it predates Halo.
Oh, is it? Does it? Maybe it was Halo 2 that said, or maybe it was Tribes 2 that said the Halo killer on the box.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Like the lightning fast quick shot or the
Tribes was fun.
Tribes was fun.
Skiing and shit. I never really figured out how to ski. Though.
The only Tribes game I played was the free-to-play one, Tribes Ascend, that they made for a little while before they switched over to making Smite.
Oh, that's them, huh?
Season 1 also
Hey, do you remember Planetfall?
which give you new
I do.
special powers to customize your character.
So they were like, what? Wait, isn't there a Planetfall 2 also now?
There is, yeah. It was a PlayStation 4 launch title, I think.
Wow. The rune system. I love the rune system. I'm so glad they put it in this game.
Do you think, like, maybe this had fewer indies up until, like, a week or so ago? And someone was like, just put some indies in there. We don't need this bad press.
Maybe.
Yeah,
because of all the, like,
because
talk
of the stuff that they got hit with.
Yeah.
About, like, oh, hey, this game does have sliding. Just like Tribes.
Just like Tribes. Just like Tribes.
What if this, like, what if you played this game and, like, halfway through it turns out that it's a prequel to Tribes?
Is it not Tribes related at all? Like, are they
No,
No, we're just joking.
Okay. I legitimately thought it was for a little bit. Like,
No, Tribes is future and gun. This is past and sword.
like Warhammer.
Oh, it's Fantasy Tribes.
It's Tribes of Midgard? Is that what it's called? Okay.
It's a top down. No. You don't understand. It's new. It's top down action game. Where
I've heard of it.
You attack people and you have a skill tree and you get new abilities and you get loot. It's kind of a new idea.
What is this?
Ratchet and Clank.
Oh, it's Ratchet and Clank. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait,
it's a
I
big
know.
hand.
Yeah, I know this. What is this?
No, this is a Biomutant.
This character looks familiar. The little rabbit guy.
Is this? Wait, is this not Biomutant?
This is not Biomutant. That's like an open world game.
This is
What is this? I've seen that rabbit with the robot arm.
Mm-hmm. Biomutant looks more like raccoons, I think.
Oh, she says rabbit.
The stream is getting sick.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, so they have a sexy cat lady and then a rabbit man who just looks like a rabbit. Sort of following the rules of anthropomorphic character design.
Fist. Forged
This
in
is
Shadow Torch.
It's Watership Down 2049. What the rabbits just got pissed off and invented giant robots.
Oh no.
Legends are told.
Wait, is this literally Smite now? Sony bot Bleak said Pepluski.
Of the battle between demons and hunters.
None of these women are allowed to wear shirts on the battlefield.
No. What is this?
I hate being told ancient legends.
And on behalf of our studio,
This looks like one of those ads that I see on YouTube where like the characters are in a game and they freeze and then they're like talking to each other like, haha, first time in a battle? Yeah, me too. And it's just like, I don't care.
And you can make characters like this if you just sign up for a degree at DeVry's.
Getting a lot of...
Getting a lot of Persona vibes from this.
What the hell was the name of that game? The PS5 launch title.
Oh my god, don't even...
What the fucking fuck is going on?
Godfall.
What?
Godfall. Getting a lot of Godfall vibes off this thing.
This is like one of those, yeah, this is kind of like one of those Chinese action RPGs.
I was about to say, is this a Chinese game?
Like a...
Black Myth?
Mountain Blade? No. Yes? Black Desert Online?
Black Desert Online, yeah. There's also like there's one game that is upcoming called, I think it's called Black Myth Wukong.
Yeah, that looks cool. They should show that. Like they released I want to say, like a 20-minute trailer a couple of months ago that looked great.
Yeah, it looked really neat. And this gives me a lot of those vibes. Oh no, they're talking about Battle Royale.
1,000 pandas drop on an island.
Just
30-player free-for-all.
My issue isn't that they show indie things, it's the indie things they show are like real weird things to show. Like, there are better games.
But there's a panda.
There is a panda.
And a battle royale mode.
And a battle royale.
Everything looks, well, not everything, but like so many things look like this now.
I have a fun question in the game. Is this racist? I saw you know how Sleepy Time tea has a bear on it for like in the box. I saw Sleepy Time green tea at the grocery store yesterday, but had a panda and like a one of those like Chinese warrior hats, farmer hats that like Raiden would wear.
Right.
Okay.
Big Trouble in Little China hat.
Is that a pig man?
That was a pig man, kind of like because it's like they're maybe going for like an Odyssey to the West thing in there.
Hunter's Arena Legends. Just one of the.
It's just words. It's just words put together.
Words. You just picked 3 words out of a hat.
Now Sifu, I'm curious about this game.
Yeah, this game looks great.
Fire.
Am I like on a delay or something? Where are y'all watching this?
I'm watching on Twitch because Twitch has most of it.
Okay, me too. Oh, okay. No, I'm on YouTube. H40.
Oh no.
Because your character
this
gets
is like
older.
H42 when it's like, level 10 Mafia, level 40 Mafia boss.
This is that song about being like, once I was 42 years old.
Oh.
Yeah. There's made into a video game.
And then
wait, when you lose, you age up?
Yeah. You get older and like I think you get like better techniques. You like do less damage or you get slower, but you have like unlock more techniques because you're getting more wise.
So it's like a reverse roguelike.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. They hit you so hard you aged 3 years.
They knock the fucking wrinkles into your face.
This does look interesting.
I wonder if that's in the story too. Like your character comes back and is like,
right?
Yeah, I think that's the point of it.
That like you're immortal, but you just like keep aging or something.
Ah. Last I heard, this game was coming 2021, so I'm disappointed it slipped, but
it looks really good.
That's the team that made Absolver, which was also like a martial arts game. It was cool, but it was like multiplayer, and it was like it just didn't find an audience.
Chat says you get to retire if you win.
There was another game that did the same thing. It was like that. You remember Remnant from the Ashes, that like Dark Souls third-person shooter? The VR game they put out in that same universe first had the same concept where it's like you would die and then you would age up, and you got better at magic, but like less good at physical attacks.
Okay, does anyone remember the game that they showed at E3 2 years ago, where like it was like people walking into a city, and then there's like a big weird orb that appeared like in the sky and was like sucking things up or something?
Destiny, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Pragmata.
What was it called?
Pragmata.
Pragmata.
The one that everyone thought was a Kojima game, and then it turned out to be Capcom.
The one with a spaceman. Was there an astronaut and like a robot cat?
Yes. Yeah.
It was at last year's Sony show.
Okay, yeah. It's been bugging. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking of. So that's Capcom?
Yeah. I think they recently confirmed it's like delayed further than we think, but
oh yeah.
That thing looked like it wasn't coming out anytime soon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I thought that was like Death Stranding or something.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it looked like at first.
Everybody thought that astronaut was Ludens, the Kojima Productions mascot.
Yeah.
Striving to adapt and avoid conflict. As a jet scout, you'll
I hope that thing just turns out to be like that's what Deep Down turned into.
Oh god.
Another game that was announced at the PlayStation launch and never came out.
Not canceled though.
Isn't it at this point?
I don't think so. I don't think they ever officially canceled. I think the last time anybody asked them about it like a year ago, they were like, nope, still not canceled. We're still working on it.
Wow.
Just them pouring piles of Monster Hunter money into this thing that does not exist.
Yeah. No, we know they're not doing that. I really wish Capcom would just start a division where they would just divert like 1% of the Monster Hunter money.
I think that is actually what Deep Down was. It was their like mobile and live game division. They actually outright said, yeah, the money from Monster Hunter Forge is going to this.
Oh well.
I remember at the time people thinking that it was like going to be some, because Dragon's Dogma gets weird at the end, and like that game had some like Deep Down had some weird like, wait, are you in an animus kind of shit going on? Like, because there was like sci-fi weirdness around it.
What? This is very strange because like what you are controlling is like a dot on the middle. It's like it's Super Brothers.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's their Sword and Sorcery follow-up.
That's cool.
2 upcoming Sega games. Oh,
Demon
Slayer. This looks visually very nice.
Sure, but it's
an anime 3D fighter, which means it's probably not going to be that interesting.
Right. Who makes these lately?
Namco?
This one is Sega.
Okay.
I think Bandai Namco makes pretty much all the other ones.
Yeah.
Also, this looks like it's just going to be like a Dragon Ball situation where it's just retelling arcs from the TV series.
Yeah. I mean, anime games are a difficult thing to make because if you do anything that differs, people get mad.
Right.
If you don't do anything that differs, it's also very boring.
Like Dimps does a lot of them still, right? Like Dimps did Dragon Ball Heroes.
Yeah.
And then it did a Sword Art game.
Yeah, Thunderclap and Flash. I do like Demon Slayer a lot.
I fell off this show.
Really?
Yeah, I've never seen it.
After the first episode, I was like, what is going on?
I've heard it's one of those you have to watch a number of episodes to actually like really invest in.
It doesn't know what it wants to be for at least like 5 or 6 episodes. It's actually this arc that they're showing right now is kind of like the first. This is a weird, like very bland representation of this arc because it's just like all these environments are so empty.
I love fighting a man inside a featureless cube.
Featureless cube, yeah.
Like that's why Psychic Force 2012 is my favorite fighting game.
Oh, but they're showing a bunch of different environments there, but the whole trailer was
that game did actually blow my mind when it came out because it was basically the first 3D anime game I'd ever seen.
The little clips they showed after the trailer looked way more interesting than the trailer.
Maybe they're not built yet, or I just don't understand why they wouldn't show those.
No, that game comes out in October, so they have to be built yet.
What?
This has got to be Judgment 2, right?
I got an email about previews today.
Realistic Phoenix Wright.
Yeah,
then why would they show
hyper realistic Phoenix Wright?
Look at all those pores.
I want to say they make a Phoenix Wright Judgment or reference in the first game.
Oh wow. Yeah,
like one of the
yeah,
options
yeah.
you have is like objection.
Objection. Yeah, they totally do that. You're right.
Okay.
I just played that game a couple months ago, and they absolutely do that.
Mikoshiba's murder is too suspicious.
I do. Every time they show one of these games in America, they always use the English voice acting, and I always forget that these games have English voice acting.
Yeah, there are a number of people, especially like as someone who does the Final Fantasy XIV thing of always recommending Yakuza games. There are lots of people who just will not play them without English voice acting.
Yeah.
Really? I played Yakuza 0 for the first time a little while ago, and had a really fun time. And my friends recommended I try Judgment, because
I just love shit. Yeah, like I love when they're showing, like, watching a trailer for a Yakuza or a Judgment game or whatever, and they're just like, here are the 16 different things you will be doing in this game that is ostensibly about fighting people or solving crimes.
Yeah.
Like there are also robust karaoke, bicycling, like parkour.
There is so much side content.
Yeah.
Like little car racing.
I'm always afraid that like they'll go by, oh, this everyone loves the series because it's wacky, and start developing towards that in the way Dead Rising did.
Yeah, like 4. Yeah,
they seem to know better than that, but I'm always worried they're gonna fall in that trap eventually.
Judgment,
right.
I was one of the things I really liked about Judgment. I think that game is actually a little bit like bland on the, if anything,
compared to a Yakuza game, yes.
But like the overarching story of that game, like, is a really incredible, like, thoughtful noir mystery. I thought, like,
God, I gotta finish Judgment in the next like month, apparently, don't I?
I gotta play Yakuza 0. I played the first 2 hours of it a couple years ago, but I have it on Steam now.
It's fucking so
I
good.
know. It's okay. It's weird.
Death Stranding.
Death Stranding.
Princess Beach.
Princess Beach.
Boy, there's a story I could tell you guys in private about that one. I can't tell it here.
Okay.
I never finished Death Stranding, but I'm just like, it didn't go in the interesting directions that I thought it would.
I played it for review, which I think is probably the worst possible way to play it. And like, there may be some situation where I would have liked this game if I were not trying to cram it into 2 weeks.
Definitely. I played it a bit after launch, and yeah, sunk a lot of time into it. But
I like this game a lot. Anytime they make you pull out a gun, I really don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Advanced combat.
Well, there we go. Finally.
Well, finally.
I didn't want this.
Drop kicks. I don't know, yeah. I think I had it on my list for, like, Games of the Year, but it was also just, like, I never finished it, and it was, like... I just kind of admired the audacity of this bitch to do this. But really, Anime Stranding is the one you want.
Yeah,
it gets super interesting, and I'd say the last third. Like, I was really surprised at what they did with the story, and, like, also some of the combat in the, like, last moments. But...
Okay.
Yeah, it takes way too long to get there.
Okay, now this is what I want to see. Yeah, give me some weird fucking front-facing legs while that I ride backwards. Yeah. Stupid.
Yeah, jump ramp.
A circuit?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is just the Yakuza trailer, but all right, sure.
No, and back on board.
New story missions, okay.
I think I would have liked this game a lot more if anybody said the words "I'm fragile, but not that fragile" one less time, one fewer time. I would have been like, okay, sure, I'm willing to accept. But like, I think it was like 5 times too many.
Oh God.
This is totally consistent with adding skateboarding to Metal Gear Solid. That's so true.
Yeah. I mean, the mana pulse from Metal Gear Online, they just had it in there, except you're shooting fucking toilet paper at people.
Oh, here we go.
Now we enter the Deathloop part of the
Deathloop
every
video?
show.
Oh yeah, this is the end. It's only 30 minutes.
The problem is the Death Stranding remaster or whatever is PS5, right?
Okay,
So I'm not playing it.
One thing, Merritt, I need to correct you on is his director's cut, which I think is the most offensive part of this title.
That's ridiculous.
Because like
no one told
that's
him
his
no
game.
in the first
who
place.
was holding Hideo Kojima back?
Yeah, no one.
Thanks to one floppy adult, it says in here, that just gifted a bunch of subs to folks.
Let's go. Shut up, floppy adult.
Is Deathloop PC as well, or just PS5?
Yes, PC as well.
Okay.
Is it at launch?
I think so.
Oh yeah, you're right. Because people were joking about what if they put it on Game Pass PC.
Right. So there is a chance I will play it then.
I have seen some stuff. I saw a preview of this game that has shown stuff that is not, as far as I know, publicly available. That explains some story stuff, and it got me even more excited for this. But also, I'm just ready to play this game. Like, you don't need to keep selling me on it.
I've been ready.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm excited
I
for
read
this
your
game.
piece on it too, and I was like, oh, let's go. When's it dropping?
It feels like I'm at like the fourth E3 it's being shown or whatever.
Right, yeah.
One of your targets, Juliana, is in the business of hunting.
Tonally, I liked one thing that I'm allowed to talk about is that tonally I really like the banter between Juliana and Colt.
Yeah.
Like it's got more of like a goofiness to it than I necessarily expected, but not like Borderlands like meme humor or whatever. It's just they just like snipe at each other really nicely.
Did you play the Dishonored games, Steven?
Yes, I played them all.
Would you compare this to them in terms of like gameplay style, or is it like actually different?
You literally have the blink in this game. You have the Dishonored blink. It seems like it's what if you had Dishonored powers but more guns, and all of the levels were like Hitman clockwork things that you were like learning, like it almost seems like you have like how in Hitman they have those like moments of opportunity where it's like, you know that this person is going to be standing on the stage at this part of their loop, and you can like, okay, but if you get to this place before they get standing on there, you can open a trap door that drops them into Spike Trap. There's the Dishonored blink.
So
Also,
this is
yeah,
like actual multiplayer, right? Like you are playing against somebody.
You can turn it off too.
Okay.
What you said about the dialogue is very cool because they're adversaries and also there's a time loop. So it's nice that it actually carries through.
Yes.
And it's executed well.
There's some weird stuff about like the nature of Juliana and Colt's relationship with each other that I don't think I am allowed to talk about, but it seems really cool. The other thing I'll say about this is one of my biggest problems with Dishonored was that those games punish you for killing people anytime. By giving you bad endings if you kill too many people. This one just does not give a shit.
Which I think, like, it probably makes... I bet Arcane was like, no one is using our cool powers because all you really need is blink to not kill anyone.
Exactly. I played all of Dishonored basically just blinking and then choking people out from behind, and it was lame. You know, it wasn't lame, but it was like, I never
It's an extremely good stealth game, but, like, you feel like you're missing out on a lot of potential that way.
Exactly. I felt the same way about that first IDOS Deus Ex game.
Yeah. I think all I did in that game was just choke people out. I went full ghost.
I tried to shoot people and I got scared and turned it off. Because there's just mobs of people yelling at you. It's too much. Oh, what?
Yeah, so every loop you get like one... This is one of the things they showed during that preview, is every loop you get like one respawn. And you can like basically collect your souls.
God, I love that infinite rainbow kind of coalescing in itself there.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So I think this is different footage than what they showed us, but they're showing a very condensed version of what they showed us a couple months ago. Like the idea of like you have that... I think it's called the Hack-a-majig is the device, because Colt doesn't know what to call it. Because he has
I love
amnesia.
the dude who sees like a turret blast his friend away, so he takes out his small pistol and starts shooting at the turret.
Instead of like hiding.
Yeah, or running away anyway.
Nice.
Finally, the potential of PsyOps, the Mindgate conspiracy, can be realized on modern hardware. See, this is some of that very Hitman-like stuff of like you will be listening to people and they'll say like, I found an alternate route into the building, and you're like, aha.
Or like someone's on the phone being like, yeah, honey, I'll be home for dinner as soon as I remember to write down my password for the safe, which is 1356.
That stuff is so fun though. Why is everyone dressed up like this, by the way? Is it a story thing, or are they just...
I'm guessing Steven can't say.
I don't remember either, is the other thing. It's also... I can't remember what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not. But it sure is interesting that there's just these words appearing on screen all the time, huh?
That is interesting.
I
would love to know more about that when the game releases.
Yes, me too, Imran. Yeah, so Juliana basically plays like a Dark Souls invader. Like she can be AI controlled, or a real human player can select her.
See, that's what I worry. Like, that seems fun until it like stops you from getting progress in like for like 3 hours.
Yep. Then you turn it off.
Yeah.
You switch to offline mode to go beat the old monk in Demon Souls. Because shit, they just equipped the scraping spear and just like ran around wasting my time, destroyed all my gear.
Yeah.
When I should be killing motherfuckers, apparently.
There's a Dark Souls 3 DLC boss that is also like that.
Yeah, all of them have one eventually, right?
Yeah, but also like when I got to it, it happened to be like the first server outage in a year and a half. So it's like, why am I just facing this one NPC who's not that hard?
Oh my god.
The wolves play a sick game. Whoever fails to impress the others with their evil deeds goes into the grinder and onto the dinner menu. Let's see if we can rig the outcome.
So they know that they're in a time loop, so they're killing each other and stuff constantly and making games out of it because they know that tomorrow they'll just wake up and they'll be fine. So they do a lot of that weird stuff. This whole mission is interesting because it's like this is a faction that is like they're all wearing that wolf mask, and so is the target that you need to kill, and you don't know which one is your target because he's wearing the same mask as everybody else.
It could be Alexis, but it could also be another masked speaker.
It definitely seems like they learned all the right lessons from Dishonored. We're like, we're not just going to abandon that because it didn't sell. We're going to improve on it.
Yeah, and it also seems like they did learn from like Hitman and stuff as well.
Totally.
And I like that fusion.
Yeah, it's a smart fusion, like Hitman with like more wacky powers and stuff. That's like really cool.
And a hefty dose of residium. Time to get the hell out of here.
I dig this music.
Yeah. All the music that they've shown for this game, they had that like a whole music video that they did that was like a James Bond intro.
Like, music I think is a very important thing for trying to figure out what the game is telling you to do. Because like my initial thing when he killed that guy is like, why are you leaping down there? Why aren't you just sneaking out stealthily? But the music is telling you, no, go fight your way out.
Yeah, this is a fighting montage.
I mean, it's that age-old thing, right? Like, a stealth game is only as good as how fun it is to play if you fall out of stealth, right?
I mean, Hitman there's no fun way to escape a situation, but yeah.
Yeah, I actually don't 100% agree with that, that, like, old chestnut, but I think that is how this game is being designed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I also think there's no body hiding. That's a big Dishonored thing that they took out of this, because they just like get removed from the loop, so they just like disintegrate.
But you did. Once.
Huh.
I'm ready.
Me too. September 14th, the day before my birthday.
It's funny, there's no Microsoft branding on anything.
For the Microsoft game coming on PlayStation? Yeah. Have you seen like the MLB The Show crossplay message when you play on Xbox?
No.
It's like, do you want to play on Xbox, PC, or other system?
I do know. I have seen commercials for MLB The Show specifically, and it'll start with the Sony Studios logo, and then it will turn into a Game Pass logo. I'm like, that's funny. They knew exactly what they were doing.
That's wild. That is wild. Oh,
I'm not shocked. There was nothing else. Like, they told us what we were gonna get, so like it feels like an opportunity with no E3 show to go like, also here's God of War, or also here's Final Fantasy 16.
Right. Oh, right, 16. Yeah, like I forgot that's announced. Huh.
Or
maybe
Forspoken, which we
maybe another one soon, because they announced this a couple of days ago, right? Like,
yeah, I mean it's the same timing they usually have Nintendo Directs, and by they I mean Nintendo.
Right.
Like, just usually 2 days means a banger, 1 day means okay, and no time means it kind of sucks.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I think like at this point still also like Sony's just not quite 100% figured out what they want State of Play to be.
Yeah.
Like, is it a Nintendo Direct where it can kind of just be about one game, or does it need to be more like a E3 showcase?
Were I Sony, I would not have announced Ghost of Tsushima like a week ago. I would have just announced that here.
Yeah, because that director's cut, that seems like it's maybe actually a director's cut. That seems pretty cool.
Yeah, it seems like more of just a vessel for sharing information rather than a spectacle or like a hype thing that Nintendo Directs have become.
Yeah.
But it's weird because like their PS4 or PS5 like reveal was a State of Play. Like, they've shown big things at State of Plays before. It just there's no consistent like, this is where you're gonna like Nintendo. Actually, as much as I think their Direct stuff has gone off the rails a little bit, they do a good job of setting expectations of like, this is gonna be the one that has new first party games. This will be a one that's a partner Direct that only we're talking about as like third party stuff. Like, this is an indie world. I don't really know when you get a State of Play, aside from their own descriptions, which are sometimes incomplete, like what you're gonna show in any given one.
Right. Yeah. And I think like a lot of people also don't know what to expect a lot of the time, and you've had a lot of situations where people are like, what the fuck, they didn't show anything, they didn't show the new Pokemon. It's like, why did you think there was going to be a new Pokemon at this? Nobody said there was.
What's on the agenda now?
Well, should I finish that one level of Invisible Ink real quick?
Sure.
To make good on that prediction from earlier.
Well, I'm going to escape as I write up what this was and was not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce as well, I think. But yeah, it was fun hanging.
Cool. We'll talk to you both later then.
Yeah.
Bye.
At some point, I will be switching over to Skyrim, but I was just hoping to see if I could get Jay or Elise in here, because I think they both wanted to sit in for that.
Oh, I'm excited for that. I'm gonna get some water. Be right back.
All right. This is gonna be. I don't know how the fuck to archive this video. I might just have to archive today's entire stream as one thing, because this is nothing. This is nonsense. Yeah. Oishi says, still floored, you have to pay $20 American to fix the Japanese lip sync in Ghost of Tsushima. That is wild. I remember writing about the lip sync thing when that game first came out, and it is buck wild to me that game that like pushed itself with the quote-unquote Kurosawa mode and all that stuff, like does not have Japanese voice acting lip sync in it. That was wild. There's the terminal. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's move on through here. I think I'm good to just run up because I don't think anybody's going to be able to catch up to me yet. So we're fine. We're fine. You have a gun that kills people. I don't know if I want to kill people. I don't think it actually hurts anything. What is in this room? Okay, there's a camera and that, but I don't think that's anything I actually want to worry too much about. It's not worth burning resources on, I don't think. Even just peeking like that is probably not worth the resources, but it is what it is. We got it dealt with. So let's move on through here, and I think we are good to end the turn. See? This is going great. We're sticking to it. Security level increase. That's fine. That's fine. Let's get Rush over here. let's hack with Incognita. Let's grab what we need. Yes.
You've got it.
Okay, she's encumbered now.
When you activated that terminal, it sent out an automated message to change up the guard duty. Be prepared for new patrol patterns.
Okay. Grab that data, or not data, that power. Where is the exit? Do we know where the exit is yet? It's another thing I always have trouble with. This is where guards come from. Guards can come out of that. It might be through there, and it might be through there. This is tough. Okay. Disruptor is not done yet. Okay. Well, all we can do is see how it goes. Badly. Can you just shoot that man? I forget. Alarm +2, yep. Data security enhanced, yeah. Of course. I don't think I had much of a choice there, though. Okay, he's gonna go through there. Just keep that door shut for now. Open, peek. Incognita, pop. Go through here. And we slide into here. Probably just grab the, use the golem on there. Open safe, get some money. Okay. Okay. Set an ambush just to be safe. I don't know if that actually works if they're standing right in front of the door like that, though.
Investigating.
What is your route, sir? You're gonna go through that door? What does that mean? What does that mean? That seems bad. Don't show me bad thing. Okay, let's grab some power. Let's peek. Anything? Oh my god, really? Ah, shoot, not what I wanted to do. It's fine. Here. No doors. Okay. Well, you've come all this way anyway. It's got to be through that door there. Oh, is that the exit? Is that the exit? First time viewer from Geob. Hello. We'll have Funke coming back here in a second by the sound of it, but for right now, I'm just working on trying to figure out what the fuck my plan is.
Hi.
Hi, Funke.
I'm back. Got the full water bottle on deck.
Ooh. It's good to stay hydrated, you know?
It is. It is. Oh, could you stream the game to Discord?
Let's find out.
When you get a chance.
Yeah, let's oh, if it'll let me. Yeah, let me see here. I hit the stream invisible ink. No. Screen 1. Go live. Let's try that and see if the stream gets sick. Oops.
Hey, did you make your character, or are you just this cool person?
I am multiple cool persons. You pick 2 characters from a pool at the start of the game. What am I doing here?
This is so much. What is happening on the screen? When you go to that like grid mode,
this
reminds me a bit of what's that called? Transistor.
Transistor. Yeah, you're right. It is a lot like Transistor visually.
Looking around.
Ah, he's blocking my spot. Don't do that. Okay, let's pop this. Wait, how much does the golem do? Breaks 2 firewalls. No! I thought it was 3. Or I thought it was 4, actually. But I was wrong. I was wrong. Oh, that's just a nanofabricator anyway. I'm a fool. Yeah, I'm trying to escape this here facility with my guys alive. I don't know exactly... Oh, you can switch. Okay, you can. You're right. And then you can toggle walls. Okay, that's good to know. Aha! That makes things easier. Watched. This location is watched by an enemy. Yeah, I know it is, but that's not helping me. I'm trying to find the exit right now, Funke. I don't know that I have seen it yet, but I assume it must be in where those guards are, because I've checked everywhere else. That's all I can think. That's all I can hope for.
You said this game was like more stealthy. Are you trying to fight these guards or just avoid them completely?
I'm trying to avoid them completely if I can help it.
Okay.
Because every time if I ever kill them, the alarm level on the whole level gets increased.
Oh no.
And as alarm goes up, bad things happen to me. It gets harder to hack. Enemies start wearing armor. More guards show up. I'm sure there's more fucked up stuff that I'm not aware of.
Oh, but you still incapacitate and hide the bodies?
Yes, you can. I don't know if you can actually, if there's any actual way to hide bodies, but yeah, you can incapacitate them. It's only the only time the alarm just goes up raw is if you kill somebody and the game detects like their heart rate has stopped. Or and it also the alarm also starts to go up just naturally over time. Like if you take too long, it goes up by 1 every turn, but it goes up more if you start killing people.
Got it.
Oh, come on! Wait a minute. Okay. Wait. Where's the exit? Where's the exit?
Is it like a special door or a hatch?
Oh,
or...
I've not explored this entire room over here. I just realized. I don't think. Fuck.
Oh, and you're over the other side.
Yeah. Yes, I am. Oh, okay. So that reveals all that stuff. That's good. Console database, corporate safe. Okay.
Also for Skyrim, I know Elise is pretty busy today, but I think Jay might be available.
Sweet.
How far did you get?
We got past the first dungeon, I think, is what we got past. Because that first dungeon, it turns out, I don't know if you've played a lot. I genuinely don't know if you've played a ton of that game. But that first dungeon is really long, and I didn't realize how long it was.
Is that the one with the spider?
I think there's a spider in like the tutorial dungeon, but then there's like the first real. Oh no. Yeah, you're right. There's also a spider in that one. Yeah. It's that one where you free that guy from the webs.
Oh yeah, yes. That's when I was like, oh, Skyrim's a cool game. That's like what led me to spending. I spent a lot of time in that game with multiple characters. I think I even was a what's it called? A vampire and a werewolf
at the same time.
Yeah, horrible. You can't go outside. You can't talk to anyone. It's just not good.
This isn't gonna work. Yeah, I rolled. People asked me to roll random, so I rolled randomly and wound up with like lethal guys, and I don't want lethal guys. That's bad for me. I don't think she can do anything. I think she's just fucked.
I don't know. Why would they have lethal characters in this game if it makes it worse for you if you kill people?
There's other benefits to actually killing. If you kill somebody, if you knock somebody out, they wake up in 3 turns or something like that. Whereas if you kill them, they're just dead. And you don't have to worry about them anymore. I wish I could pick up this guy and use him as a human shield. don't think this is gonna I don't think this is gonna do anything for me. I think I'm just fucked. No. I thought I was gonna give it a shot. I was gonna see.
Are you cracking under the pressure, operator?
Are you cracking under pressure, operator?
Yes. And I'm out of bullets.
Oh.
He's only got 2 shots. I'm bringing more guys. I think that's the end for me on this one. So maybe it's about time to change games here. But you know, people guessed if I was going to beat this mission, and the answer is no. Oh, I forgot I had to rewind. Oh well. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. I would have still lost that first person on my first mission, which is not good. Oh well. MIA. Next unlock. What does that unlock? Oh, and it made different characters maybe. All right. I'm gonna message Jay real quick. I might grab myself a water as well if you don't mind holding down the fort for a second.
Oh, so I already messaged her just now.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, I will still go get a water if you don't mind.
Woo, that's all good. Chat, what is poppin'? I have a Rattler in the fridge. Don't know if I should get that. We getting rowdy? With Skyrim? Oh, let me message Jay. Rattler's a gag beer that you get people as a joke. No, it's not. It's a good... It tastes like fruits and juice. I think beer's bad because it tastes like beer. Which is never fun. Smirnoff ices. I know icing people is a thing. People did that a lot. Like, oh, you got iced. Bleh. And then you drink it. Playing Mass Effect 3, drinking a Copper Tail Night Swim, and waiting to go to Black Widow. Nice. Oh, you could go to the movie theaters? Oh my god. Where I am, movie theaters don't even exist anymore. That's a part of the old world. Hopefully they come back one day. Cause damn, I used to go to movies all the time. I used to just pull up there, smoke some Redacted with my friends, and then go just watch a movie on the big screen. It has legit been like 2 years, almost fully 2 years. Hopefully things are safe enough to open up soon by me. But yeah, Black Widow, I love Florence Pugh. So that's fun, but yeah, that looks like a good time. What is even in... I want to see Green Knight in theaters. That's the thing that I'm like, you know what? If it's not here, I'm gonna go somewhere else. Like, I'm a bit of a A24 head, and I also love Knights, so it's a win-win. Yeah, I'm in Canada. I'm fully now, but it took so much longer. Like, my friends are finally getting their second shots now. Hey, Steven.
Hi, I'm back.
Yo, welcome back.
This is literally this is literally just the same team I just had. I'll randomize again. Okay.
Jay is setting up to get on call. Is this a snack, Steven?
This is a snack. This is a kind bar because I have not eaten anything today.
Hello? You're on a 4-hour stream. You need fuel.
Oh man, I know. I don't know what to eat on things. Even this is probably too crunchy to be eating on a stream, but I don't know what to eat that won't drive people crazy.
That is true. I don't like any mouth sounds of food ever, but I know people do enjoy that. Like, there's channels for that.
What?
ASMR?
Is there ASMR mouth sounds?
Well, like people chewing and eating.
I hate that.
Yeah. And the mukbangs where people like eat food with the mic right up to the food, and it's like so much food.
I'm going out of my way to try and eat this away from the microphone so that people don't have to see it or hear it or know that it's happening.
Me too. But yeah,
I re-randomized for a brand new team. I'm gonna try again. I want to beat the first mission. I want to get through the first mission on this.
I know you can do this.
Because I feel like much like XCOM, there is a point of no return, or a whatever the opposite of that is, where you eventually get to a point where you've got enough tools at your disposal that it gets easier, but the early stuff is really hard.
Bad news, operator. They caught us completely by surprise and have no firepower with us. The guards' weapons are gene-coded to their owner.
Oh, Lucky the Hyena says just chug Soylent. That's smart.
I've never had that, but one of my friends has like a fridge full of it. So it's a hit.
It's a hit?
It's a hit.
I didn't know if people were still eating it or not, or drinking it, dreeting it.
Consuming,
imbibing.
Yeah. Becoming one with.
They say you are what you eat. Are you what you chug as well?
Fanbite stream with the thinkers today.
Yeah, finally we got the intellectuals together.
So is this turn-based?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. It's basically a turn-based tactics games. Like, in terms of what you are actually doing as a person, as a human being, it is not too different from XCOM. In terms of like what your goals are and what you need to worry about, it is very different from XCOM.
Yeah, XCOM's like shoot them aliens. It's stealthy.
Yeah. As far as I know, there's never a mission in this game where the solution is just kill everybody, like it is in XCOM. It is always like escape. Let's see here.
Oh, so the missions start when you're already in the base and you have to leave. Got it.
Yeah, you have to like get to some kind of objective. Usually there's like, oh, go hack this thing and open this safe, and then steal what's in the safe, and then get out with the thing in the safe, and then the thing in the safe will be like, here's a cool upgrade that you get or something. I was trying this. I also tried Darkest Dungeon earlier. The thing with Darkest Dungeon, I had thought about that as a potential game to play for the Hardship Troopers like strategy stream. The problem with that is I've already beaten Darkest Dungeon once. So if I did it, I would want to play on the like hardest difficulty, Blood Moon. But
Classic Steven.
I know. I like playing hard games. I do. I also tried to play Doom Eternal DLC on Ultra Violence difficulty earlier, but something is going on with Doom Eternal right now where every time I boot that game up, it restarts my computer.
Oh no. It's the final level.
Yeah, that's the final demon you have to defeat.
Yeah, I remember getting Invisible Ink, I think on a PS Plus month, that they just like handed it out.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But I only played a bit. And then I got stressed at it, this one.
It's really hard. I think this is actually harder than XCOM. Okay. Because, again, you can't just rely on real simple solutions to, like, just killing everybody. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that alerts them. It's a high pressure game, especially since you're always under a time limit per mission. But this game, so I was saying this regarding Darkest Dungeon as well. I wouldn't mind it so much in Darkest Dungeon if Darkest Dungeon had the option to get time back. Like if you could do a mission and like, oh, you get extra days or whatever. Like XCOM does the same thing. XCOM has a time limit, but you can just get time.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
And I think this game does that as well. This game is technically timed, but I think you can just get time back. Okay, so there's the exit. I know where that is now.
Have you played any of the Shadowrun games?
One of the first games I streamed in any capacity for Fanbyte was Shadowrun Returns, the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And that was right around when we were trying to get Partner, so I stopped streaming it at some point. Fabricator. I stopped streaming it, got to the very final boss, and was trying to stream, just burn through it to get to the end, so we could get Partner. And then the game, during the final mission, crashed and just corrupted completely. It was a great end to that whole thing. It was Mavis Beacon Teaches Tactics was the name of the stream, because Nikki picked my character name, and because she was a hacker, Nikki decided that she should be called Mavis Beacon.
Mavis Beacon. What is Mavis Beacon? I don't get the reference.
Oh, you not know Mavis Beacon?
No.
Mavis Beacon, there used to be... Mavis Beacon is not real, for one. When I was going to school... in elementary school, and they would teach typing classes in the computer lab or whatever. There was a software program that basically every school used called Mavis Beacon Teaches Typing.
Oh.
And the mascot for that software was this woman named Mavis Beacon, who was this smiling woman on the box of every game with or game, quote unquote, with curly hair, and she's not real, apparently. Years later, it was revealed that that's not a real person, or it's probably a real actress, because it was just photographs. But she's not really called Mavis Beacon. That was just a made up character that they made for that typing software.
Whoa. Yeah, I'm looking at the box art now. It looks like there's 3 different women they have called Mavis Beacon. This is great. Hey.
Hello?
I think Jay has joined.
I'm here.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
How's it going?
Going good. Figured it out.
Nice.
Yes. Welcome, welcome.
I'm sorry for all the abject silence there. I didn't want to chew into the microphone.
I know, by all means. I was trying to, I don't know what was going on with my microphone. I tried to figure it out, but it didn't want me to succeed, but we're here.
Nice. Badoon says
we gotta...
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, we got to do some just chatting streams soon.
Yeah.
Oh, I could forever and always do that. But, what would we chat about?
Well, I was actually thinking I was going to do this on my personal channel as well, but some tier lists.
Ooh.
Of things anything, to be honest. But those are always fun with chat. Just arbitrarily ranking things is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of do not that we call it just chatting, but we're usually playing, especially during Hardship Troopers, we would always just sit around and talk about just completely random things. I'm trying to remember what we fucking... There was one episode where it was like me, Nikki, and John trying to decide if you would want to, like, be able to... Oh, if you would want to know your own health points, your own hit points. Like, if you could know that you had 20 hit points. No other context.
In real life?
In real life. Would you want to know if you had, like, 20 hit points? No context. You wouldn't know anybody else's hit points. You wouldn't know if you had, like, high hit points or whatever. But the question was, would you want to know if somebody told you?
Mm.
And you got, like, I think we eventually got to, like, you would get one letter in the mail at the end of every year telling you how many hit points you had left.
Oh gosh.
No other context. It's not like, oh, when you run out of hit points you die, or it's like the hit points might go up and down over time and stuff like that. It's just a matter of would you want a number assigned to your constitution?
I have a very anxious body as it is, and I don't know, I think that would just deplete my hit points a lot faster than normal.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to know if it was like 2.
Right.
And 2 light taps and I'm gone.
Yeah, because 2 would be 0 real fast.
Absolutely.
Well, what if 2 is like really high?
No.
20's higher, I'm sure of it.
Then the average is like 1?
Yeah, and the average is 1. What if you are actually secretly way higher hit point, like double the hit points of the average person?
Wow.
Because we don't know what like, that's the other thing. We wouldn't know, like, does losing 1 hit point, is like losing 1 hit point going into a coma? Or is losing 1 hit point getting, like, punched in the face really hard? You know?
Walking Dead.
What's that?
I think it's...
Is this The Walking Dead?
I think it's coma or death.
Coma
That's
or death.
how I'm thinking about it. But if I had double the hit points of the average person, I would... Living like those people who, like, skateboard on top of, like, high-rise buildings and stuff. Like, right at the edge.
Uh-huh.
And then, like, go on a Segway, but with their hands.
Absolutely not.
I would be living wild.
Yeah, it's a little too wild for my taste.
Because that's the other thing, too, right? Like, you would never know if, like, oh, I've wasted my life being cautious about stuff all the time because it turns out that I had, like, triple hit points this whole time. I had, like, a triple hit point buff, and I never realized.
Yeah.
Imagine you're just, like, eating pasta one day and you choke on that, and that just, like, takes away your last hit point. Who knows?
Exactly. This is why it's a question. This is why we gotta know, like, is this how it goes?
Walk into heaven like, hey, how'd you die? Yeah, I choked on pasta.
But that could happen anyway, even if you didn't know your hit points.
True.
I have no idea what I'm doing here. Nope, that didn't do anything.
What is this?
This is Invisible Ink. It is a it is a turn-based tactical heist game where we are, like, trying to basically perform heists against corporations in the future.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. And it's very, very hard.
Because if you cross that, will you be spotted by him?
Yeah, if I get into that red, I'll be spotted. If I go into the yellow, I'm fine, because yellow means I'm in cover.
Mm-hmm.
And last time Steven got caught, it seemed like a one-shot kill.
It's a one-shot kill, yeah. Anybody who gets hit is done, yeah. I see the exit, but I don't know what am I even doing here? Locate the executive terminals. So this guy just doesn't want to fucking move. He's immovable.
He's in it to win it.
Yeah. He's got his eyes on the prize. He's in it to win it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Did you see that?
Are those arrows on the side like going down a level?
No, those arrows indicate that is where the teleporter is, because once I complete my objective, it's not enough to just, like, steal the thing that I want. I also have to escape the entire facility alive.
Oh, did someone just pop up behind you?
He walked around a corner, and I had my character ready to ambush him, so she grabbed him and knocked him out with, like, a taser.
Oh, we love to see it.
Yeah. Works for me. And then we move through here. This guy, so all my agents, different agents have different, like, start with different abilities, and then they can get more over time. This guy has the ability to become invisible temporarily.
Oh, invisible thing.
Yeah. And she can paralyze people. She can, like, inject them with a toxin that knocks them out for extra turns, which is what I've just done.
Are there, like, cameras as well in this?
And you have to hack them, and it costs power to hack them.
Yeah, I would absolutely shit at this game.
I fucked myself over so bad.
What did you do?
So I hit random at the start of this because because people earlier suggested that I just pick random lineups and like loadouts of stuff, and my ability to gain power is tied to this fusion ability, but that requires power to get power, and I'm out of power, and I was forgetting to use this power. Like, normally you just gain power over time. This time I have, like, the random gave me a thing that I need to, like, actively be monitoring it and massaging it, and I fucking forgot that I needed to do that, and I haven't had any power this whole time, or been giving myself any power, and now I'm out, and I can't hack the camera.
Oof.
No, it's fine. I got this. I got this.
You got this.
I believe it.
So how does his invisibility work till the next turn, or if they attack? Okay. So he can turn invisible. Oh, fuck me. Ah, no. Okay, rewind. I get 1 rewind per mission too. Where I can
That's not character based, that's just the game?
That's just the game.
Oh gosh, I'm so stressed out and I'm not even playing.
I would be hopefully switching to something less stressful here in just a minute, but...
Oh, that was cool.
Yeah.
Oh, so you basically went back. Okay, let's see.
Hacking cameras is totally optional. Interesting. Is it just raise security level? Let's find out.
Do you have to have skill points to like hack the cameras, or is it just power?
Oh, that's not good. That every single move I make, it's just power.
Okay.
Okay, and turn. Oops, was he? All right, whatever. Okay, close that door.
I don't know why I'm getting like major Cartoon Network vibes, and I just don't remember which game this is reminding me of.
I loved those games. All the games on that site hit.
So hard, like beautifully. There was this one where it was, I always forget the name of the cartoon, but it was basically these two rock stars, these two rock girls.
Hi, Puffy, Yumi Yumi?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. They had this game where you're stranded on an island. And
Yep.
that was my shit. That and Codename Kids Next Door. I always loved the Halloween one, the maze or whatever. I think that's what it's reminding me of.
I think I'm screwed here.
Oh no. I'm seeing a lot of red.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, sort of. We want this area that's red here to not be red. We kind of like this whole general area here that's red. That should be a different color. That should be more like a yellow or like a no color at all. Even like a gray would be good.
Gray,
kind
blue.
Yeah. You kind of want that to not be red. And I turned off the ability to. Well, I didn't turn it off. I forgot to recharge the ability to make it not red anymore. Because I hit random, and I forgot that I had switched out my... I forgot that the randomness had switched my thing. It's fine. We're just gonna lose. Horribly. We don't need to win. A lot of people think you need to actually succeed at the game to beat it. Untrue.
Hey, you okay?
You got a cloak ready to go at some point here. You ain't moving out of there. You ain't doing much of anything, as a matter of fact. I guess I've got the golem, huh? The golem goes down to 0, doesn't it? Okay, I didn't realize that I forgot that the golem went down to 0, so I could have actually just used it that way, huh? But this is, you know, this is fact-finding missions, honestly. Like, straight up, like, this is just reminding me of, like, how all this stuff works.
Nice.
Because, you know, it's a roguelike. You figure it out. You mess around. They call it a roguelike because, like a rogue...
You're sneaking around?
Because, like a rogue, you case the joint. You get information, you learn, and then you come back in and you're like, haha.
And a roguelike because you like it,
yes,
too.
Right. Well, what if I just die? It's kind of my move here. Oh, I could have closed that door, huh? Oh well. Don't need it. Like I said, a lot of people think you need to win. No. I say no. I have different strategies. Strategy number 1, lose. Strategy number 2, go play a different game.
How are you gonna get out of this?
I'm not. I'm gonna lose.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's bad. But like I said, we brought Jay on here for a very specific game, so like, no worries.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Jay, for giving me an excuse to play something else after I lose here immediately. Ugh, yeah, there's just not really... I ain't got nothing. Nothing gonna go the way I want.
Oh. We got one guard.
Got one guard.
On guard.
One guard down, 12 more to go. Also, I still haven't even found my objective yet.
Oh, that's a thing.
Yeah.
I've heard that that's good to know.
Good to know where the objective is?
Yeah.
Yeah. You might say it's objectively good. Wow.
Heyo.
This sucks so hard. I hate this.
I just broke my mic.
What?
I don't know how I did this, but I broke the stand.
Oh no.
Oh. You should get an arm.
I know, I really want to. Here. I'll just cry about this later. Big girls don't cry on streams.
I mean, hey, whatever it takes to get views, you know? We genuinely don't care for any new viewers out there. This is not our full-time job. We do this for fun. We don't make any money off of fucking streaming. But it is fun, and we enjoy doing it, so we do it.
I fixed it.
Hey!
Nice.
I was screwing in the screw the wrong way. I know righty tighty, lefty loosey, but it was just, I don't know. I don't know how I did that, but I did.
But is it though? Think about that.
It has to help me. Like, me saying that really helps my dyslexia, like, a lot.
Sure. I'm just saying, like, what if everybody's wrong? What if everybody's been saying righty tighty, lefty loosey this whole time, and what if they were just incorrect?
Yeah, true.
Oh wow, you suddenly sound way better too.
What was that? What was that? Investigating.
The same?
Oh no, now you sound back to the way you were.
Wait, yeah, your mic's like shifted.
Yeah.
Oh,
You sounded
goodness.
great, and then you sounded like kind of far away. You've been sounding kind of distant this whole time, and then you sounded great, and now you sound distant again.
Sound like shit again. Thanks. I'm just kidding.
Well, here's my plan. Like I said, I think plan A is just to lose the game. And that's kind of the beginning and end of it.
So how did you come up with this strat?
So I've watched a lot of other speedruns up to this point, and I thought to myself, wow, that seems like really impressive. People are doing like really great work out there. People really understand the ins and outs and nooks and crannies. And I said, well, what if I ignored literally everything that they are doing?
So yeah, what Steven's doing here, if you see there on the one tile that's not red, this is actually to save some frames on the next run. So yeah, check that out.
This is all part of his plan.
Yeah.
This is the way.
This is the way.
I'm always saying this. I'm always
If you know, you know.
I just finished season 1.
Oh, nice.
Of The Mandalorian.
I love it so much. Are you guys watching like any for the cartoons? They just came out with like Bad Batch for Star Wars.
I have not watched the Bad Batch yet, but I'm a big fan of the others. I'm a big fan of the Clone Wars.
I started watching the Clone Wars a little while ago. I like seeing Annie in that moment in time.
Right.
Like when he's not bad. When he's just like a cool guy. Just like a sick pilot.
He's just doing his best, you know?
Yeah.
And they're always like, Andy, don't fly. He's like, I'm a pilot. I can do this. Great guy.
Exactly. Just like that. Okay. Just like that.
Andrew K says, gosh, there are speedruns of Invisible Ink. How fast are they? This fast, because this is one. This is the first Invisible Ink speedrun we've ever done. Oh my god, it's 3! I was almost gonna... I was like, oh yeah, I can pull this out of the fire. I completely fucked myself left and right here. This could not be going basically any worse than it is. But then I was like, but wait, but unless, perhaps not. And then it was like, oh no, never mind, fuck off. Preparing to hunt. I don't know what preparing to hunt means. Why can't I close that door? Broken. Fuck. Ah! Ah! Well, I guess I just end my turn. There's literally nothing else I could do.
Investigating area.
I guess it just means he's basically stunned for one turn. The corporation called 2 elite officers. The security has also pointed to agent locations. Okay, so I'm done. But this is what happens when you play at random.
True.
What was that? Hey, investigating.
Skyrim time?
It's gonna be Skyrim time. I just want to
die.
Yeah, I just want to die. I just want it to end. You know. Also, I want to finish this level of Invisible Ink. But also.
Intruder. Investigating.
Here we go. Come on. Yeah. You do your little tappy walk. Moving on those gams.
Is this only on the PC?
No, this is on like basically everything.
Okay.
Down she goes.
Agents down, but not out. Give them a shot of med gel and they'll be as good as new.
It just came out on Switch not too long ago, and I had been playing it a little bit on Switch a few months ago.
Oh, it's on the Switch?
It just came out on Switch not too long ago. Yeah.
Oh.
Finally.
I never knew I needed a Switch until I got a Switch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What have you been playing on Switch?
Oh, I literally Hades and Animal Crossing.
Hades and Animal Crossing. Okay, that's a fucking 1-2 combo.
Oh yes, it is. And then I have Super Smash Bros, but I don't know. It just gets boring when I don't play with someone else. I feel like that game is meant to be played with someone else. I mean, the CPUs are great, and I can set up the level to what I want it to be, but It's not the same as
No.
when you have someone like next to you being like, "Ah, I would have had you. You know.
Yeah, you need a lobby up.
Mm-hmm.
sure.
Going on is so much fun too
Yeah.
in that game.
I play a lot of online lobbies with my friends. I guess because of COVID, we used to do IRL tournaments and stuff, but now it's all online, and it's a bit laggy, but you know, it's still good.
Oh yeah. I just hooked up my Xbox. It's been a while, and now I'm back on her, and it feels amazing.
Oh, that's where you've been playing the horror games you're talking about?
Yes, I have. Which one did I show you? Oh, Remothered and Song of Horror.
Yeah, and the other one.
Oh, Sinking City.
Yeah, where the dude was shaving his tentacle beard.
Yeah.
Shaving the tentacles. Ugh.
I know. That's what I said.
I hate that.
That's what sold me, I think.
And them immediately regrowing in the trailer. Not fun to see.
That's what sold me. I was like, oh my god, Sherlock Holmes meets horror, like, sign me up.
Yeah, I've heard like I know Danielle thought that like that game had some interesting stuff in it. I hear mixed things, but I also hear like it's like kind of janky, but also like really interesting.
Yeah, I've heard the same exact thing too. I still want to give it a try though. The trailer looked creepy. Yeah, I finished not the first Outlast because I couldn't get through that, but I finished the second Outlast on my computer, and I couldn't sleep at night, and so I haven't found a game like that since.
I've reestablished contact.
Yeah, I played those games. I don't even know how I got through it. With some sort of fugue state and tried to forget about it. But Alien Isolation is another one in the same kind of vein, like run away, but there's some enemies you can kind of fight.
I technically beat that mission, by the way. I technically beat it.
Yeah, you did.
I saw you win.
Mm-hmm.
The stream cut out for a second, but yes, you.
I mean,
I saw the victors.
I did it. I mean, I lost a unit. Like somebody left me on that one, but we'll probably come back to that. I think that might be what I do for Hardship Troopers to follow up XCOM 2. I think I might start a fresh one and just like work on beating Invisible Ink.
Yes. Also, maybe pick the characters too that you want to.
Yeah,
you
maybe
want
pick
to
who I
win.
want to pick. Yeah, I mean, but doing it random like that was like nice to give me like a taste of things. Alrighty, here. Let's see. Like it allowed me to kind of decide what I wanted to do, or to get a vision of what was available. Electric Guy says it's happening.
It is, folks.
Happening.
People definitely. Pepeluski asks if it makes sense to speedrun games with zero consistency. People definitely speedrun RNG games. People speedrun Minecraft, and that's like all proc-gen.
You can speedrun Minecraft?
Oh yeah, that was there was a whole thing about it recently because there was like a guy who became like super famous YouTuber overnight for Minecraft speedruns, and then
Dream,
yeah.
And he cheated, right?
Yeah, he was cheating the whole time. It was like the whole thing because he became like a huge streamer basically overnight. Okay, well, Skyrim is very sick. Hold on one sec. Skyrim is currently trying to live in both monitors at the same time for me.
Yeah, it looks super large in what we see.
I'm gonna see if I can get out of it. Well, here, let me close the tab, and then I think I have a solution here. I think I have a solution. I have not run this game really since the last stream. I haven't run it basically at all. I think I did one quick thing to try and there we go.
And are you modded up in this or what?
I am modded up. I have kind of a, so far at the very least, followed a certain rule with my mods on these games because I want to experience the games as they basically are.
You don't want something that completely changes the experience. You're more enhancing it.
Yeah, I'm trying my best to kind of just like enhance it rather than like make big goofs. You know, like I'll leave that to the truck streams and stuff like that. I'm trying to basically, but I've added things like make it look a little bit better. I've added like a few new skills, but like the basic gist of the game is basically the same. Okay, now the game is very small.
It's shy.
I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna figure it the fuck out. Okay, mods, credits, add-ons. No, quit. Okay.
Is there no settings from just the main?
I've been playing a lot of Bethesda games recently because I know very little about Bethesda games. There we go. I think that's the way to do it. I know very little about Bethesda games. I played a bunch of Skyrim when it first came out, but I had never really played a ton of Oblivion. I had played like 5 minutes of Morrowind, and then the only one I had ever played a lot of was Fallout 3. So, because especially Skyrim is such a huge thing in this world, it's one of the things that has fueled my like curiosity and seeing like the game's conclusion.
Big thing in this world is in like our human world.
Our human world, yeah. Skyrim, it's a very important historical element of the Tamriel universe. And also,
well, it is like the Elder Scrolls Online. They got so much shit there that I have not opened up at all.
That's true. That's
there
fair.
You are.
That's me. A punch. A fire.
Do you play third person?
So I've got a mod right now that lets me do this. And playing that first person
Dark Souls
is bad for everyone. Yeah, it does add iframes. It's like Dark Souls, but then if I do it first person, it does that.
Don't do that.
And everybody hates that. So welcome everybody. We're starting Sky High now. I won't be able to look at chat because here's another fun thing. So I was just saying, here's a lot of fun things about this game so far. About a lot of all the Bethesda games I've found. One, you can't just change the settings in game. You have to quit the game to change the settings.
Perfect. It's intuitive.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's what we want. Otherwise, if I didn't change the settings out of game, then I might like get too complacent. One other thing about this game is that I don't know why it does this, but if I use my scroll wheel to change between first person and third person, maybe I can just like maybe I can do this. Maybe I can make a solution here. And so I just won't use the scroll wheel. If I use the scroll wheel, Skyrim isn't smart enough to know that. That doesn't work. Skyrim isn't smart enough to know that my scroll wheel is just in Skyrim, so Streamlabs will start scrolling my chat at the same time.
Oh no, and that's bad because like you could be scrolling the volumes or other things as well. Yeah.
Electric Claire asks, Steven, did you make a Dark Souls? I kind of made a Dark Souls in some spots here. Okay. As long as I just use F to switch, I can still read chat, I think.
I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
One, I don't want you to break the game, but is it possible for you to stream the Skyrim window so we can hear the sweet, sweet sounds of Tamriel?
Was I not already? I thought I was.
It's the screen.
Oh,
I don't.
It's just showing you the mod window thing.
Oh no! I see it, but it doesn't have the audio for just us and Call.
Does it not? Okay, let me switch that up a little bit then. If I can figure this out. Okay, I will close that video. How you doing, Jay?
Gosh.
There we go.
Hi.
Skyrim Special Edition. Let's see if this works.
That was such a sweet request, Funke.
You sound good again, Jay.
Yeah,
I think I was able to figure it out, y'all.
Yeah.
Discord is unable to stream your application audio due to missing permissions. Grant Discord administrator permissions in order to send those sweet, sweet sound waves to your friends. Grant access.
Oh.
I guess that was the issue the whole time.
Yes! Oh, I'm so excited. Thank you.
There we go. Okay.
Thank you. And the second question was, who is this? Who are you? Let's get into the fiction of your character here.
So here's another promise that I made to one Nicholas Grayson of fanbyte.com, one of my good friends. Love them very much. We'll just get the whole thing here. Let's just get a whole look.
Is this Mavis Beacon?
This is not Mavis Beacon. This is Clemmy the 14th.
Clemmy. I love it.
This is Clemmy.
Clemmy!
Clemmy is back. Clemmy died, unfortunately.
Oh.
As Clemmy is known to do.
As Clemmy has died so many times, it's horrible.
Oh, Clemmy is beautiful.
Yeah, I love Clemmy. Clemmy's got like some modded in hair.
Oh
so
yeah,
it's great.
Yeah, that's not vanilla. That's not vanilla.
No, that is not vanilla at all. God, oh God, oh God. What did I have equipped? Okay, I think I'm good now. Okay, we're back. Clemmy is a barbarian. We are going for a conjuration run. Clemmy was a character in Pokemon Nuzlocke run that Nikki was doing. Clemmy, however, died many times because
Clemmy was a rival. Yeah.
Oh, Clemmy was the rival. And they died many times. And now they have been resurrected in the world of Skyrim because this is an isekai story. It will not play any role whatsoever in the game or the story of our character beyond the name. But, canonically, this is the soul of Clemmy from that Nuzlocke run of Pokemon Emerald or whatever from like 7 months ago.
I think that's beautiful. Like, Clemmy's living inside, kind of like Chainsaw Man can pull, and I think that's awesome.
Yeah, totally.
Merritt said, very luxurious hair for a character in such a dry climate, and I couldn't agree more.
You know, conditioner goes a long way.
That's some nice shea butter coconut oil conditioner that Clemmy is using, let me tell you.
And she can pack it in there, too. Look at how, like, it just goes right up into that helmet.
Mm-hmm. No hat hair at all.
Not ever. Like,
absolutely not.
I just bounce it right out here, right now. Look, like, take a look at this. Just, like, watch it fall. Also, she has an eye patch? Why did she get an eye patch? Oh, I have one. I forgot about the eye patch, I guess.
Merritt said she's on that shea moisture tip.
Yeah, Clemmy, I mean, yeah.
Ponytail would not be looking like that coming out of a helmet. Absolutely not. There would be static.
Real quick, Jay, because I've got everybody else turned up in my Discord for this exact reason. I'm going to turn you up because I've never been on a Discord call with you, really. So people can hear you better.
Thank you.
Of course.
She's so beautiful.
I love Clemmy. I'm so glad for what we've created here.
I couldn't agree more. Kill the dragon. Kill the dragon. There's just like, I don't know what it is about certain games, but Skyrim's one of them where like anything and everything that I see, I need to say it with like what I imagine to be like a Skyrim voice, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, Skyrim voice like this. You talk like this. I go to see the dragon and I kill it with my big axe.
Yo, you sound like the Nord guy.
Yes, of course. I'm finally awake, I see. Oh, well.
The Jarl.
Jarl.
Of Whiterun.
I don't Jarl to meet you too. No, that's
Oof, that was a rough one.
I'm sorry.
It's like you took an arrow to the knee.
It's real distracting, you know what I'm saying? Oh, Jarl Balgruff says play forward gaming. Play it forward gaming. I'm sorry. The text is small. I've been streaming since 12:30 my time, so it's been a grip, but I'm excited that we're finally in Sky High. For people who missed the first episode of this, basically, I've committed. I'm going to beat the campaign of Skyrim. I'm going to be the first person to ever beat Skyrim.
Good luck with that.
That was so funny. I'm
true.
I'm excited because yeah, this is a really good game. It's been memed to death, but
I would have been a part of a franchise that has never been completed before, and that is finishing Skyrim. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, of course. This is why we specifically waited to switch games until you were free.
Use the shovel.
Oh, what if I use the shovel? You think I can just?
I don't know.
Like, I mean, that does look like.
I don't know.
It looks like some kind of Jello or something. Maybe I can use the shovel like a big spoon.
Ah.
Is it
or
weapon?
magic?
Magic. Let's try magic. I have magic.
You have the magic.
I've got the power. The power of the babe.
I got the power.
Electric Claire was asking, do we have a full mod list?
A full mod list. I think I can just pull that up somehow. Mods. I took some out from last week because they were making the game sicker than I wanted to, so there was some, like, the game maybe won't look quite as nice visually, because they were interfering with some other things. I think this is just the unofficial patch that just fixes some stuff in the game. Apache hair. I've got a couple of different hair patches in here.
Realistic Water.
Realistic Water 2, the sequel to Realistic Water. I've got something called Vigilant, which I think just adds Dark Souls into this game.
Oh, okay.
We'll see how that goes. But I've seen screenshots of it. I think it just adds a world, like a place I can fast travel to that is just a Dark Souls campaign.
Oh.
Do they have their own mods folder within whatever file you have on your computer? Is it just like a separate mods folder?
I am using a thing that I'm sure a lot of people I know for a fact look down on, called Vortex, which is a mod management application that you can get from Nexus Mods, which is where I get most of my mods. Not all of them, but most of them. And that does create its own folder. It lets you select where you put them, and they're all in there. I could pull up that folder if we wanted to. We've got SMIM, which is, I think it's like static mesh and item something. It's like just makes all the items look better in game.
Oh, nice.
Some enhanced lighting inside, so the candles have little smoke wafts coming off of them, and a few other things. I've got
it's just the minute details that matter, don't they?
That's what I think, personally. Oh, I've got this.
Anyone ever listen to Skyrim dubstep?
Skyrim dubstep, I've got that in here.
You are more than welcome to send that my way.
I was playing Dota earlier, and you know, Base Hunter, famous for the video game dubstep connection. So,
Did you ever watch that anime show that they did on Netflix?
Oh, I know. I talked about that a little bit because they. God, what if I go back and play some Dota later? They have that version of that character from that thing because he's a guy. Dragon Knight is a Dota guy. My thing with the Dota anime is that I don't know if you know this about me or not, Jay, but I'm a huge Dota fan.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, my first job out of college was covering Dota 2 esports for.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So I did that for a number of years. So I'm a huge Dota player, Dota fan. I've been to multiple championships. I've covered them. And that anime, I said this during the Dota section of the stream earlier, that anime was just like, it looked like they took all the most boring parts of Dota to me. It's just like, here's a really nerdy looking version of Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight in the video game Dota 2 is voiced by Tony Todd. Tony Todd.
Who else does he voice?
He's in a lot of cartoons. You've almost certainly heard his voice in various things. He's Candyman from the original Candyman films.
Whoa! Oh, yeah. Yes.
He's in the Final Destination movies. It's like that mortician. He does a bunch of Dota characters, and in Dota he plays one of the characters he plays is Dragon Knight.
Right.
So in the game Dota, Dragon Knight sounds like, "Who calls the Dragon Knight?" Like it sounds like Tony Todd or Tony Todd. Worf's brother from TNG, for instance, from Star Trek. And then in the anime, he's like, "Hello, I'm Dragon Knight. Welcome to my beautiful show. I love adventure and good times. Hello, I'm Damien.
I love farming creeps."
He's like Ash, but through puberty and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He's like an adult. Yeah.
He's just like this real milquetoast little nerd. And like, and they have a bunch of other characters who are like, they have like I think Drow Ranger or Marana, or they just have a bunch of like normal human people, and like Dota is full of like, here's a big golem that's shaped like a scorpion made of sand, and he's a character you play as named Sand King. Here's like Nolan North voices a little fucking gnome goblin who splits into 17 different versions of himself and talks shit at everybody all the time. Or here's the like physical manifestation of a black hole that's just a character. And then in the anime, to me, it looked very much like they were like, and here's some cool guy. Hello. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
I don't think you're overthinking it. If you're someone who's played the game and has followed it for a while, it makes sense that you would feel differently about it.
But I should watch it. I should just watch it, just to say that I've seen it. I don't want to wear this.
Would you ever play League again?
Oh, I've played League. Yeah, I would play it again. I'm actually way more interested in like some of the stuff I've seen of the League TV shows and stuff like that. Even though I think Dota is a better game, I'm actually more interested in the League like cartoon.
Their lore is good. Like they did a whole overhaul a few years ago now.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
At the beginning, the lore is kind of just like, this is a horse and he's evil. But now it's like, this is the shadow horse from the Forbidden Isles dimension, and he's come to like reclaim his throne. So it's way cooler. Yeah.
Like the Dota lore is, so Dota stands for I don't know if either of you are old enough to know this, but did you know Dota 2 is the sequel to a mod?
Warcraft.
For Warcraft 3 mod.
3.
Yeah. So a lot of those characters are actually just Warcraft characters that they changed the names of.
Right.
Like Drow Ranger is just Sylvanas from World of Warcraft, but they changed her name to Drow Ranger. Traxix, the Drow Ranger. But the lore of that universe, it's called, so the original mod is called Defense of the Ancients, and the Ancients are the big nexuses that you're trying to defend. And the lore of that universe is basically like the moon was alive, and the moon went insane and then cut itself in half, and the two pieces of the moon split off and landed on Earth and became the Radiant Ancient, like the big, like everything's beautiful and green zone, and then the Dire Ancient, so everything looks fucked up. And like that's so interesting to me. It's like way more interesting to me than like I'm gonna go on adventures.
Do they not touch on that at all?
I've not seen the anime, so
you should give it a chance.
You should give it a chance.
I would like to hear your take on it.
I did think about like actually just writing about it. I can take these guys, right, Jay?
I think so. Okay. By all means, please do.
Are those giants?
Oh, hey, that's not doing a lot of damage.
Also, they... Oh, God.
Yeah, I did that on accident, not thinking about how that was in first person. Okay, we're fine. We're good.
They look smaller than I remember.
Are there bigger ones?
I thought they were taller.
Oh my God, they're so big.
I'm fine, though, right? Like, I can do this?
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Not doing a lot of damage.
I mean, 45 minutes at this one, and you'll get him.
And then just 3 more to go.
Just go guns ablazing. Even though there's no guns here, just take that metaphor and use your weapon of choice. He is...
Wow.
I am coming.
Alright. What should I do?
What do you want? There's so many things.
That's the thing, is like this is called Sky High because I want to see I want people to tell me like what's worth doing. I've just kind of been picking spots on the map to go to. I can just go with the story too.
I think you should talk to Strange Jester.
Talk to Strange Jester. So I think Strange Jester is one of the mod characters that I've
oh really?
That I have in here. So like, let's do it. Oh, he's a ways away, huh?
Yeah, but I mean, anything is good as long as you are down for it.
Okay.
Because I got sidetracked a lot in Skyrim. I think like 70 levels I was just doing bullshit. And then I decided to do the main quest.
Well,
then I decided.
I just know that people always talk about the...
What?
Is that normal?
What was that?
I think somebody shouted
I don't remember.
Dovahkiin.
I heard like something crash. Also, Funkoko, yeah, feel free to suggest fun quests and stuff.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Like, I want to be taught what's worth going to, because like I know in Oblivion everybody is always like, you want to do the Dark Brotherhood, you know, and I want to know what's like worth doing in this. Should I do the DLC? Should I skip the DLC?
Oh, the DLC is great.
Is it great?
Especially, yeah, the house stuff. I love that. You can adopt a Skyrim child.
Okay.
That's your dude. It's like a medieval sim.
Yeah, there we go.
Have you guys ever played Medieval Sim?
Is that a game?
Yes, that is actually a game.
Oh, no.
I have not heard of it, no.
It's actually pretty fun. It's kind of like, remember how in Sim 2 they had like the Castaway stories? I don't know if you guys ever played The Sims like that.
Oh, The Sims. Yeah, no, I've never really played The Sims.
I backseated the Sims and just typed in Motherload. That's about it, though.
Yeah. I still to this day motherload it. And then I crashed my game. But, you know, it's okay. Why work when you could finesse your way through a virtual life?
Of course, yeah.
But yes, they have a medieval Sims, and it's a little bit different. It's a bit more structured. It's not as free ranging as like the regular Sims, but
okay.
Yeah.
I want that fine Warhammer. I remember. Do you remember the herbs? No, that was probably again before either of your time.
Herbs.
The herbs. The
like
herbs.
just
Sims
the
in
concept
city?
of them, or
no? There was a spin-off to The Sims back on like the PSP or something like that, called The Herbs. URBZ. And it was just herbs. It was called Herbs Sim in the City. Sims in the City.
Huh? No.
You know, I think it was just The Sims, but you, instead of like making your own house or whatever, you would just like have to live in apartments and stuff inside of a city. I actually never played it, so I'm not sure.
That's interesting.
But I remember
This is super random, but I just got a notification that the new Resident Evil series is out on Netflix today.
You were excited for that, right?
I'm so excited for that. I'm hoping that it goes well. I've watched the other like movies and stuff that they've created, but so we'll see.
I have seen one of the animated movies. Degeneration? Generation?
Yeah. That's like an older one,
yeah.
I think.
Go, lady cat thing. Or die. Oh, you were hitting kind of hard, huh? What are you? Oh!
Oh.
That was rough. Okay. I'm fine.
Fine.
Blackjack said there was so much marketing for the herbs. Yeah, that's why I knew about it, because it was like in Game Informer all the time.
I don't care what you're doing.
I'm looking this up.
The herbs.
Oh, it's Urban Sims.
Yeah.
That's what it means.
Yes, exactly. It's ridiculous.
Oh my gosh. All of my friends look like these people.
Oh, there's an earthquake.
Yeah, the earthquake
This
happened
is
again.
great.
No, there's literally an earthquake happening here, guys.
Wait, what?
Oh.
Yeah, it just shifted a little bit.
What?
Where are you based again?
Go under the table.
Oh my god, my mom just texted me. Oh my god, is that an earthquake? Yeah, okay, yeah, it's an earthquake. Welcome to California.
I guess so. I've never experienced an earthquake still to this day.
That sounds terrifying. I just watched an episode. Yeah.
Nah, I mean, yes, totally. Any natural disaster is absolutely fucking terrifying. But when you've been through so many, it's kind of like, at first you kind of go, wait, is that an earthquake? And then it stops by the time you register what it is.
That's what I always hear. I feel like I always hear the people who live in California just get super used to it.
I will definitely say that there's been more recently than there has been in a while, that I can remember at the very least.
Oh, interesting.
Aren't they gonna like always get bigger until the big one?
Basically.
Oh God. Oh, that's so scary.
And we're like near the San Andreas. Well, the San Andreas fault, like, you know, runs through California and whatnot. So.
Well, it used to before the Rock like closed it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. Right. I'm gonna need him to do that again.
Yeah.
In real life this time, though, you know.
Yeah, every 6 months or so, you got to call him in and get him to like kind of seal it back up a little bit.
Shift the Earth back into position.
Yeah.
I'm being told by chat that there's a caravan outside of Whiterun that will unlock a bunch of fast travel points. Is that this?
You have to talk to the horse.
Oh, okay.
Hi. Oh no, I don't think so.
Yo, what do you got for me? Look at this horse's beautiful eyes.
Yeah, I'm lost in them already.
Look at it.
Oh God, I keep pressing the wrong button.
It scares me at the start because it's like you just fell face first.
It's the same button as crouch, so I keep forgetting that I have it equipped there.
Need a ride?
What do you know about Whiterun? Whiterun.
Mead Hall.
Oh.
Blackjack Attack asks what's the MSQ progress so far? Basically nil.
Absolutely not. None.
By asking the townsfolk. Start with the barkeep at the Bannered Mare.
Oh, did you like my pillow that I sent to you, Steven?
I did. I thought it was really, really good.
Thank you.
I should show it
that
to
is
the
of
whole
no
chat.
context to anyone here, but I was scrolling through what Instagram has deemed a most lovely algorithm for myself, and I found the perfect pillow.
What is it?
Should we put it somewhere? Should we put it here?
Yeah, can you drop the link for me in Discord and I can just pull up the image?
Yeah, you got it.
I don't want to pull up Slack, because I have it in a Slack message stream, but I don't want to pull up Slack messages on stream and show a bunch of people all that stuff. But if I can just do this. Ho, ho, ho. There is a cool quest in Falk. While you're grabbing that, I'm gonna look at chat here and see what's up with some of these quests.
There's a lot of fun quests for weapons as well.
Okay.
I forget what they're called, but they're like some sort of mythic weapons that I had a lot of fun just gathering them.
Okay. Are they like? Is there like one mythic weapon of each type?
Let me remember the name.
Daedric
Daedric.
weapons.
Yes.
I've heard of those. I'm being told this is still basically the tutorial.
How far have you gotten in this game?
I've killed the first dragon.
Okay.
There's a cool quest in Falkreath. It's just a Daedric weapon quest, apparently.
Oh, the Wabbajack, yes. Okay, I looked it up and I know what these are now.
Go outside. Okay. Do I need to talk to this guy? Do I need to have him take me someplace to unlock, or do I just need to go to every single location to unlock all of these real quick?
Where do you want to go?
For money. Should I just spend the money?
I think once you're there you can fast travel, but yeah, I think this guy can just get you there.
Okay. Let's go to Falkreath real quick and unlock that, and then I'll talk to the Jarl. I want to get out of this tutorial so that I can actually like experience the whole game. Use carriage. Yeah, look at Clemmy's form. You need to visit them to unlock them. The money is the fast way. Got it. Yeah, this is only episode 2 of this, everybody. So we last episode we got through the intro and we did that first dungeon with the claw. I don't know if y'all haven't played this game in a little while. That dungeon with the claw is long. It just goes and goes and goes.
Yeah.
I have a mod that just lets me knock on doors.
What? Do people answer ever?
They can, yeah, if they're home.
Oh, so it's kind of to check before you break in.
Before I just fucking break into their homes.
That's smart.
Did Skyrim have any movies or TV shows or anything like that?
No, which now that you say that, like, it does feel a little bit like weird that they never did any like transmedia stuff.
Right, because like World of Warcraft, they have. Oh gosh, I'm not wrong about this, right? They do have like a movie or a TV, not like a TV show.
Yeah, Duncan Jones made a Warcraft movie.
Yeah.
David Bowie's son.
And also Skyrim is on everything, so.
Yeah. Which is like so interesting because I mean, World of Warcraft has been around for a while, since like what, like 1994, 5, like maybe.
Warcraft has, not World of Warcraft, but yeah.
Right, Warcraft, my bad. But the series itself has been around for a while, so it makes sense. But like Skyrim is just as equally as long, no?
Elder Scrolls has been around for like, yeah, for a very, like since the 90s, because it was like Elder Scrolls Arena was the first game.
Right.
And then Daggerfall. And then Morrowind was kind of like the first, like, oh, this is the game that makes everything like 3D, and that was like kind of their first close to big breakout hit.
Yeah.
Wait. I know.
For whatever reason, this gives me like a mix of like if you mix The Sims and with like The Witcher.
Run, run, run!
5. I'll pay 5 gold.
I'll just confiscate any stolen goods you're carrying.
I know you.
Free to go.
Grey Pine Goods. What should I do here in Falkreath? Well, before I mess around too much, I've got this unlocked now. I'm gonna talk to the Jarl. I have to climb a big mountain, right?
I think so.
That's like the big,
to get to the Jarl?
To like finish the tutorial, right?
I forget about the tutorial.
Because they teach me like, hey, this is you need dragon power.
I forget how big these maps are.
Yeah.
There's like so much to do.
Report back to Jarl Battlegriff. Report back to Jarl Battlegriff.
It's getting better.
You have to meet the guys who live on the top of the mountain. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, we're super cool and it's cold up here, but we've got rad dragon powers.
Is it the dudes who don't speak?
Yes. Except for
I remember. Yeah, I remember I used to get my back stabbed to like 99. Just walking up behind them and being like, hit, hit, hit. They don't fight back.
So what happened at the watchtower? Was the dragon there?
Uh-oh. The watchtower is destroyed, but we killed the dragon. Turns out I may be something called Dragonborn. I killed the dragon. I think I deserve a reward. Clemmy needs a piece. Slice off a little bit for Clemmy.
Among the heroes of White Realm. But there must be more to it than that. Something strange happened when the dragon
They
died.
should end that quest and talk about the mountain dicks. We are somehow less Nordic despite living on a fucking mountain.
We should stream us making like different recipes. Well, not recipes, but like food items from Skyrim and other games.
Ooh, that would be cool.
Mm-hmm. I try to recreate sweet rolls.
Yeah.
Do you know how to like make food like that? I can't do that, but that would be fun.
I like to. I can chef up. Mama J can chef.
The only thing that's tough about baking type stuff on a stream is that it takes so long to bake anything.
I know, right? It's like take a quick break.
Yeah, we'd have to like partway through switch over. It's like, okay, now we're gonna play Apex Legends for the next hour. Gotta let this dough rise.
Between Apex, Rogue Company, and Fortnite, what would be your go-to?
Apex, probably. I've never played Rogue Company.
It's pretty fun.
I know it's popular. I know people play it because I see advertising for it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Fortnite is fun, and it has everyone I know from everything.
That's
Right.
true.
For the longest time, once I got the Lara Croft skin, I just stuck with that because that's my girl. That's my girl. I love Laura.
Me with Ripley from Alien.
Huh.
Mm.
I don't think I own any skins in Fortnite.
Steven, you gotta get dripped out next time.
There is no next time. I haven't played Fortnite since like it came out.
Oh my gosh.
I meant no disrespect.
Oh yeah, Blackjack Tech also says need to still stream Dead by Daylight sometime. That'd be pretty good.
I've never tried that, so I'm down.
Tomb Raider Unite!
See that?
Whatever happened when you killed that dragon?
Merritt has Joker skin, of course.
Oh yeah, Merritt, Nikki, and I played, and it was Joker, Master Chief, and I think Ripley. Collab of the Century.
I mean,
What
those
a
three,
team.
yeah, those three canonically did obviously work together a lot. So
Yes.
which character do you think I should, if I was to play Fortnite, which character should I make my like main skin? Who do you think that would like fit with me? Out of who's in Fortnite right now?
There's so
Steven,
many though. They're
everyone
always
is
having...
there. Like, what do you like? What do you want?
Boy, I'll be a Mad Cat Mark II from BattleTech.
They have randomly they have Aquaman, which is like so random.
Yeah, nobody asked for that one.
Right?
What did you say?
They had a bunch of DC stuff though, right?
They do, but I don't think they don't have Batman, which is like I take offensively.
Well, Batman doesn't use guns.
Okay, well yeah, I guess you're right. But,
That's gotta be the reason why they don't do it, right? Because like they don't want to have Batman using guns.
I feel like they have more Marvel characters though. Like they did a lot with Marvel and Thanos during Infinity War.
oh yeah.
Yes, my lord.
That makes sense.
Speaking of like comics, super random. Are any of you guys keeping up with the MCU universe? Like WandaVision, Loki, any of that?
I have been meaning. I haven't watched anything Marvel since Endgame, but I've been meaning to watch Loki because Imran was also telling me that it's very good. So I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, I'm obsessed.
I watched WandaVision, then I didn't watch the Winter Soldier one.
Oh right.
Because that one looked just army and kind of boring from the outside.
It's actually pretty good.
Okay.
They tried to take this almost like BLM stance with its content because of Sam as being, you know, the first black, well, not the first black Captain America, because you have to watch the show. It's this whole thing, and it's really interesting. I appreciated it though. And then Loki just comes in and just basically sets up the new MCU.
Stage 4.
Yeah, like universe, like what they're teaming up to go against, it seems like.
That looks fun. Also, side note, Funk Uncle in chat says Bruce Wayne looks like a Fortnite character, which is so mean to say to someone.
It's fucked up that you would say that about noted philanthropist Bruce Wayne of Wayne Enterprises.
Armored Batman is currently the advertised Fortnite character. Is this real?
Oh, really? Interesting. I guess Batman uses a gun in that movie, right? In the
Show me where the chug jug is.
Isn't Robert Pattinson the new Batman?
Yes, Robert Pattinson.
Ooh.
I forgot that he was doing that. When is that dropping?
2022.
Wow, okay. So
Okay.
next year.
Yeah. He was like, I need to be more than just Edward or Cedric Diggory, and I said, you right.
I've heard that he's pretty good in stuff that he's in since like post Twilight.
Fire.
Oh
Good
no,
time.
yeah,
He's so
Have you
good.
seen him in The Lighthouse?
Oh, I haven't yet. I still need to see that movie.
Oh my gosh, it's so good.
Yeah, it sounds really great. It actually sounds like something I really want to see.
It's the black and white that does it for me, with that very like silent cinema-esque moments where it's just like music and them being so animated. Love it so much.
Yeah, and like the further on it goes, Robert gets more paranoid and stuff, and just gets more creepy and cerebral. It's wild.
I have a mod on right now that gives me a bunch of spells that are like brand new and stuff like that. Like I think this is one of them, called Rat King. When entering combat, creates 3 undead skeevers under your control. Their corpses can be raised, but they dissipate when combat ends. Use the Merciful King power to temporarily prevent this ability from activating.
Are they attached?
Like as our like a Rat King. Oh God, I hope not. And also, there's one called Bone Collector. Find 11 types of bones on humanoid corpses. 4 bone altars are marked on the map. At a bone altar, convert 1 of each bone into a skeleton warrior. Skeletons do not count against your summon limit. Enemies can only temporarily defeat them, not destroy them. This is wild. Dual casting a conjuration spell empowers it, increasing effectiveness and cost. Okay. Able to summon Daedra and other non-undead minions 5 times further away. Let's do that.
You can summon minions in this?
Oh yeah. They love banana. They love banana. You just need to find a banana, and you're great. You're golden. Let's just throw some stuff into speech. I think sell items for more. Hell yeah, I want that. Lockpicking? Sure. We're good to go. Oh, and then look at this. I can just, oh, it's dark out? Well, not anymore. I got a little lantern button. That's one of my mods, too.
Oh. Nice.
Funkako says there should be a mod that reads all the perk names of the Big Reaver, but Bone Collector, Mystic Binding. It'd just be like black and white. The old Lionhead game, where anytime you cast a spell in that game, all the spells were like named after countries, though. Because the game was like, it was a game where you played like a god, and you had to like help your followers survive, but like winter and stuff like that. And so all of the different powers were like based on different like deities from different religions from different countries. So every time, yeah, every time you cast a spell in that game, it would always just be like Greek power, Japanese power.
Lydia, oh my gosh.
Oh wait, you're Lydia. You're on my side. I don't want to kill you. You're leveled up. Note to Rodolph. Alright. I assume that's important. Left leg. Oh yeah, we're collecting bones. Level up. Is there something I should be focusing on more? I've been just putting most stuff into Magicka. Should I be putting more points into health or stamina?
You can beat the game with any of these, okay. I think. So with whatever you are vibing with.
I think more health is usually a good thing to have.
I did a lot into Magicka, and then health secondary.
Okay. I've already put a lot into Magicka, so I think that's probably where I'm going.
Nice.
Lydia leveling up. Oh wait, Lydia can level up too?
I've got your back. Very good, man.
Or is that a mod? Is that a mod that I didn't realize?
I don't remember.
Because I do have a mod that is like improves the followers and lets me like tweak their behavior and stuff.
Blackjack Attack said I thought that said twerk options.
That's a different mod. I'll turn that one on a little bit later. You know.
Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your honesty.
There's a lot of those kinds of mods for Skyrim.
Oh, sure. There sure are.
There's some weird ones, too, like that for The Sims.
Oh, I bet. I definitely ran into a lot. I mean, if you go to like Nexus mods, where I got my mods for this one, and just like type in like most popular, or just like filter by most popular, like at least 50% of the first page is just like nude mods and like add jiggle physics and like different clothing options or lack of clothing options.
There's a jiggle.
Oh, for Fallout 4, one of the top ones that I saw brought up in my feed many times was like a mod to add jiggle.
Wow.
Huh.
Fallout seems like it's a fun game, but I don't know. The idea of playing in a dystopia like that, which could be a reality, I don't know. It kind of scares me.
Yeah.
That scares me, not horror games.
I mean, hey, the horror is a little bit closer to reality than like a big alien coming out and trying to kill you, you know?
Right,
Hey,
or like...
don't kill me. Don't hurt me. Oh, skeletons! Wait, is this a bone altar?
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Why does he have a tail? Why did that skeleton have a tail?
Was it a tail or was that like his bow sticking out?
Oh.
Where'd he go? Let me just see what this skeleton has in its pockets, you know? Ooh, petty soul gem. I want that. And I want conjure armored skeleton. Ooh, that actually seems like really
it
good.
does have a tail. It's like a... Oh, it's one of those other... Argonians. Is that what they're called?
Yeah, Argonians. That makes sense now. Rodolph, your little stunts try my patience. I know my uncle has issues, but he is our watchman, and you will respect him. No more sneaking in and out. No more games with his ledger or nails on his chair. No more joke, and you'll see how... One more joke, and you'll see how funny a day in the cage can be. Adjar.
Why did the other reindeer bully him like that?
Well, what they didn't say there is that he had like a shiny red nose.
Yeah.
And it was very tough for him to deal with. He was very upset about it. Activate the ritual stone. Sure. Ash pile, sure. Take that too. Take some of that lavender. Of course, of course, of course. No, you're right, Jay. I think like that is actually one of the reasons that Bethesda has a hard time deciding what they want to do with Fallout, is because like at a certain point, like the games start to hit closer and closer to home, especially since those games are like parodies, and like how do you even parody America at this point?
Which game was that the boy was trapped in the fridge?
Boy was trapped in the fridge? What the fuck?
Yeah, I think that was the Fallout. I don't remember which Fallout it was.
What?
It was like a side mission, and so you had this like kid who was trapped in a fridge for like God knows how many years when like everything, like when the nuclear explosion happened and whatnot, and because of the radiation, he looks like his skin and everything is all burnt, but he like lived.
Yeah.
And he was separated from his parents, and then you can either like kill him or like reunite him with his parents. So that was the quest.
Oh my god, why would you kill him?
Yo, people like to live out some weird ass fantasies of like brutality. So
yeah, the thing you're describing is a thing in Fallout. Like, it's ghouls. Basically, like, there's in Fallout universe lore, there's like a 10% chance that if you get hit by enough radiation, you turn into a ghoul, so you look all crispy and Freddy
yes, that's
Krueger-like.
exactly what he was. Yep. Mm-hmm. So his parents were also ghouls too.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, Merritt also says, there are also a lot of Fallout fans who unironically believe the series is anti-communist. Like, those games are, like, very anti-American imperialism, and are full of, like, anti-communist sentiment from, like, characters, but it's, like, it's parody. It's satire. Like, the main villains of Fallout 2 are people who are, like, McCarthyist, nightmare people called the Enclave, who eventually go on to basically their McCarthyism, their like deranged like anti-communist sentiment eventually like changes into this weird sort of racialism, and then they're like, we should wipe out everybody who's ever been exposed to radiation and only we will be alive. And they come back in Fallout 3. They're the main villains there too. The first Bethesda one.
I gotta give those games a try. They're all on Game Pass now, so I have them.
Oh yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, I suppose that makes sense.
But yeah, the only one that I got into, I guess, was the Skyrim and Wolfenstein as well.
Oh,
I
sure.
guess.
Oh, I love Wolfenstein.
Good games.
How many are there? Like 2, 3? 2, right?
I want to say 4 now, because they had.
Oh, wow.
Wait, no, 3, because Youngblood is the newest one.
Youngblood is the
co-op
newest one. There's
Which one's New Blood? Or is it New Blood?
Yeah,
Youngblood is you play as Billy Blazkowicz's
Yes.
twin daughters.
Yes.
But there's also Wolfenstein games way before that that I
Yeah.
just never played.
The original Wolfenstein games are like from the 90s or late 80s, maybe even.
Wolfenstein, the gameplay at the very least, and graphics give me a good mix of Dishonored and Bioshock.
Oh.
Yeah, there's New Order, The Old Blood, Wolfenstein 2, and Youngblood for
That
the
game's
newer
kind
ones.
of hard.
Oh yeah.
Which one?
Wolfenstein?
Yeah.
Yeah. The gaming mechanics are kind of hard.
Yeah,
I died so many times.
Yeah, 100%.
That's why I stopped Youngblood. It was a co-op with my friend, and this guy with a flamethrower just roasted us both, and we were like, yeah, we're done. I'm done with it.
And that was like a loot game in a weird way too, like an RPG or something, right?
Yeah, it was a bit different from the other ones.
So if you were just underleveled, you could just really easily die.
Yeah, which was not fun at all.
Then it's like, how do you level up properly?
Exploring, I guess. I don't know. I kind of push through those games a lot because I just try to avoid enemies and play more stealthy. So I think I did miss and get underleveled at a point.
Yeah.
I did just buy Youngblood, I think, because it's the only of the modern Wolfenstein games that I haven't played, and I know reviews were mixed, but I did just buy it on the Steam sale because I'm kind of curious to check it out.
Ooh. Well, if you need a co-op partner, hit me up.
I might do that, honestly.
If you guys stream, I'll just couch because I cannot be trusted. That's how shitty I am. I try, I really do try, but it just... Then I always place it on a harder setting and just get annihilated.
Their settings too are like, do you want to play baby mode?
Oh, I die every time. I'm like, yes, I am a baby. But it still murks me. And I'm just like, well, clearly I'm not meant to sit with the big boys.
Yes, my lady?
I liked that there was in 2009 Raven Software made a Wolfenstein game before Bethesda had the brand. Before they had the IP. That game was also really good. That's like pre the New Order, New Blood, New.
What was it called?
It's just called Wolfenstein. It was like in 2009. It was just a game called Wolfenstein.
Do all the games follow the storyline?
Kinda. The new games are kind of their own weird trilogy.
Right.
But they don't really. They don't like it. Not follow the original games.
Okay.
Because it's like by the time those games starts, BJ has been like fighting Nazis for a long time.
Right.
Because those games all take place. Oh, the pre Bethesda ones all take place in like World War II still. Like there's no time jump.
And the newer ones take place in like around the same time stamp.
I think
or
still
a little...
the 1940s.
It's like
yeah.
I think it's the 60s because he falls into a coma in the first game of the new ones.
Okay.
And then you meet like Jimi Hendrix in one.
Oh wow.
The fake Jimi Hendrix. Very good.
It depends on which character you pick, because you can either like you get a different character on your base depending on who you save at the beginning of the first game, Like one is Jimi Hendrix, and then one is Tekla, I think her name is.
Yeah, that I saved the young guy and I got her.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But twisted start, like.
Oh yeah, where they rip the brain out and everything, like.
And when it comes back later.
Yeah, that first game. I think that first game is really good. I think they're all a little uneven, but I think they have like a certain confidence, like, and self-assuredness that is really hard to come by.
They do, yeah, and I feel like that series could have been so much like like softer in the middle and not take it such a hard stance on the Nazis, and
yeah,
they're just because I know other game developers can be a bit less in your face about it, but Wolfenstein really does. They're like, fuck the Nazis, fuck the KKK, like they're all bad, and we're gonna kill them.
You kill, or you don't kill him, I don't think. But Ronald Reagan is a Nazi in the new one, not the Youngblood, but the one before Youngblood. Ronald Reagan is in there, and he's like trying out for a movie role in a movie that Hitler is trying to make, and then Hitler hates his performance, so he kills him. That's maybe one of my favorite, and that whole thing takes place on Venus, which I thought was very funny.
Oh yeah,
like the planet Venus.
Oh,
interesting.
They go to space.
They go to space at one point. There's like a whole bit about how one of your characters who has gotten super high. He's like, they're on Venus, and everybody's like, yeah, sure, buddy, they're on Venus, whatever. And then it turns out they really are on Venus. He's like, holy shit. It's a long trek to this mountain, huh?
They want you to explore, see the wolves.
That's true, I suppose. The
local fauna.
I just want to get past the wolves so I can get the old man's power. I've also, part of this mod that makes it so that I can roll also lets me switch between like a single-handed and dual-wielding all weapons.
All of them?
Mm-hmm. So I can just like dual-handed swing, one-handed swing. And it like makes it do less damage if it's one-handed, but you use less stamina.
Okay, that's good. Even the weapons that are two-handed, you can one.
Yeah, it just
one-hand them.
It just changes the stamina and damage. Yeah, which I thought was kind of a neat little addition. I'm being better about quick saving too, in case I run into any more enemies that kill me in one hit.
Good, and also glitches. Like you can get stuck on shit and it's just over.
Oh yeah, Big Boy Stupid in chat says, I missed that was Reagan. Yeah, you have to like check his chair. You have to, whoop. Speaking of glitches.
Speaking of glitches.
I'm going to use that opportunity to use the bathroom real quick, but I'll be right back.
I'm going to hop off, guys. I have to pick up my siblings.
Bye. It was nice hanging.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, of course.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. I don't know where Steven is. Steven. I should probably go for a walk. It's so gross outside. I know some people like the rain, but there's too much of it. How's everyone doing tonight? It's like rain on your wedding day. So true.
All right.
Hey.
Let's dragonborn back into this. That doesn't make any sense. I've got nothing. I've been doing this for too long.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it has been a bit. I might have to split soon as well.
Gotcha. It's just, you know, what's that?
Oh, I was gonna say Hargrada says it's a kind of night.
Yeah. That's kind of, honestly, I thought this whole day was a little bit like, I don't know what's going on, I don't know what to do, I don't know what I want to play. That's why I decided to just stream today. I was waiting, and I did hear from Elise, actually, that one of the projects that we're working on together that is I'm very excited about is going forward. So after this, yeah. So I'm very jazzed to look into that after this is all done. But yeah, I didn't really have anything else planned for today, so I was just like, you know what, let's just bring some chill vibes to the world real quick.
Absolutely. Also, tomorrow, work-related stuff, but would you be free to edit a piece?
Yes, I can.
Yeah!
Jay, you need anything? You want me to run to the store real quick? Like,
Jay's gone.
Oh, Jay left?
Oh, I thought you were here when she left, but yeah, she said she had to pick up a sibling.
Oh, I see. Well, best of luck to her. Oh my god! I think I have a mod that might make the enemies a little harder.
Oh no. You would have that. Also, you gotta restream it, I think, to Discord.
Oh, right, okay. Let me do that again for you real quick. Let me just fix that up. I hit screen, I hit Skyrim, I hit go live, I hit grant access, I hit yes.
Yeah!
Let's do it! Oops, before I do that, I gotta switch back over here. Pull Discord back, not Discord, Streamlabs, so I can see all the chat from the wonderful people out there today. I think for the next episode, I'm going to make sure that we have some more channel point redemption stuff in, because I have some ideas that I just forgot to implement them before here.
Oh yeah, I could also set those up whenever.
Oh sure, okay. What was I got a list around here, one of these places, in a Google Doc, but I was thinking about like throwing in like a random manga minute, like manga minute, an old segment on Channel F, our podcast that we used to do for a little bit there. Haven't had much cause to do it recently on the show, and especially since we haven't recorded in 2 weeks, because we were on vacation. But I was thinking about like throwing that on there, like if people wanted to hear a random recommendation for what I've been reading
Steven,
or what I've been looking at. Yeah.
That sounds awesome. I read manga for the first time in 10 years last night.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What'd you read?
It's fire. I've started reading Chainsaw Man.
Yeah! Chainsaw
First
Man
time.
is the best. Chainsaw Man rules.
It's wild. Like, it cuts all the bullshit. It's like, you know what a shonen is. You know what's going on. Let's throw it away. And I feel like I bounced off of Demon Slayer, and I thought JJK was okay as a show. I didn't like love it as much as everyone, but this, I'm like, oh my god, y'all are, there's twists every corner. I got 20 chapters in. I was like, oh, I love this character. And then I was like, what the hell is going on? Why would you do this? Why would you do this?
It's rough. It's so rough. Yeah. Oh no, my
Yeah.
magic is broken.
But Manga Minute is great. I can set that up actually right now.
Thank you very much.
How many channel points do you think that should be? People earn like 220 in an hour.
220 in an hour? What's a bev check cost?
I can pull that up right now. Do. Oh my gosh, people in chat have so many. Thank you for watching, everyone.
120,000. Yeah, we don't have enough. Honestly, that's part of the problem, though, is we don't have enough things to redeem them on other than bev checks and stuff, and I've been meaning to do this forever, and I just always fucking forget. We had some during E3 that I really liked. I think that were some of your ideas, like random E3 predictions and stuff like that.
Yeah, those are fun. I got to think of some more for regular streams, but I like kind of the person-based ones, like Manga Minute for You.
Yeah. I think somebody had suggested having Nikki do a watch this.
That's actually really good.
Yeah.
So this is to give a manga recommendation or talk about what you're...
Yeah, just a general minute of manga talk. I think it should cost a little bit more because I think a minute is a long time to talk about something.
Oh yeah, well you set the price. This is your shop.
It's true. Where am I going? Oh, still south. Okay. We're making this trek. We're making this journey together though.
I say 1,000, honestly.
1,000? 1,000 sounds good to me.
Because also if people have a bunch already.
Yeah, that's true. People need to burn that off. Get on that treadmill, you know.
Folks, it's live right now. If you want to redeem your channel points, as you can below in chat.
Nobody does. No, I'm just kidding. Boy, how do you get over there? This is so... Oh, wait, there's... Oh, I can see roads! I just noticed that.
Nice. You gotta get a horse, Steven.
Oh, I can get a horse, can't I?
Yes.
How did I get a horse?
We got to. I will make it so... Okay.
I can do 2 right now.
I can also do cooldowns and limits.
Okay.
So, how many minutes do you think between these?
I can do 2 minutes. I can do 2. I can do one super long one for 2 minutes, or I can do 2 separate series real quick.
Oh, of course. I mean, just for the future ones. So I can program it up.
Probably 10 minutes or so.
Sounds good.
If we need to bump it up higher, we'll. Yeah,
all right.
2 manga minutes.
2 manga minutes. Let's go.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me pull out a genuine telephone to put on a stopwatch. Okay, so I am back on the Golden Kamui tip recently.
Yo!
Yeah, Golden Kamui is so great. I mean, like, Chainsaw Man is also obviously really, really good, but, like, specifically, since Chainsaw Man has ended, or at least in the regular Shonen Jump app that I was using before, I'm back on Golden Kamui, which I have to buy physically from Barnes & Noble to get it over here. And I don't mind because it's just gorgeous in physical, but it's the whole series, if people aren't familiar with Golden Kamui, is like about basically like what if 2 people during like post-Russo-Japanese War, so like the 1800s Japan, during like kind of the Industrial Revolution, went on like a treasure hunt, like a big violent treasure hunt across Japan. What if they did that, and also it was like just incredibly ridiculously violent, and also it's one of the most ridiculously funny series of all time. It's super sweet and super interesting, but at the same time, like one of the main characters in that series, if people haven't looked this guy up, people should go look up Lieutenant Tsurumi, start with a T, on Golden Kamui, because he is like one of the greatest villains I've seen in a manga in a very long time. He's got this little pencil mustache that I love very, very much. And he's basically like, what if the Joker was a hot queer military commander in Japan, and would just like literally bite people's noses off, but also like seduces all of his men so that romantically, so that they stay by his side with unwavering loyalty, and they're all just ridiculous cartoon characters themselves. So like there's a guy who is on his team who has got 2 moles, one on each cheek, and like Lieutenant Tsurumi at one point just like grabs his face and like draws little stick figure men on each of them, and he's like, I'll never wash this face again, so he never washes off his little stick figures under his moles. It's very funny. Yeah. And that was 2 minutes.
Very nice. Damn, yeah, my friend is reading that as well.
Ooh.
And she sends me like screen caps of like the pages, and it's the most ridiculous shit I've ever seen.
It's ridiculous. It absolutely is. I know I'm going over, as like any manga minute on Channel F, I'm going to go over time here, but it is like just slapstick comedy ridiculousness intercut with like horrendous violence, intercut with like incredibly touching moments of like emotional reconciliation. It's really
and
cool.
also like historical elements as well. I heard that a lot of it is like really accurate, and she's learned a lot from it, which is cool.
It's like a historical drama in a lot of ways. It's because the characters are a Japanese soldier and an Ainu, like indigenous Japanese girl from Hokkaido. And they're always, like, a lot of their bonding throughout the series together is them basically doing cultural exchange with one another. All right.
Were there any other channel points you wanted to add?
I have a list somewhere. I'll have to pull it up at some point.
Oh, yeah. No problem. Frostbite spider.
Don't like this. You should die. There we go.
Were those leg injury things like in the base game, or?
No, I've made that's new for my run, for my mod.
Got you. Because that spider tripped.
Argrada asks, "Can we spend points to take minutes away?" And I think that's, you know, guess not everybody's a big fan.
What's up, Grace? Hi.
Ooh. Hi, Grace.
Steven, I think I got a split now.
Alright.
Sign out, but this has been fun.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah, I also like the long-running stream. It's very cool. You can cover a lot of ground as well.
Totally. I've been doing a lot of different stuff today. I was doing these on Sundays every once in a while anyway, but I figured maybe I would, like, especially since I didn't have anything else going on today, as I was waiting for PR to get back to us on a couple of different projects, I figured today during work hours would be just as well. And I was excited, and it lined up well with the state of play. So, but I know you gotta bounce out, so take your leave if you gotta.
Yes, talk to you later, yo.
I'll talk to you later. I'm gonna get to the top of this mountain here before I bounce out, though. But one thing I will do is probably stop that stream to the Discord so that I get all my frames. There we go. These are excuse me, I'm a paying customer. I came for these frames. Any non-Shonen Jump lately? Golden Kamui's not Shonen Jump. That I don't think that's Golden Kamui. I think is Viz Media, but it is not under the. So it's like the same parent company, I think, but it's like under the imprint of like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure or something. So. I also did buy all of To Your Eternity recently. The issues of it that I was missing, the volumes I was missing. Very excited to dip back into that now that I've been watching more of the anime. I ain't reading all that. I'm happy for you, though. I yearn to have you as my own, washing my linens and my fine blonde hair, to cook my dinner from my stove and tend to my house while I wander. Yours truly, Sven. That guy seemed like he sucked, but he's dead now, and I bet I know why. Nope. Done. Letter from Courier, though. It seems our expedition to Crystal Drift Cave has met with some resistance from its inhabitants. I know this isn't the first time, but if you would provide us with a few more men and supplies, we are certain the treasure there would yield a return on your investment. This time for sure. If not, we could begin searching for prospects outside the rift, as swift reply would be most appreciated. That's how I end all my emails. Skyrim, I ain't reading all that. Yeah, Merritt was telling me that someone who was... Ah! Stop doing this! Okay, hold on. We're good. Merritt was telling me that somebody, I think at Polygon, played through all, or read through all of the books in Skyrim once, and they're all terrible. So it's just not worth it. Oh, well, I fall down. I did just, I did save. Not to. Oh, that was BDG. Oh, wait, I didn't die. Oh, is he dead? Okay, great. Ryan David Gilbert. I've never actually really watched any of his stuff before. I'm sure I would like it. I don't watch a lot of stuff, period, these days. I did see another manga minute redeemed there. I will have to probably put a longer cooldown on that, but I don't mind saying that I have been going through, this isn't 100% manga related, but I have been going through and watching To Your Eternity, and that is a hella of a show in the anime space. If people haven't already started watching that, very, 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 very sad and heartbreaking if you're not already aware of it. I'm farther ahead because of the manga, however. The manga is very delicate and very beautiful looking type of series. Speaking of which, if you want like really delicate line work and really just really good looking black and white art, Witch Hat Atelier is a series that I've written about a little bit on the website. That is a really good, like, if you've got like, if you used to be a fan of Harry Potter or something like that when you were younger and are maybe looking for something that is not in support of a piece of shit author, Witch Hat Atelier is like a really good story about like young people discovering magic and learning about their costs, and is like more socially minded and like interested in how magic interacts with like social issues and real world issues in some ways, not always just like, you know, society and stuff, but also like what does it mean to live in a world with magic if you are like blind or disabled or something like that? Like, are people allowed to do that? Can they fix it? What does that do? And like, there are whole stories about that sort of thing that I think are really interesting. Electric Claire says, Witch Hat Atelier is great. Pacing is a little weird at the beginning, but it evens out. I think that's true of like most manga, honestly. I think a lot of manga is it has a lot more rope to kind of like figure out what it wants to be than some series often always do, and it takes full advantage of that. I think Chainsaw Man, Jujutsu Kaisen, there was something else we were talking about earlier was the same way. How hard did that hit me? Oops, that's not what I want. Oh, it didn't hit me that hard at all, actually. We're good. We're great. We're doing just fine. Look at this. Try and hit me. Stop trying to hit me and hit me, you know? Nerd. Nerd. Come here, nerd. What's up? What if I summon a Flame Atronach? You don't like fire, right? These guys don't like fire? Let's switch up to Flame Atronach there, and let's grab item. Let's grab that axe, or no, Warhammer again. Oofa doofa, oofa doofa doofa doofa. No, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Good. This is where I got the Atronach. The Atronach can do damage for me while I bounce. See? Great stuff. Great stuff. Troll Skull. I want that, obviously. There's no way that the TYE anime reaches the current manga, so I'm really curious where it ends up. Oh yeah. The current, like, what's available in the anime? They like they haven't even finished season 1. They're not even like, oh boy. Yeah, or unless you mean specifically like you don't think they're ever going to go into what the manga does. Period. I don't know. Golden Kamui got renewed for a 4th season, but that's a ways out. That's like season 3 ended not too long ago, but season 4 isn't out until next year. Diane Duane's Young Wizard series is also a stellar Harry Potter alternative. This is Taylor. Interesting. Irish Dead Guard. Oh, okay. Now where do I need to go to? Some kind of house? You got some kind of house here. You got some kind of domicile where you keep your magics. Ah, this is what we're talking about. Okay, now it's time.
The path isn't safe.
Aren't the Greybeards expecting some surprise?
What in the world? Honestly, you just will not stop, will you, game? That's fine. I got this. See? Done. All right. Skyrim bullying says dull focus, yeah. Oh, an animated Bonchen from Suzuishi from from To Your Eternity. That's their name, right? That's his name. God. Also, great example. If we're talking anime specifically, great example of anime OPs that low-key spoil the show. Like, if you have no idea what is going on in To Your Eternity, you won't really have it. Like, especially in like the first couple of episodes, you watch that intro and it's just like, what is any of this? Who are these people? And then if you've read the manga and you know, it's like the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure thing. JoJo, the first two seasons of JoJo do a very similar thing where they spoil the entire show in the intro. To Your Eternity does a lot of that too. It's rough. Yes, there we go. Oishi says the full name, and that I do recognize much more quickly. An animated Bonchien Nikolai La Tasty Peach Uralis. Of course. Who could ever forget those characters? That famous character for those characters. Well, you know, he contains multitudes. In fairness. Let's hit quick save again. This game crashes enough that I'm worried.
Keep an eye out for wolves if you're headed up the path to High Hrothgar.
I'm more worried about bears, my dude.
I did.
Strange days when the monks will do that. I wonder what it means.
I wonder what it means.
Lazarus Handsick says, intros are so bad with that, so I try to never watch them. Yeah, that's fair. I think a lot of intros,
I like to spend time up here.
I don't know what that sound was. Yeah, I think a lot of intros have basically like taken that idea and run with it, and think some people making those intros think they are being more clever than they are, and do just end up spoiling it when they think that they are hiding it. But what do I know?
But I never go that high up the path anyway. Some folk who make the trip leave them food or other essentials.
Oh wow, Grace says I wrote that piece about Witch Hat Atelier in 2019. I could not have told you that. I could have sworn that I wrote that like earlier last year, like late last year. Time is meaningless to me. The idea that Fanbyte has been around since 2018 alone to me, like it feels like we just started like 6 months ago sometimes. Wild. The most proud I've ever been of anything we've ever created, or like I've ever created, not we, because this is the only thing we, people of Fanbyte, have made together as a group, is Fanbyte. But I am tremendously proud of it, but when people tell me that it's been around for that long, I'm like, wait, what? Sorry? Rollin', we're gonna summon fire. Oh god! We're fine. Healing magic.
What's up?
Hi, LB, how you doing?
I'm pretty good, how are you?
Good, we are just climbing a mountain here in Skyrim. Oh my god!
Get in here and take a look.
Let me bump over that Discord video for you again.
The good stream.
The good old
How's it going? How's it in Skyrim country?
I think it's going really well. I think we're making headway here.
Nice. Oh yeah.
I don't know what just happened. Everything's on fire. Oh god. But we're doing great. We're winning.
Yeah. You've got a sick dog that was maybe your friend, maybe attacking you. Maybe it's a pig. Is it your friend?
I think there was a sick dog who was attacking me, and then he attacked a wolf, who then got killed by the boar. No, there was a boar who got killed by a... Hold on. There was a wolf who got attacked by a boar. Both of them hate me, but the boar killed the wolf, and then I killed the boar. I think that's what happened. I think I got it right.
I mean, it's, I believe you. I believe you got it right.
And I was also just telling everybody that I can't believe that Fanbyte has been around for 2 years. Grace says I've been watching Fanbyte streams for a year and a half, and that also seems wrong to me because we just kind of started doing the Twitch streams as like a fun little side project. It's not like something that we... Again, we don't make any money off of it. We just do it because we like talking to each other, and I mean, partially because of the pandemic, and we just needed an excuse to find more reasons to talk to each other in a group.
Yeah.
But the idea that it's been going for a year and a half at least now is wild to me.
That is wild. I'm just tweeting that I'm here.
Yeah.
Hang out with us and Skyrim.
Come check out this girl.
And fire babes.
Fire babe. I wonder if I could go into the system settings of this game and like change a file so I change the name of that spell from Flame Atronach to Fire Babe.
Fire babe. Oh, Automatic Gold, that's so cool. Automatic Gold says I found y'all from the Twitch.
Ooh, nice.
I love the streams. That's beautiful. See, we're doing amazing work here.
I think so too.
Oh, what a big mountain.
Yeah, it's a huge mountain.
Do you take cold damage from the snow?
I don't think so. You can take cold damage. This is Karita.
Who are you? What are you doing?
Why are you just sitting in the snow? Aren't your shoulders cold? How old are you?
Too cold.
What do you do for a living?
I'd prefer to leave it at that, if you don't mind.
Just a pilgrim.
Just a pilgrim.
Just a pilgrim.
I'd prefer to leave it at
Okay,
that,
Dull Focus says you can change the name, but it would absolutely crash Skyrim and corrupt your saves.
Incredible.
So maybe not worth it.
Okay, fine. I mean, Skyrim, I haven't even modified this game in any meaningful way since we last played. We've already had one crash, so.
I almost broke my computer today playing The Sims.
Oh yeah, because of too many mods?
I had to move my entire game folder onto my external solid state hard drive because it was taking up like an embarrassing fraction of my hard drive space.
Wow.
Yeah.
What did you put on there? What was in there? That was making
Some
it so
custom
big?
content and like I bought some expansion packs. I had to get the vampire thing going.
Oh,
Who's that?
yeah.
Is that the Abominable Snowman?
That's probably the Abominable Snowman.
The Yeti?
That's a frost.
Oh no, it's
troll.
a frost troll.
He do a lot of damage too. It's okay. It's okay. We're good.
I really made a mistake in getting a laptop, but right before COVID started.
Oh no!
Wait, I'm never going anywhere. What am I doing?
As opposed to having just a more powerful PC with like a bigger hard drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been much better. With my docked laptop.
You couldn't have known.
Oishi, is that true? Oishi says, I found Fanbyte while looking for that Tim Heidecker podcast. This is it's a lie. It's just, I literally said, is that true? And then because I didn't reach the point that said, this is a lie.
That would be fucking
an
incredible.
Embarrassing moment for me. An embarrassing moment for me. Electric Claire, how much do you hope Paralives pans out? I don't know what Paralives. Yeah, John's laughed. John popped into the chat. John, who's busy running, like, I don't know, 50 branches of this company,
Running
none of which
website.
I understand. Plus this website is here to laugh at me and my foolishness. What's Paralives? I'm so busy today, but you still could find the time to laugh at me. Thanks, John. That's beautiful. That's what friendship is really about, folks.
I think that's the spirit of these streams, really, is just to kind of give the people on staff kind of like an opening, like an opportunity to do that sort of thing to each other. An open forum so that everybody can see it happen, you know?
Okay, Paralives is an upcoming life simulation game for Windows and Mac OS.
Oh,
by Paralives Studio, inspired by The Sims.
Right.
Oh, this is the one that's where they're really like you can build a beautiful house.
Oh, okay.
You can make it so nice, and you can sit on the counter.
Is it like super realistic?
It just kind of like it looks like if The Sims looked more like not The Sims.
Oh, more not like The Sims.
Yeah, a little bit more like Overwatch Bratz doll architecture. Not Overwatch, Fortnite.
Fortnite.
It's kind of like Fortnite was for architecture.
Huh.
That's what it looks like. Tumblr Sims. But the thing is, Tumblr Sims, like, that's a very specific look of, like, remember the Bart Simpson print when that was the thing in, like, 2013, 2012? That was the look. Anyways, it's like all this custom. Fortnite already has architecture. Fortnite is all kind of already about architecture. I'm sorry to Fortnite. I'm sorry to the Fortnite architects in the chat.
I thought you were going to say that Fortnite already has Bart Simpson. We have Bart Simpson at home.
We have Bart Simpson at home. But do you have that, like, that one? Who was that designer? That, like, Bart Simpson print. It was so the thing. Clothes.
I don't know.
That was Mickey's gonna materialize it and roast me. Anyways, it was like this, like, e-girl fashion, like a million, just destroying your hard drive, just grinding like crazy, your CPU just trying to load all of these different, like, blushing and freckle textures onto your very, very, very shiny e-girl. That's what a Tumblr sim to me. That's what I think of when I think Tumblr sims.
That's like all the mods for these games are just like various different versions of trying to make characters look like that. So that makes sense.
Can you make them C-punk?
I think so. Almost.
Can you give them space buttons?
Oh yes, definitely.
Nice. Okay. There was one point where I think it was my Sims 3 game that I loaded it after like years and years and years, and just the custom content I had installed was like a time capsule of like 2012 fashion, like Tumblr fashion. It was all like pastel goth slime stuff.
That's great.
I speak for the Greybeards. Now, tell me, Dragonborn.
Tell me, Dragonborn.
Why have you come here?
So what did I miss? What have you been up to in Skyrim and other games?
Oh,
You've been streaming all day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We've played a lot of different things. In Skyrim, we've mostly been climbing this mountain. It's a big mountain.
Cool.
In other games, I played a game of Dota.
Cool.
We won.
Nice. Congratulations.
I didn't get hyper fixated and upset or worried about it.
That's good, right?
Yeah, no, totally, because that was my problem when I used to play Dota. It's why I don't know, LB, if you've noticed everybody yelling at me on the Fanbyte staff, all of our good friends and colleagues telling me not to play Dota all the time. Whenever I talk about maybe playing Dota, the reason that they don't want me to play Dota is I think there. People can go listen to a great episode of Thanks for the Knowledge, one of our podcasts on the fanbyte.com podcast network, fanbyte.com/podcasts. They can go listen to an episode of Thanks for the Knowledge with Ben Pack, formerly of Giant Bomb. And in that episode, he says, I think there's a case to be made that Dota 2 is the greatest video game ever made. And I agree with that. Also, it is an unhealthy thing to try and play.
That's fair.
And I used to play it like a lot when I was younger, and I played a game of it today, and I didn't get sick.
That's good. That's beautiful. I don't know. I think there are just games that I don't know if there are any games that are themselves inherently unhealthy, but I think some of them are like just attuned to the right vibration that'll vibrate at the frequency, and then you vibrate at that frequency, and then it turns you into the Joker.
Yeah,
that's what I think it is.
And I think now that I'm older and I have had other games do that to me, I think I definitely had that same thing happen to me multiple times with Destiny. I think now that I've broken out of that cycle enough times and also seen enough different games that I want to play, I probably wouldn't get as sick if I played Dota, with like brain sick specifically, if I played Dota now. But at the same time, what value is there in it? Like what am I producing for fanbyte.com by playing Dota, you know?
Yeah.
Nobody wants
your
to hear
own
it.
enjoyment.
My own enjoyment. Now that's a novel concept, LB.
You've shown that you are a dragon. You have the discipline and temperament to follow the path laid out for you? Do you have the discipline and the temperament to follow the path laid out for you, Steven?
Yeah.
Cool.
There it is. That was my discipline and temperament.
Am I very loud also?
No, not to me.
Okay, good, good. I turned up my volume to talk to my therapist earlier.
Ah.
It's the John Show, and I popped a link to that to the John Show in chat.
It's great. It's smart.
That's what I call it in all the official documentation of my workflow. Is I call it the John Show.
The John Show, great.
The John Show.
It's a good show. I love listening to it. I skipped ahead to listen to the Ben episode though.
Wow, just skipped right over the news, huh?
No. I skipped ahead in episode count. I listened to the whole episode.
Oh.
I just wasn't caught up because I'm not caught up on any podcast. I don't think there's a single podcast that I'm caught up with right now that I listen to.
I'm not caught up in any podcasts.
I need to truly. I need to play Dota to have a game to have on in the background.
Oh, you can summon one of your friends in Dark Souls. Oh, that was fun. Anytime something's glowing on the floor, that's what it means. That's what you know.
Yeah, it's a soapstone.
Yeah.
These guys are so talky for a group of monks that is supposed to have a vow of silence.
They're just really excited to see you.
What? Clevy's just very happy. Clevy's like, I made it up on the mountain.
Finally. Up! Woo! We made up the mountain!
Ooh, the power from Einarth! Woo! Demonstrate your unrelenting force! Yeah!
They're so excited to see you. They're gonna be like, do you want to see the model train set we built?
We have a lot of spare time up here. We work so hard.
We've completed all the Lego architecture sets.
People did recommend that I play that new Lego game that just came out recently.
Yeah?
Yeah, Lego Builder or something? Club? Lego Builder something? It looks really nice.
Do you get to like, is it like a Mario Maker kind of thing?
I think it's like a little story-based puzzle game where you're just clicking together Legos to solve puzzles. And then there's like a really sad story on top of it.
Ooh, that sounds fun. I love to be sad.
Yeah.
Are they still talking?
They are still talking. I'm doing something else.
You said.
Let me know when you're done.
Clemmy, what have you done?
Goodbye, everyone.
Wait, are they each gonna just talk a ton until they teach you a word of power?
I think it's just that one guy could talk.
Clemmy, are you sick?
No, Clemmy has achieved inner enlightenment from the monks. That's what she came here to learn. This is the power.
So to just kind of glide around on the floor.
Listen, can you do this without power? I don't think so.
Well,
that's you know what? That's unfair of me. You're right, LB. I should have asked ahead of time if you have the power to glide around on the floor.
I mean, I have like a desk chair.
That's close.
I have I think there's a dolly in the closet. I could sit on that and glide around. Because that's really low to the floor, you know, like a furniture dolly.
Yeah. It is. That's true. I used to do that at not for furniture, but we used to have these like pallet dollies that we would use at the grocery store that you would like pump up, and those were really low to the ground, and we used to ride around on those.
That sounds so fun. I didn't have anything like that when I worked in shipping and receiving. Pallets were just hell. Just had to unload them and then put it someplace.
Okay, there, I fixed it.
This needs some sort of surf rock under it, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Clemmy's inventing.
No!
Clemmy's a skater now.
Yeah, Clemmy has brought skateboarding to the world of Skyrim. She hasn't invented the board yet, but she has invented skateboarding.
Just this.
Just
how
this.
How are you doing
I don't know! Literally, my hands are not on the keyboard right now. I'm not. She's just moving
But you're
on
not
her
even
own.
moving Clemmy around.
No!
I think Clemmy's sick then. I think Clemmy is sick.
I was able to fix it earlier.
No, but I like this.
Same.
What,
That's why I haven't
still
stopped
saying
it.
shit?
Approach Master Bori something. Yeah, Master Bori, appropriately named.
From this height, it looks like they're teaching you how to walk. like you're like a little baby.
Oh, little baby. Clemmy just needs some help.
Like, come on.
Oh my God, Clemmy. Clemmy, please. Please, Clemmy.
Clemmy doing Ollie. Dull focus requests on Ollie.
Oh no, I can't even control the camera anymore. No! Clemmy's gonna fall off the cliff! Clemmy! Clemmy!
Clemmy, stop!
Wait, how long? Wait, 1 hour. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Nothing! Ah!
Clemmy!
I'm pressing buttons! Clemmy's gonna... No! I can't control... Okay, I'm back. I can't stop Clemmy from falling off that cliff. Okay, Clemmy, stand up, please. Clemmy! No! I've lost control again! Okay.
Clemmy cannot be controlled.
Clemmy's power cannot be controlled. It cannot be contained. Okay. Got it. We're back. We're fine. It's all good.
Folks. We're back. Just a little, like sometimes you just go into a trance, you slide around on the floor. Whoa. You yell at old men.
You yell at old men until you teleport. Oh, Clemmy. Alright, how do I...
Oh, you know what I can do? I can put this on top of everything. So it just floats on top of everything I'm doing.
What? Why? No!
Oh, Clemmy!
No, we're fine. We're fine.
We just have to be in like first person mode?
Apparently, yeah, anytime I go out of first person mode, it does that now.
She's like, I'm free, you're not me anymore. I can finally slide around like I like to.
Clemmy has found the one way she
I love that.
Control her own body. Yeah, this is just me. Like, I've been possessing Clemmy this whole time to control her body, but when I'm out of it like this, she, like, her true power is unleashed and she can just slide around.
But that's kind of a fun idea for a game mechanic.
Ooh, yeah.
In first person mode, you are possessing the person, but in third person mode, they are autonomous. Whoa. I mean, I don't think that would actually be fun if it was built in, because it's very broken hard to play.
Oh, yeah. Okay, now what? Oh, hi, Lydia. Where have you been?
Lydia.
Couldn't help me with stuff. Hey, Lydia, check this out. Hey, Lydia. Hey, Lydia, what's up? Bet you didn't know I could do this. I've learned a lot while you've been away, Lydia. Lydia, I told you I was the Dragonborn. Hey, Lydia.
I'm gonna go find you some rails to grind.
Yeah. I did start this stream by grinding rails too. I was doing hoverboard tricks in Warframe earlier.
See?
Oh my god, I need to stop because I'm fucking like suffocating.
Don't suffocate, Steven. Your life is precious.
Oh, thank you, Elby. So is yours.
Thank you. Lydia's wearing a lot of makeup.
Yeah, I think that, so I've got a mod installed. Oh my god, I keep forgetting I do that. I've got a mod installed that's supposed to change everybody's faces, and my guess is that Lydia people probably gave a lot of attention and a very specific aesthetic eye to Lydia because she's like the first female companion you get in this game.
Okay.
Right behind you.
Okay. What happens? Oh my god. Okay, what happens if I reload my previous quick save? Let's see what happens.
Remain true to the way of the voice.
Nope. Still stuck that way.
This is just your life now.
I think this is my life now.
It's just your life now. That's good.
Oh.
Clemmy, this is just what, like, yeah, you've given We've given Clemmy too much power.
Yeah, all those mods. Clemmy's hyped up on mods. The Greybeard Irongear has sent me on a final trial, retrieving the Horn of Jurgen Windcaller from his tomb in Ustengrav, a burial mound in the marshes of Jalmark. Maybe if I fast travel, that will make Clemmy less sick.
Maybe. Maybe it'll make Clemmy more sick.
Oh shit! You're probably right.
John says Clemmy the Roomba born.
Roomba born.
That's true.
Oh, it's over here. Wow, that's a far ways away. Chat, how do I get a horse? Can I get... Oh, stables right there.
Stables, yeah. Horse for Clemmy.
The Roomba born. Oh, Clemmy. How's your horse situation?
Okay, hello.
Need something?
Josh Brolin. That's that guy's name, right?
Yeah, that was Josh Brolin. He voiced that character.
I mean, he looks like that guy.
Oh,
in life, doesn't he?
Oh, maybe.
Or maybe I'm confused with a different man.
Adrian Brody.
Nope. That's a very different looking guy. Who's this?
I'm just
need a horse. Talk to my father, Skolvar.
Are you Skolvar? No, you're something the Unbroken. Who am I supposed to talk to? Okay. What about you?
Ma'am? Hello? It's not easy being a woman in Skyrim, I know. But stay strong. And maybe you could even get a man's respect. I don't have the volume on the stream loud enough to hear what their accents sound like.
Truly?
She didn't really have much of an accent. It was pretty neutral American.
Oh, okay.
Best head up to Dragon's Reach then, and see the Jarl. He's Lord of
Where? Okay, Skolvar is supposed to be the character that I want to talk to get a horse.
Schoolmarm.
Schoolmarm, yeah. In Skyrim, the Schoolmarms are in charge of the horses. It's kind of just like a neat little cultural difference between Morrowind and Skyrim. Okay, fast traveling did.
Yeah, Clemmy no longer sick. Clemmy can tumble again.
Clemmy back in the saddle, or hopefully in the saddle soon. Lydia. Okay, are you? You're Jervar. Skolvar.
Oh, Skolvar.
Skolvar.
You should give them like Scandinavian Midwestern accents.
Oh, I was doing that earlier.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Oh, I could give them like, if you want like Fargo, I was giving them like, I am the Jarl of the mountain, and I am here to help you. So you finally awoken, I see.
Suppose so.
That's great.
Got one all settled if you've got the
But I could also do like a Minnesota accent. 1,000 gold. Do I have a 1,000 gold?
Then come back when you've got that much.
How are you? Okay, how do we get 1,000 gold fast?
Yeah.
Let me Google how to get 1,000 gold fast. I'm not going to specify Skyrim.
No. Why would you?
Right. Talk to my father.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Okay, I'm being watched.
Whoa.
What's the easiest way to get gold in Skyrim is the first offer.
Wow.
I am being surveilled by the Google.com. That's messed up.
They've tapped into your microphone.
I'm being surveilled, I say, on a public stream. Okay. What are the good? See, I usually just go to fanbyte.com.
Right.
Guides.
We usually have all the guides, but Fanbyte didn't live. Fanbyte wasn't born yet when Skyrim.
Wasn't born yet in the Nordic times.
You there? You're the one they call
crafting and selling. What about just like? How about like crime? Can you just steal?
Oh, I could steal.
Could you beat somebody up and just take all their money?
I think I'm about to kill these guys.
Oh yeah, cool. With their dumb masks.
Yeah, nerds.
Hey, nerd.
Show your face if you don't want to get killed. You know.
Like a dork. Yeah.
See? Oh, but now I can take all of his stuff. Oh! Why is everything on fire all the time?
Can you be cool, everybody?
Could you just
That's
chill?
It's the fire babe. She's like, what's up?
Let's grab
I'm
all
just here to
those.
hang out.
Look
How
at
much
him.
gold do we have?
Under
What's
under
up?
that hood, look like a nerd. See?
It's got his goth makeup on.
Yeah,
or
he does
that's just
have
his
goth
eyes.
It could be both.
Clemmy is coming to get ya. Classic Clemmy.
Classic Clemmy theft. Oh, Lydia.
I'm right behind you.
I need you to do something.
Yeah, hold
Steal
all my
things
shit.
for me. Oh, you can make her hold all your shit?
I think so.
That's my favorite. That's one of my favorite, like, that's one thing I miss, or I'm excited about, like, going out again, is making people hold my stuff.
Ooh, yeah. You just like hanging out with Robbie and it's just like, hey, Robbie, I'm going to go
Mm-hmm.
into this store and I'm going to buy something. I don't want it, but I do want you to hold it.
I made him hold my bag when I went to the bathroom at the botanical gardens. It was great. I was like, I don't want to take this with me. I don't need it. Hold my backpack.
This is
It
a
was
pain for me.
amazing. I hadn't, like, cause, like, the simple pleasures in life, you know?
Yeah, totally.
I will protect you with my
Oh, she points out, why is everything on fire all the time? Asked person summoning fire woman all the time. I mean, that's a very good point.
That's a very good point. You know, I hadn't really thought about it that way. I never expected that the fire women would light me on fire.
We're looking for someone in Whiterun. And we'll pay good money for information.
Who?
A woman, a foreigner in these lands.
Oh, I don't know.
Redguard, like us. She is likely not using her true name.
If you were a fire woman, would you just be doing like loop-de-loops all the time?
Oh,
flipping
yeah.
around?
Because I can't
would
do that in
never
real
stop.
life. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you are also just doing like a lot of somersaults as Clemmy, so that makes sense.
That is true, yeah. And every time I swim, God, I'm going to get back to a pool soon. Every time I go swimming, I do those somersaults underwater all the time.
You gotta, like handstands and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I mean, because like, how is the pool gonna know who its master is?
Right, yeah.
Like, if you aren't doing somersaults and handstands in the pool's gonna think like, who's this chump?
Well, it's like how, you know, you go underwater and you try to like yell and talk and like it just comes out like and nobody they can't hear you. The water can't hear anything. So the water needs to read your body language, and so you have to stunt on it to assert your dominance.
Exactly. And then the water knows like, oh, okay, I'm dealing with a professional.
Right, exactly.
Not a professional swimmer.
No,
like a competitive kind, but like a professional, like somebody who's, you know, with who's been around, who's some skills, isn't some stupid masked dipshit.
Here's
Like this, like, wait, is that Lydia?
That's Lydia. I gave her a bunch
funky mask.
I gave her all that stuff that I stole from the cultists, and she was like, "Oh, this is for Lydia now."
Like, I'm gonna wear this mask for me. Oh, you gave me a mask, Clemmy. Thank you. That's so nice of you.
Well, I'll let her keep the mask since she seems to like it so much.
She loves it.
I can't take that from her.
Bits and baubles for sale. All crafted by the best.
Sorry, this woman's Avril Lavigne eyeliner is so funny to me.
I think it is because I've got that mod that is supposed to like make the faces look more modern. But every modder who does this is just like wants all the women in all the games to look like this all the time.
It really looks like she's gonna get closer and like and complicated. Was it like, oh, we're gonna make faces more complicated? Sorry, that was stupid.
Yeah, more complicated faces. That's the name of the mod, actually. No. We can get some meat off of this bone. We can gnaw some lard off of this one. We can get a piece. He won't stop talking, or she won't stop talking.
She's the one making it complicated. Head up the steps. What have you got for sale?
Yeah, I want her money.
Are you gonna buy my jewels?
Wait, she will buy my jewels, but she won't buy like anything else.
Do you want to buy my embalming tools?
I guess.
Why do you have embalming tools?
Oh, I was in a cave.
Is that what one does in a cave?
You take care of yourself now.
Finest cuts, fresh from the
I've only ever been in one cave before, and I did not embalm anything, admittedly.
That's fair. I don't think I've ever been in a cave, so what do I know?
Right.
What do I know?
What do any of us know about caves?
Robbie's niece threw a big party in a cave.
Ooh, how was that?
It looked like it was really fun. All the teens in town came, and Had a blast.
I'm probably screwing myself over here.
That tomato's weird looking.
That looks more like an apple, but like flat.
Maybe it's just like not a very well rendered like heirloom tomato with like some nice yellow coloration. Maybe that's supposed to be like a yellow, orange, unless it's pink.
It could be.
Where else would you embalm? I'll be asked also because I guess it's the spot. It is cool and damp.
Yep.
And well, not damp isn't what you want, but it's cool and protect you from the sun.
Yes.
I don't know. My people don't embalm. I don't know about this stuff.
Is embalming? Do you not embalm? Period. Like I thought, basically, like isn't that for like wakes and stuff? Isn't that the process of like when you have an open coffin funeral?
It's
are
like
you embalmed?
when you put. It's when you preserve a corpse in some way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know nothing about like the world or people in it. I'm sorry, LB. I have to ask questions sometimes.
It's okay. You get to ask questions. I don't know about lots of things. I don't know about most things. I just know about embalming.
Oh, how much do you know about embalming?
So in high school, have you take the career aptitude test in high school? What'd you get?
Did they have me take it? I thought you meant did I know what it was? No, I don't think so. Or if
Yeah,
they did, I completely ignored it.
I got mortician on mine.
Hell yeah!
I did look into that as a career, and I decided against it.
Oh, well. What if you had, though?
That's why I'm here. I wouldn't be here talking to you right now.
Oh, yeah, you'd be off embalming me.
I'd have, like, black hair and bangs, and I'd be doing a death positive podcast.
You'd be like that girl from NCIS, but you wouldn't be a cop.
Every death positive girl has that haircut.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
a tragedy. And they all have a well-meaning older relative who says, like, oh, you're just like the girl from NCIS. And they hate it every time.
Hate it
like,
so much. They're
I
like,
hate
no,
that girl from NCIS.
Why did she do this to us?
Like, this is violence against goth girls. How
Ugh.
dare you? Use workbench. Kami's pigtails just look so shiny and fresh every time.
Yeah, we were just talking about that earlier. About, like, the fucking, God, I forget the exact thing that people pointed out as, like, the thing that is probably making her hair look so nice.
I don't know.
I don't know either. LB, I'm gonna be
Ray
honest with you.
tracing.
Ray tracing. No.
Is that ray tracing?
No, I meant specifically like
I don't know what ray tracing is. I just am using graphics or it's mesh. Ray tracing. Texture. Demodeling. Buckles. Nope, that's just a
No,
word
I
on
was
the
talking
screen.
about. We were talking about like actual hair care stuff.
Oh, like
cocoa
a
and
deep
shea butter or something.
conditioner.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a biotin supplement.
No, I don't want to hear about that. I want to hear about how I can make money. Lydia, give me your money. Spot me.
Lydia.
Hey, Lydia, can you spot me like? Can you spot me like?
How many?
600 gold.
Wow, we really need a lot more gold to get a horse.
Yeah.
Okay. What can you sell that's a lot of, like, what have you sold so far that's gotten you a lot of money?
Nothing. It's all been like 1 and 2. But I'm wondering if I make something and then sell that.
Yeah, we should craft something really nice.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to stop looking at this stuff about embalming and start looking at fanciest crafting sales, Skyrim, big money
Right.
big money making, fast, easy, beginner. Okay.
I think you got it. I think like that's basically what you want.
It's the same. It's the same as the Eurogamer guide.
Oh, incredible.
Oh, WikiHow. WikiHow, 19 ways to get easy money in Elder Scrolls.
Yeah.
Scroll 5 Skyrim.
Yeah.
Okay. Alchemy is number 1.
Alchemy.
Use
I have
alchemy.
nothing. I sold all my reagents.
Well, you could... Okay. From level 1, start collecting blue mountain flowers and blue butterfly wings. Mixing these 2 ingredients makes a potion that sells for 80 to 250 gold depending on your alchemy and speech levels.
Whoa, that's so much.
Yes, my thing.
Yeah.
Blue mountain flowers and blue butterfly wings. I will keep an eye out for those going forward.
Okay. Jarl. Get in good favor with Jarl. Seriously. This is a great article. This is really good.
Yeah.
They say Jarl. You can just take anything from his house.
Can I?
If you get in good enough with him.
Jarl, yo!
And complete all of Jarl's quests and become the Thane. You can just take all of Jarl's shit. Okay. Then another method is theft.
Yes, I would assume that theft is a good way to make money.
Yeah, it's good. Sell stolen items at the Thieves Guild.
Okay, okay.
You can go to bandit camps.
Join
the Thieves Guild.
You can go to bandit camp where they teach you how to be bandit.
It's like space camp.
Like space camp, but for bandits.
That's so cute. I really want to go to bandit camp.
Just like little 6-year-old kids with like Viking helmets, just like kind of like banging pots, like banging bones onto pots.
Making little campfires.
Uh-huh.
Kill someone and then loot their house.
Okay. A
Interacting
little bit darker.
Join the Dark Brotherhood. Every time you report to the Dark Brotherhood after a murder, you get 100 to 200 coins.
Wow, okay. Well, that seems like way more work than just like making cool
I think we should just like make potions.
Yeah, I'm trying to grab all of these reagents that I can find around here.
I think this is the one. Okay, you can also chop wood and sell it for 5 to 6 gold at most pubs. It doesn't pay a lot. You get 2 wood every time you chop 1 log. So each cycle you chop 3 logs, you get 6 firewood each time. So 6 firewood times 6 gold, 36 gold per time you chop wood.
Okay. And I suppose that's infinite.
Wait, I don't know. I think you should just make the potion.
Yeah, I just need to find stuff to mix potions. I just need to pick flowers and poultices.
Yeah.
I don't see any butterflies. Wait, do I have butterflies? Oh, I have so much. Okay, I have blue mountain flowers. I have blue butterfly wings. I have 2 blue butterfly wings. I have 7 blue mountain flowers. So I can do some of that.
Yeah, let's go chop some wood.
Oh, I don't have an axe. I need an axe to chop wood.
Oh, well, yeah, we're fucked then. But let's just do the alchemy.
Yeah, let's just do the alchemy. Where do I find an alembic? What potion did it say to make?
It says to make the. It just says a potion.
A potion. Okay.
A potion. Blue mountain flowers and blue butterfly wings.
Well, let's go in here and open the store because I think there's I think I will find a mortar and pestle to put in my alembic and learn how to turn lead into gold.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nothing. That's not for me. Whatever that was too many words. Arcane Enchanter. Alchemy Lab. You got anything cool for me?
Come to Dragon's Reach to discuss the ongoing hostilities, like the rest of the great warriors? A prospective student, are you? Well,
what do you have for sale? Do you have any do you have any potions?
You figured for a mage.
Do you have any reagents?
You'll appreciate this.
No, you don't have any reagents. That's fine.
You know, if you've got the
we'll save. Alchemy Lab. Okay. Human flesh. Okay, you can create potions and poisons by combining 2 or more ingredients that share a common effect. Experiment with different ingredients to learn their effects. Okay. Blue butterfly wing. Craft. Created poison of damaged magicka regen.
Okay, cool. Let's just try all the combos.
I think we should just try all the combos.
Like, what does a bear claw do with a Nordic barnacle?
Clear selections. Okay, there we go. Ingredients. Nordic barnacle and a what? Bear claw?
I mean, I don't know. What does a Nordic barnacle do? Do you know what, like, the...
it's all
so
unknown.
You have to combine it with... Okay.
Then we'll find out, though. But that's experimentation. Potion creation failed.
Fuck, okay. So let's not do too much more of that. Well, what if... Okay, the blue things were both the same color. So what if you mix things that are the same color?
Purple mountain flower... Oh... I don't know if I have anything that is the same color. Well, purple and lavender are kind of the same color.
Yeah, let's try that.
Potion creation failed.
Fuck. Does anyone know how to do this?
Anyone who's good at the economy, please help. My horse is dying.
We need to buy a horse.
Bone meal?
Okay,
and nightshade. Potion creation failed.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna go to the potions article.
Oh, yeah.
And look, okay, cure condition. So they said to try things that have similar effects, right?
Yes. I could just start eating my ingredients and that would tell me what effects they have.
You could. Or we could just cheat and look it up.
Yeah, we could cheat. That's smart, Albie.
Okay, ingredients and Skyrim.
Skin ingredients, we call them.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. So what do we got? We got bear claws.
Bear claws. Yeah.
What do bear claws do? Bear claws. They damage magicka regen.
Okay.
So bear claws and blue butterfly wing maybe can be used together.
Also blue mountain flower, so...
Oh yeah, okay.
Let's do blue mountain flower because I have more of those left.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah!
Fuck yeah. Created poison of damaged magic regen.
Okay.
Alchemy increased.
Okay. What else we got?
Nightshade.
Nightshade. But that's like some kind of poison.
That sounds like a poison.
Let's see. Where are you, Nightshade? Nightshade is... Oh, same thing. Okay, so Nightshade, Bear Claws, Nightshade, Blue Butterfly Wing. Yeah, you can do it all.
Okay. Blue Mountain Flower. Just because I have more.
Great.
Done. Great.
What do you have, like... Look, like, what do we have a lot of that's cheap?
Red Mountain Flower. Purple Mountain Flower. Both of those. We have a lot of those. And
Do you have white caps and thistle branches?
I have white caps and thistle branches.
Okay. That would do something that fortifies heavy armor, maybe?
Oh, that seems good. Let's do that. Perfect. All of this is cash. This is cash in hand now.
Yeah. And thistle branches and white caps are worth, like, nothing.
Yeah, they suck.
Okay. What about tundra cotton?
I got tundra cotton. I got 8.
Okay.
Also got nightshade.
That you can put that with red mountain flower.
Red mountain flower.
To fortify magic.
Ooh, yeah,
Magic.
got that.
Okay, yeah, you can do that as much as you want. Ectoplasm, you can pop in there. Jazzbay grapes, that's a real thing that it says here.
No, I don't got none of those.
Okay. Void salt, that sounds like a joke.
That's
Void salt.
that's probably a joke. That's probably a fake joke one that they put in there to kind of confuse newbies.
Okay, what about troll fat? What can you use that for?
I got a bunch of troll fat.
Troll fat, do you have boar tusk?
I do not have boar tusk.
Do you have blister warts?
No.
Do you have
got any 6s?
Don't Lucas says, I like the idea that in universe Tommy didn't know they were ingredients. Just going around pulling out saber-tooth eyes and bear claws and human flesh. Yep. Do you have a human heart?
I have human flesh, but no human heart. I have lavender.
I can actually see. I don't need to ask every time. Okay. Do you have... No. Okay, you can't use your troll fat yet.
Okay.
What is what it looks like.
I have
Oh, you can.
Yeah.
Troll fat and thistle branch together, or mud crab chitlin will do resist poison.
Okay, we'll make mud crab chiclets right here.
Versus go fish. This is what people tune in for. Watch us look it up.
This is why it's called Sky Highs, because we're here to learn. This is a learning experience. Did people, before they watched the stream, did people know that you could mix troll fat and mud crab chitin together to make a potion of resist poison? I don't think so.
So actually, troll fat's pretty handy.
Ooh, is it?
You can use
Okay.
troll fat for all kinds of things.
Nice. What about skeever tail? I've got a bunch of those and they cost nothing.
Okay. Skeever tail and troll fat can go together. Skeever tail can go with human flesh. Can go with nightshade, red mountain flower.
Okay. Done.
Great. Let's see. How many things have we made so far?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7.
Okay.
7 different types of thing.
Let's see.
I have a bunch of
What's
glowing
some,
mushrooms as well.
Oh, glowing mushrooms. Let's see. This is so fun. It's like we're cooking, but it's very easy because we don't have to do anything.
Exactly,
Okay,
and we're
glowing
gonna be
mushrooms-
rich.
Yeah. Okay, that can go with Nightshade or Bear Claws. For do you have any giant toes?
No, I tried to find a
can also
giant
go with
earlier.
Blue Mountain Flower.
Blue Mountain Flower.
Or if you have any beehive husks or ash creep clusters.
No. What was this supposed to go with again? Blue Mountain Flower and...
Glowing mushrooms.
Glowing mushroom. Nice.
I mean, I think we're killing this. I think we're doing great.
We're doing really good. I haven't used purple mountain flowers for basically anything, but I've got a bunch.
Okay, that can fortify sneak.
Sneak, okay. Do we have any sneak?
So let's see. Beehive husk, human flesh, powdered mammoth tusk, frost Miriam, hawk feathers, ashen grass pod. Okay, or we can go to, let's see, torchbug thorax. You can use that with purple mountain flower.
Yeah, okay, got it. Boom. Oh, look at all those effects we just discovered.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
We're
making the worst smoothie ever. Hey,
all
I
this is
make
going
such
together.
a good smoothie too. I make a great smoothie. Let's see. What else we got?
Got a Nern root. Mara Tapanella.
Thistle branch. Okay, thistle branch and purple mountain flower will do a resist frost, I think.
Ooh, great. Looks great.
And you got a bunch of both of those, so
Yeah.
that I think we're good. Silverside Purge, do you have that?
I
Yeah,
do.
that'll also do the same thing.
With thistle branch?
Frost. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, let's try selling. Wait, where do you sell this stuff? Like, who's the?
Let's find out. Let's talk to this guy. Maybe he'll buy it from me. What do you want? How much do you? Wait, you're Lydia. Where did my man go?
Lydia, do you know where I can sell these drugs?
Lydia, I paid for 16 bottles of scuba. Lydia, where can I fence this?
Lydia, remember all those flowers I picked? Well, I made drugs out of them.
Oh, he won't buy them. Where should I buy
Thanks a
them?
lot, dickhead. Okay.
Where should I sell them? There's got to be a potion seller in town, right? What if I just walked up?
Potion seller.
Yeah.
There's always a potion seller.
What if I just walked down the street screaming, "Potion seller! Potion seller!"
That's what I mean.
Right behind you.
To find the Built the Snowman says you have to find the Catboys on the edge of town. I don't know if this is true. I don't know if this is a joke or not.
There are
I trust
Catboys.
everything. There are Catboys on the edge of town?
There's Catboys in this game. I don't know if they're in the edge of town.
That's like such a wow. Imagine that lifestyle, being a Catboy on the edge of town.
Oh yeah, you just like sit on like a city wall or something like that all day and
Yeah.
kind of like yell at people as they pass by and kind of like
chew on
so fun.
catnip, you
Yeah.
Your hands only.
Sounds of bottle smashing this instant you roll. That's very good.
That's it.
I love our chat.
It's good. Okay. All right, there's nobody here, but I'll wait. How long does it take? How many hours in a day? 12 hours. R.I.P. to Clemmy's vitamins.
Turd ass. This is turd ass.
Turd ass.
What? That's so funny. It's a funny game for funny people.
Is
Like
this?
This
general
looks like a
goods?
store.
That's a general goods.
Who's this guy? This guy looks like he wants to buy some drugs. This
Hey,
guy with
dude.
this hood up? Dude, do you want to buy some drugs?
Oh, he's a town guard. I probably shouldn't
Just
have gone up to him
kidding.
and said, "Do you want to buy some drugs?"
Just kidding.
It was just a funny goof, kind of funny joke.
Hi, do you want to buy some drugs, ma'am?
Oh, ma'am.
Pardon me, but do I detect?
Oh, they have an alchemy lab too. Okay.
Oh,
We
okay.
have plenty of ingredients for sale.
Oh, she wants me to craft a potion. Okay, let's do it. Okay, I'll just make one. That's fine. Make a potion of fortify health.
Salves,
Sure.
poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content.
Oh, so in The Sims I got the pets expansion.
Yeah.
And I made Garfield. It
Uh-huh.
was great.
Oh
Yep.
my god.
It's actually very easy to make. Garfield's like one of the default, basically, like characters.
Really?
Yeah. This is just like a giant orange cat. And it's like, who else is this supposed to be? This is Garfield.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
I have several elixirs for sale.
Okay, what do you got for sale? What can I sell you, ma'am? Check out my fine wares.
How'd you like?
Oh, look at this. I can sort by value. Oh, poison of damage magic regen. Let's do that.
Oh, we're gonna get so rich. Let's go!
Yeah. Potion of brief invisibility. Sure. Why not? I don't need that. Potion of poison of damage magic regen. Sure. Weak paralysis poison.
Oh, we're getting so rich. We're getting so rich.
Look at that
we're
money.
We're gonna get to 1,000 gold.
That's easy. That's horse money.
This is horse money.
Oh wait, shit. Vendor has 0 gold. Wait. Sell me your reagents now. So I can make
But
more.
she's not gonna get more gold though.
Shit, you're right. She won't. I can't like go up to. Yeah.
Okay,
right.
whatever. We'll find somebody else.
We'll
Find
somebody
Wait,
else.
what if you? What if you just like take a nap? Will she get more money?
Oh, maybe.
Or are you just robbing her in front of her?
You know.
Oh shit! I should. I'll be right back. I forgot. I really.
Found the sweet spot.
I can be of service.
No, ma'am, don't worry about it. I'll be fine in here by myself. Oh, 11 gold. Oh, that's money right there. It's money. What's this in here? Potatoes? Don't need that. Oh, hello.
Get away from me.
So you're a healer, huh? Oh, interesting, interesting. I just wanted to have a conversation.
School, but within the... If I had a septum for every case of rock joint...
Yeah. You don't got no more money for me. Hello. Okay, 42 hours for vendor gold to refresh according to a cursory Google search. Got it.
Our suffering.
Blade and shadow.
No, I need that money. Sorry, lady. General store might have money. They might buy potions.
Welcome to Bellathor's General Goods. Welcome indeed. Everything's for... Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Yeah, a bit of potions for me to give to you. Hey, baby. Resist poison. Lingering damage magic of frost. Oh, I don't need that frost resistance. Oh, that's 1,000 gold right there. Thank you so much for your business. Great stuff. Yeah, I love this. This is great for me.
Okay, how's it going? Yeah.
We got horse money.
Bellathor.
Bellathor had her back. Look at this guy.
That guy is. Yeah. If you see a guy with that face, you know he's down.
Okay. Everything's fine.
Are you gonna attack him?
No, I accidentally pressed the fire babe button, and I was afraid that he was going to get mad at me for summoning a fire babe inside of his establishment, but he seems fine with it.
Okay, Fault this Snowman says 42 hours for vendor gold to refresh.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, okay, good. Salmon. Oh, I could go for some salmon. Salmon roe is also an ingredient, and I could fuck up some salmon roe.
I haven't had salmon in a minute. I haven't had any fish in a minute. I could really go for some now too.
I went for my like physical and got my blood tests, and like all the fish vitamins were like, they're like, oh yeah, you're very healthy on these levels. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, huh?
Because I live off of canned fishes.
Ooh, God. Now, after this, I'm going to go to... I haven't eaten really all day, other than, like, when I had a kind bar
Hey,
on stream
Steven.
earlier. Yeah.
Hey, Steven.
Yeah.
Hey, Steven.
Yeah.
That's not good.
I know.
So remember when you were like, I'm going to stream all day? And everyone was like, okay.
I should have thought it through. I should have thought, like, what am I going to eat first? Or...
Yeah.
During, or something like that. In the future, if I do this again, I'll be set up.
I'm wagging my finger at you in a very authoritative manner.
Wow. Stephen Colbert, finally back on television.
That's funny on several levels. I really like that. You know he is on television, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. No, it was very good. That was very funny.
Oh,
it's Clemmy!
Clemmy's got new powers!
Clemmy did some new drugs and discovered some new skills. Clemmy.
Clemmy. I can't get her power back.
Clemmy's got so much personality. That's what I love about Clemmy.
Clemmy has, like, incredible hair, incredible powers. Like, she's a great character.
That's Clemmy. So you have 1,000 gold. Are we gonna buy a horse?
Let's buy a horse. Oh,
Can
God.
you steal a horse?
Probably. But then they would probably, like, try to take it back from me.
Yeah.
I want, like, a
No, there's
permanent horse.
there's an ingredient called moon sugar, and that does sound like some drug.
That does sound like drug, yeah.
Yeah.
That's gotta be a drug. There are drugs.
Like, oh, your cousin Terry got very into moon sugar back in the 70s. But
there are
now she's
drugs.
the beating.
Skooma is one of the drugs. That's the Catboy drug.
Oh.
I don't know if that's actually a Catboy drug.
In real life?
In game.
Oh. Do video game drugs exist in real life? As I was talking to like an old friend who wished me happy birthday yesterday, we were catching up, and he said something about like doing something with SpongeBob like at work. And this is somebody I have not had a conversation with in years of my life.
Yeah.
And I've really forgotten how to like talk to people even via text. So I asked without like indicating that I was joking in any way, what's SpongeBob like in real life?
What did they say?
I want to know. They were like, oh, haha, you know.
Wow, they just didn't.
Fine.
They just weren't there for it, huh?
Yeah, it's fine. I think I was unclear. I was just being funny, but also I like wasn't quite being funny, and I do want to know what SpongeBob is like in real life.
I mean, that's a fair question, actually, LB.
Because like part of me, like there was part of me that was like, oh, I can ask if I can finally find out if SpongeBob is gay or not.
Mm-hmm.
I can finally know for sure somebody's met SpongeBob.
What was the answer?
Okay. I didn't ask that. I was like, I feel like a dumbass. I'm not gonna keep asking about SpongeBob when they're talking about somebody just hanging out with someone in a SpongeBob outfit at a.
Oh, it was a SpongeBob outfit.
It wasn't the real SpongeBob.
Well, that's still. I think that's a pretty good setup. I think that's a good wind up for a joke about asking what SpongeBob like in real life. That's funny.
Thank you. Okay, Philip the Snowman says the moon at the time of their birth decides how much cat and how much boy they are, and it's very strange. But how does it decide how into the drug they are?
I think that's like a personal choice. I don't think that's determined by the moon.
You can say that about so many things, you know?
That's true.
Is it a personal choice, or is it just from the moon?
Or is it moon power? Is it moon sugar, you know? Oh, yeah. Whoa! Look at us go! Yeah!
Oh, I love this for Clemmy.
Get out my way.
What's up? Can you do like horse tricks?
I don't know. Let's find out. I want to get this lavender.
Oh, we gotta get this lavender. Yeah, it's important.
Okay. Save real quick.
Okay, now can you grind a rail on this horse? Woo! Jumping, nice.
Jumping, good start. But how about this rail?
Wait, do we need Lydia?
Oh, hey Lydia, you want to hop on? Lydia? Lydia? Lydia!
She's right behind you.
Lydia, just hop aboard, Lydia. There's plenty of room, Lydia.
Lydia, get on the horse.
Lydia?
Why are you just standing there in your mask?
Lydia?
Lydia,
please. We have places to be, Lydia. Lydia? Look at him. He won't bite. He is very friendly. I bought him for 1,000 gold pieces.
Okay, maybe Lydia's not. Maybe Lydia will just run behind you. It's fine.
I mean, Lydia's probably got the power of a horse already. So
is she very strong?
I don't know. I met her like 20 minutes ago.
Okay. And now she's this dedicated to you?
She worked for like the king of this area, and the
area king,
the area king, the regional king,
the local king,
the local king. And the local king was like, "Hey, you should go work." What the fuck? Don't shoot at my horse. The local king.
This horse was 1,000 gold, Mr. Little Spider.
Excuse me, I'm a paying customer. How do I get off horse? Okay.
How dare you?
Oh, I think Lydia already killed the tundra spider.
I love Lydia.
Lydia seems like she's got some shit together.
Local kings in your area. Local kings in your area.
Got cold kings up in here.
Okay, Lydia, you get on the horse now, and we'll run.
Yeah. Lydia? Can I?
Lydia?
Lydia? Whoa! Lydia's fucking synced up!
You guys get along so well. You just met. You're really in sync. It's beautiful.
And now spin, Lydia. Spin with me.
Okay, Lydia's not spinning. Can Lydia glide?
Oh God!
Your cool dance in here.
It raged to the fucking saber-tooth tiger.
Cool. I wish the horse could fight.
Yeah, me too. Maybe they can. Maybe I just need to teach them. Lydia, teach my horse to fight. Lydia. Lydia, impart your battle knowledge.
I love Clemmy's imperious voice.
That's just Clemmy's canonical voice.
Wait, let's see. I just want to see if Lydia's running. I want to see how fast Lydia runs. Hey, is that like a skeleton hand sticking out of the water?
Yep.
Wow, Lydia's so fast.
Wait, I want that sword. What's up with this sword?
Yeah, just get that sword out of that skeleton hand in the water. I don't think that'll be good, and nothing bad will happen. Wow, nothing bad happened. This is fucking chill. What's up, fire babe?
Look at her. She's so tall.
It's like, hey, what's that?
I don't got no face.
No face, but you know what? You don't need a face when you look this good.
No, that's true. She just like converted all of like the face beauty into like the fire.
History's first faceless model.
Yeah, true.
Don't need one. Don't fucking need one. Just all fire.
All fire.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, look at that spider. Let's go kill it. I hate looking at it, so let's kill it.
Why are there just spiders roaming the countryside, terrorizing innocent Clemmies?
Yeah, Lydia! Lydia, kill the spider!
Lydia!
Lydia! The beast is in my way, Lydia!
You saved the bandit.
Oh, I'm glad I saved the bandit.
So, bandit, pay us for our services.
Bandit, you will appreciate my hard work, yes? Bandit?
Bandit?
Bandit! Get up and pay Clemmy!
No, the bandit perished.
Give Clemmy her due!
I think you have to take your due.
Clemmy will not forget this insult! Oh, I bet this is worth money.
Yeah, tomato, some wine.
Ooh, delicious. Come on, how come I can't take this thing?
I'm right behind you.
I thought this game was immersive, you know?
Right, it's fucked up.
Still here.
What happens if I interact with the fire astronaut?
Hello?
Nothing.
Are you having a nice day?
Oh, unfazed. That's a fucking professional. She knows her job.
She does. Oh, fish.
Salmon.
Free fish? Free fish.
I've been thinking, I've got some shrimp that I bought a little while ago. I've been thinking about, like, cooking that up with, like, some spaghetti.
There is a big recall on frozen shrimp, so I would
Is
check
there?
to see if you are affected.
I bought mine a while ago. How recent was this?
I don't know. I just saw a thing about it, and then I was like, oh, I should look at that, and then I didn't.
Well, shit.
Because I have some frozen shrimp in my freezer.
Because I was like so excited because it's like I haven't eaten all day, but I won't even have to go to the store. I've got shrimp right here.
Oh no, Steven, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I just don't want you to get shrimp sick. you
No,
know?
I appreciate it. This
It's
is
one of
way
the worst
better.
kinds of sick you can get.
Yeah, that's like top three sick.
Yeah.
Horse.
Okay. Yeah, what's your horse's name?
Oh, the horse needs a name.
Clement.
Clement is good.
Amount.
Clement. Clemonto.
What's some great horses?
All horses are named like the most deranged thing you've ever heard.
Well, yeah, like race horses are named like crazy shit. Because
why is that?
Because you can't have the same name. So you can't just have be a horse named like Jane. Because
Right.
there's already been a horse named Jane, so you have to be a horse named like Jane's
Addiction.
Oh, you should name your horse Dave Navarro.
Yeah! Okay, the horse's name is now Dave Navarro.
Can we register the horse's name?
We should be
How do
able to.
do
We should
that?
find a way. If anyone in the chat knows how to teach us how
Okay,
to.
I'm just gonna look it up. How to name, because this is really important.
That-
Name horse in Skyrim.
Bare minimum, we know what the horse is named.
You can't ever name your horse.
Wow. Wow. Why do people like this game? Seems pretty fucking lame to me. Electric Claire makes the good point that if there was already a horse named Claire, you couldn't, or a horse named Jane rather, you couldn't name your horse Jane, but you could theoretically name your horse a horse named Jane.
Okay, so apparently you can name your Shadowmere,
Okay.
which you can receive after progressing through the Dark Brotherhood quest line.
I see. Okay. Well, we'll have to do the Dark Brother.
That's Dave Navarro, I think.
Yeah.
So this is like, no, I think all horses in, okay, canonically in the universe of Skyrim, all horses are named Dave. Are you okay?
I think I'm okay.
Okay.
I think Clemmy just fall down.
Okay, all horses are named Dave Navarro, I think, in this universe.
Okay.
And that's why you can't name a horse, because they all have the same name.
Oh.
Whoa, this seems fucked up. This is bad.
Shit! Okay, now I'm not okay. Oh wait, maybe I am okay. Nope. Clemmy could not get back up. Hey, could you chill?
What is this, Dark Souls?
What the fuck?
What's up, Tranquil Water Bending? Hello. Hi. We just died.
We just fucking died.
We
named
just
our horse
are-
Dave Navarro and then we died.
That's what you missed. This is Clemmy.
This is Clemmy. She is the most imperious and beautiful lady in all of the land.
She's great.
Look at her fucking posture. Her riding posture is impeccable.
She's really good. Okay, so how do we not get killed by those skeletons next time?
Crab!
What's up?
What's up, friends?
Hello. And be reborn.
That's right. That's why we killed these crabs.
Yeah, so they can be reborn.
Yep, they need to be
As
on our
climby
side.
crabs.
How do I do? Okay, reanimate zombie, reanimate corpse. 81 seconds. 81 seconds. Very powerful. Oh, wait, weak body. Okay. I want the big one. That's my boy. Oh, and now I've got crab chitin so that I can make more potions to get more money and buy more horses.
Nice. Come on. I love that the crab has just returned to being a crab. Like, no! You're in Clummy's service now. You can't just be a crab again.
Uh-huh.
It's your time, that's your old life. You've left your old life behind you, Dave Navarro, the crab. No, that crab's not named Dave Navarro. I don't know.
Flea. That crab is named Flea.
Crab. Come, Flea. Ride. We ride.
Ride, Flea. Come, Clemmy. Clemmy needs Flea.
Can you imagine that crab playing bass?
Yes, I can actually. Oh my god. Oh my god. I need fucking fan art of a crab playing a bass guitar now. Oh, I need that so bad.
Crab.
I'm sure somebody out there who has drawn Skyrim fan art of a mud crab playing guitar. Maybe not a bass.
I bet there is something. Mud crab guitar. Because, like, mud crabs are, like, the funny guys of Skyrim. Everybody loves. They're like the Jack Frosts.
Yeah,
Skyrim.
totally.
They're like the mascot, you know?
They're like the funny little guys riding around.
Clemmy, yes!
Clemmy has regained her strength!
Mud crab guitar.
Do you suppose that you'll find mud crab playing a guitar first, or somebody who has put a mud crab sticker on their guitar?
So the problem is that I guess there's such a thing as a mud crab in real life.
What?
And so there's just like old men. There's an old man playing a song called Mud Crab Blues.
What?
And also a band called Dave and the Mud Crabs. And then there's a song called Mud Crab Song.
Well, do you know that these are real things, or are these people just big Skyrim fans?
I don't know. They don't look like gamers, but maybe that's... I mean, I guess an old man playing a crab blues song could be a gamer too.
It could be.
Anybody can game now. If I can game, anyone can.
Exactly. And you game hard. You've been playing Shin Megami Tensei. That's not
I
easy.
have. Apparently it's not.
No.
I don't think it's that hard. It's fine.
Have
It's just like you just have to grind a lot.
Yeah, you do have to grind a lot. Have you beaten Matador?
Oh yeah, that was weeks ago.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, like, I took some time off because I couldn't figure out this cube puzzle. Then I figured out the puzzle, and now I'm trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do. I like that. There's a lot of that in the game, or I'm like, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do now. I just did a thing, and I had a cutscene, and now there's no indication what I'm supposed to do next.
Uh-huh. That sounds about right for that one.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of wandering around, just, you know, getting into fights, combining my demons together.
Yeah.
I kind of have a horse squad thing going on for a while.
Ooh.
I've moved away from that now.
Like a Kelpie.
Yeah, I had a Kelpie and a unicorn.
Yeah, you can get a bicorn too. You can get the whole squad.
What do you need?
Oh shit. What's up? Hey. Hey, Beth.
Beth
Hey,
and Daryl.
These are just normal people.
Welcome.
Carmella, Beth, and Daryl. What's up, guys?
Welcome to the exotic world, to Todd Howard's vision of a world of Skyrim. A fantastical land that will take you on a journey beyond your wildest imaginations to meet exotic characters like Jarl Bingenram, and Beth, and Carl.
Daryl.
And who could forget Dave Navarro?
I feel like you're selling me a VHS tape of this like adventure. Thank you, Oishi. Great Todd Howard impression.
Oh yeah, I mean that was.
This looks normal and healthy.
I mean, probably is.
Hey, don't fucking touch that horse.
Get away from her.
We paid $1,000 for that horse.
Get away from her, you bitch! Why are you going directly for Dave? Get on the ground. I should save. Can horses die in this game? I actually don't know.
Probably.
I don't
There's
want
so many
to.
of them.
That's true.
Well, they are all named Dave Navarro because they all share a single consciousness.
Oh, okay. So if one horse
It
body
is
died,
Dave Navarro's consciousness. Yeah, Todd Howard and Dave Navarro are really good friends, and he was like, Dave, you know what would really be living moss? And Dave's like, what? And Todd's like, if you let me upload your consciousness into my game, Skyrim. I'll be like, oh, my character's like, yeah, you're gonna be every horse.
every horse in the game.
Yeah.
Well,
like the hive mind.
What if I could be
Dave
like,
Navarro
shouldn't I be like a
or
human? And he's like, no. People expect that. You gotta swerve on him, Dave.
Yeah.
Dave
Well,
of the
that's
Red
not
Hot
the
Chili
mentality.
Peppers.
Dave Navarro of Jane's Addiction, I think. Isn't he from Jane's Addiction? And that's what the joke was?
Oh!
Is he not in Jane's Addiction?
I don't think he's in Jane's Addiction. I don't know if he's in Red Hot Chili Chili Peppers.
He's not. He's definitely not in. Yeah, no, he's in Jane's Addiction.
Jane's Addiction. You know,
I watched so much VH1 as a kid, and it's finally paying off.
Oh, so in that case, so no, Dave, you gotta understand, Dave. People, they hear Jane's Addiction, they know that that's synonymous with metal. What's the most metal animal? Horse. They're huge, muscular, powerful. You need that metal, Dave. You need that power.
Who was attacking Clemmy? He quit it?
Ghost Wolf, I think.
That is literally a sick dog.
Yeah, I think it's so sick it died.
Can you get ectoplasm from the dog?
Ooh, I think it wasn't technically actually a ghost. I think it was like, whoa, lady!
Whoa, what's up?
Thank you for your donation.
Chat, but thank you for your donation to the Clemmy Foundation.
The Clemmy Foundation.
The Clemmy Fund.
The Clemmy Foundation dedicated to giving lots of armor to Clemmys across the world of Skyrim. Did they model the eye makeup on Dave? Yeah, I think all the horses' eye makeup in this game was modeled after
the eye
Dave
makeup.
Navarro.
I mean, on the characters, they are wearing a lot of makeup. That's because they're all going to the Viper Room to see Jane's Addiction.
They're all going to the Viper. What's the Viper Room? Is that a?
It's like a terrible. It's a terrible club from the '90s that's on the Sunset Strip, which is the worst part of. It's like where you used to go to see those groups.
Sure. Conjuration.
Oh, you think?
What's up?
I was asking if you were doing some astrology.
Oh, I'm doing some astrology, all right.
A Rat King?
Yeah, I can get a spell called Rat King.
That sounds terrible.
Oh. Well.
I mean, it's probably useful, but gross.
Yeah, it's very useful. It is also gross.
All very cool things for Clemmy to have.
I can't wear this hooded scarf, apparently.
Why not?
I don't know. I'm clicking on it. Nothing's happening.
Maybe you're already wearing a hooded scarf.
Maybe, but I would assume that it would just remove that from my
Oh, because of the pigtails, maybe.
Because of the pigtails. Well, now, what I have done is accidentally...
You've removed Clemmy's clothes. You've shamed her and dishonored her.
I can't put on this heavy leather backpack. Okay. Let's try taking everything off and then put everything on. Heavy leather backpack, nothing. Oh, is it too high level or something? Heavy leather backpack.
Maybe, but it didn't say that.
No, it doesn't say anything.
I think Clemmy's underwear is this is a very funny underwear choice that Todd has made here.
I assume that this is every character in the game. Oh, look at her fucking jumping posture.
I just, this is so, I feel like I would get an advertisement for this underwear on Instagram. Whereas, I'm expecting it to be, kind of like a sad, kind of one piece thing. Like that dead guy you looted.
Yeah.
His kind of loincloth, but just kind of a bigger loincloth, like a chest cloth.
Yeah, chest cloth.
But she instead has this, this seamless bikini situation. Clemmy, I don't think that's realistic.
I don't know. I'm hitting this button and nothing's happening. Heavy leather backpack. Why can't I equip heavy leather backpack?
So you're just trying to have a nude Clemmy with a backpack?
No, I thought maybe I couldn't equip the heavy leather backpack because maybe the game is sick. Oh, cancel. No, that's a werewolf ring.
Clemmy.
I love Clemmy so much. I'm so glad that we have her in our lives.
Me too.
Okay. Hoary Nord boots. Class. No, type. Here we go now. Hide bracers versus. Okay, which one's better? Nord boots. Okay. That's good. Okay. Oh, just making sure that Clemmy had all the right gear on.
Good.
Yeah, let's save. In case the game crashes or something. I think we're almost to our destination, and then we can probably call it.
Yeah. And then Steven can finally eat.
And then I can finally eat. I'm getting pretty hungry.
Yeah, I bet.
I hope that shrimp is okay.
Just look it up. I'm sure it's fine.
I'm gonna look it up, yeah. And if not, the grocery store is just down the street. Shadowmare is the only immortal horse I'm hearing as well. Okay, good to know.
Okay.
Shadowmare, I think you mean Dave Navarro Jr. once we get our hands on him.
Or maybe is Shadowmare the only non-Dave Navarro horse?
Maybe Shadowmare's the only non-Dave Navarro horse. That's a good point. Yeah, because all horses are Dave Navarro already.
But Shadowmare is different.
Shadowmare could be...
Or is Shadowmare like the actual real Dave Navarro? I mean, I think that's the story of Skyrim, right? That's the mystery. That's what we're play the game.
Right. That's what Clemmy's trying to discover.
Yeah. That's what the elves. That's the secret the elves are trying to hide.
Right. The secret of the ooze that the elves are trying to hide.
I have no idea what this game's about. I'm just guessing. I remember there were elves.
So there's dragons have attacked. Bad guys are fighting each other. Like the Empire, there's like a racist Empire versus some racist Vikings, and they hate each other, and I'm caught in the middle of it.
As the only non-racist in this whole world.
It seems like it, in terms of factions anyway. Clemmy is a faction unto herself, too.
Are the dragons a faction? Can you just be, like, on the dragon side?
I think, in fact, I'm trying to kill the dragons because the dragons have used the chaos of the combat right now to start coming back, and, like, this is our chance to fucking mess shit up. I think.
But don't we want the dragons to come back?
We don't want the dragons to come back. I'm dragonborn, but the dragons are bad.
Why are they bad?
Because they're trying to kill us? I don't think they've said really yet.
Okay. So I'm still like, maybe the dragons are good, because so far it sounds like the only ones who aren't racist are the dragons.
That's a good point. The dragons will kill anybody. The racists are racist, but the dragons will kill both of them.
I've done a thing right now where, have you ever like put a bunch of pens in between your fingers and pretend you're Wolverine?
Yes.
I am doing that
yes.
with highlighters. I've been doing that for maybe 10 minutes.
Fantastic.
Just not realizing it. They're all pastel.
Ooh.
Little pastel Wolverine. What's up, guys?
Yeah, Pastel Wolverine was a really great character. I thought the Earth 65 version was really nice. Earth 87 Wolverine, Corduroy Wolverine, also really great.
Sorry, just thinking about all those Earths made me sleepy. There's so many. Didn't they merge them all, or are there new alternate ones?
There's new alternate ones. They merged them for like 12 minutes, and then there was like more immediately added.
Okay. That's when I stopped reading, was when they merged them all. I'm like, this is stupid. I hate all these events. I don't want to spend my time.
I think event fatigue. The guy running Marvel at that time was like very big on events and then renumbering every book. So it's like,
I hated that.
Everybody hates that. He was big on that. That guy doesn't work there anymore.
Okay, well, he lost me, and he will forever have to carry that shame.
Yep, that's on him.
That's on him.
Way to go, Ike.
Yeah.
I think that was Ike Perlmutter. Yeah, he was like, oh, people buy #1 issues. That was the thing, though. Even like, I worked at a grocery store. I did also work at a grocery store, but at the time I worked at a comic book store, and that was the thing that we always saw was like, he would put out these books. They would be like, oh, people buy #1 issues way more than they buy like number 12 or whatever. Because it's like, oh, it's a jumping on point. The problem, of course, you can probably guess, is that the people who all bought #1s keep buying those, and then so like #1 comes out, they go up to like 12 issues, and then they restart at #1 again, and it's just like Miss Marvel #1, and then it's Miss Marvel #1 again, and you lose a bunch of the people who were paying attention because they have a jumping off point, and then also the subsequent #1s, like #1B sold fewer copies than #1A, and it would just keep going down and down and down like that. And so you were losing your longtime fans and also not gaining as many new people. It was very stupid.
Here's what I think they should do. Just put out a magazine that has all the comics in it.
Like Shonen Jump?
Like Shonen Jump.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
instead of just like all these single issues that nobody can fucking keep track of and you have to store. And you have to get all these stupid boxes for them, and you're like, I hate myself. Why did I do this?
Yeah,
Why do
the
I
stupid
have
boxes. Oh my god.
Why do I have these boxes and then these things in these little bags, and I'm never gonna read them? And I'm a nerd, and I'm Mark.
I've just gone through and started getting rid of most of my old comics from that era, and it feels great.
Yeah, I think there's like one of those little free like those little boxes that's like, it's a free library. But it's just like a little hole with books in it. I'm just gonna dump all my comics there.
Smart. Good. Yeah, give them to somebody who will use them, because like kids will use that stuff. Like people who don't normally have access or even know that they can just go out and buy those things a lot of the time, like, you know, young kids and stuff like that. It's like, oh shit, I can't buy stuff. But
I mean, like, finding a free comic book on the street, that's like great.
Yeah, that feels so good.
It's way better than like all the self-help books that are in there. Nobody wants that. It's also right outside of a school. It's like the kids don't want that.
No.
I was gonna give them some like, you know, this weird issue of like the Ultimates.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like,
it's 2012. No, that's what you want, right, kids?
Okay, well, maybe not 2012 Ultimates. That's maybe a little bit like Mark Millar comics from the early 2010s.
It's not 2012. It's later, but yeah, still. You know what I mean. Yeah.
But like kids love that stuff because like you give a kid like an issue of like issue 37 of a Spider-Man series or issue 637 of something, and like they don't know the difference. They just like, oh, it's a cool fucking. I get to look at all this art and like cool shit with Spider-Man in it. Like that's what I always liked.
I loved that feeling.
Yeah.
I hate like when I was a kid and I'd come across a comic and it'd be like, it'd be like number 650, or it'd be like some X-Men comic. That's like how I got into comics. Is I'd read these things, have no context for anything that was happening, and I'd be like, wow, I have no idea what this is about, but everyone looks cool as hell.
Exactly. That's how I got into a lot of superhero stuff back when I was a kid. It was the best. And then
this is like the character from TV, except with made of knives. For some reason,
made of knives.
Why is your head's made of knives, covered in pouches, and from the future past?
And he's like doing all kinds of crazy shit that he doesn't do in the movies because the comics don't give a fuck. Like they'll do anything. Yeah.
Everyone's each other's mom. I have no idea what's happening.
Nope. Comics are good, but also comics are terrible.
Yeah, but like I think the comics are really good when you're a kid because you don't understand them.
Yeah.
And you don't understand like you have no context. It's just cool shit, and the mystery of the lack of context makes it cooler.
Yeah.
And then once you get the context, like for a while the lore is interesting, and then it can very easily just become tedious.
Yeah. I think also it depends too on like what era you're getting into the comics with. Like that era that I was getting into, it was a terrible era to try and get into the lore because the lore was constantly being reset by business people or whatever. But when it's just like a bunch of like nerdy fucking comic book authors like just kind of doing their thing, like that's fun.
That's true. That is fun lore. Squid Ass, hell yeah. Squid Ass says, I reread the 3 comics my mom had from her childhood when visiting my grandma every day there for like 6 years. That's some premium like kid reading comics.
Yeah, that's the good shit. That's the good shit.
Or like picking something up like while your mom's like at the newsstands, like looking for, you know.
I read like a Blue Beetle comic, like that once, just at a grocery, not a grocery store, at a gas station once, and I was like, I'd never heard of fucking Blue Beetle, and I didn't read another Blue Beetle related thing for another 16 years, and it was still the coolest fucking thing I had ever seen.
Yeah. Everyone agrees.
Yeah.
With us. Oh, and your mom's Canadian too. Squid Ass, that rules. So it's just like weird Canadian comics. That's fantastic.
Captain Canuck. I don't know. I don't know if they actually have Captain Canuck in Canada or not. It's probably just a made-up American thing.
2 issues of Youngbloods, says Electric Claire. Yeah. I think it was the other thing was like, when I was a kid, none of my mom's friends had kids. And they loved me, and I was like the only kid they knew. So they would just bring me shit, but like none of them knew what kids liked or like what a normal child was. So they were like, here is this like cartoon from Belgium. Here's this East German science fiction cartoon that was just released because the wall came down. You want this, right? It's in German. You speak German? Like, I'm 6. But thank you. Make shit like that.
Look at the pictures, you know? Like, honestly,
Yeah.
you know, to a certain degree.
Honestly, my mom was actually kind of like that, like well through my teens. She went on some work trip and came back with Rose of Versailles volume, like the 3rd volume in Italian.
Whoa!
That was my introduction to Rose of Versailles. Not the first volume. They didn't have that where she went. She was like, "Oh, this looks cool."
Also, how old were you?
I was older. I was like 14.
Okay.
But also, it's like, ask me if I speak Italian.
LB? Do you speak Italian?
I do not speak Italian. Just my mom speak Italian. No one in my family speaks Italian.
And yet,
this was given to me as a gift.
This was given to you, and also you love Rose of Versailles.
I do love Rose of Versailles. Thank you, Mom. But yeah, it was cool. It was very cool. But like, I don't know. Even then, I feel like because I also like the Wikipedia didn't exist when I was in high school, and Jordan says never too late to learn Italian. I think it's too late for me to learn Italian. It's very hard for me to learn languages.
No, just download Duolingo. You know, they got your back. A little owl.
So, but like, if I wanted to find out about something, even in high school, like if I like a comic or something I found, like I would need to go to like a search engine, and like I guess I knew about like there was Google by then, but there was like people were still searching on like
Ask
Alta
Jeeves
Vista and Ask Jeeves and shit, and then I would search it and I would just get like fan sites, whatever the things were.
Sure. Yeah.
And yeah, it was just like the way information was a lot less accessible, but in the way that it was less accessible, it was also less centralized.
Yep.
It meant that like searching for the information felt like more of an adventure. And I guess Wikipedia did get invented while I was still in high school, but it wasn't at that point. And
well, even if it was invented too, it's like wasn't necessarily ubiquitous in the same way that it is now, you know?
So yeah, I just remember like going, like searching for this thing and finding all these like English fan sites for Rose of Versailles, and like, you know, like fan sites and those things would all link to each other and be like part of a web ring, and just
web rings.
Even with the tool of the internet and being able to research things, like it still felt, the context felt very like magical and far away, and like you were really piecing something together.
Yeah.
In a way that was very exciting.
I had a lot of that same vibe with reading up BattleTech lore, having never actually played a BattleTech game in my life, but seeing like I think I had seen somebody play MechWarrior 2, which is set in the BattleTech universe, and like going online to read people's like detailed descriptions of like the lore of a tabletop miniatures game like BattleTech at the time.
That's great.
And it was just like, here's the history of Clan Smoke Jaguar, and I was like, oh, tell me about Clan Smoke Jaguar.
That rules. Yeah, just I don't know. There's something. And you actually can get some of this on Wikipedia, especially if you look at like edit histories.
Yeah.
Some of the flavor of like the personality of people looking like being like, this is my passion, and I'm going online to tell you all about this thing that I love. Which was very fun for me reading those sites, and sounds like very good for like the BattleTech, because that's such a person, that's such a personality, being that person who's like, I'm gonna go on and tell you about this lore.
Right, and it was like, again, that was pre-Wikipedia and stuff like that, so it was like somebody being like, I'm gonna tell you about this lore by building like an encyclopedia specifically dedicated online to this, that some 9-year-old child in North Dakota is going to print out as a physical piece of paper and like carry around like a book that they read.
You did?
Oh yeah, I did that with everything.
Steven, that's so cute.
I used to print out GameSpot or GameFAQs guides, walkthroughs for like Brave Fencer Musashi and Mega Man Legends. Everything had to be printed out like that and carried around. I was also I was big into like making physical like little books of everything. I think at one time in school we actually made our own, like bound our own books basically of our land stuff, and so I got like really obsessed with the idea of like bookbinding and stuff like that. At one point I was way into Robot Wars and BattleBots, like the shows where like dudes in their 30s would build like weird little robots that had axes on them and kick the shit out of each other on Comedy Central or whatever. And I was like, I'm gonna build a BattleBot. And so I bound like a book basically out of a one of those sort of like open close like hard folders that you could get, like 3-ring binder type things, that I then laminated. And by laminate I mean like I took packing tape and covered the whole thing, and like, but also underneath the packing tape laminate that I had created had printed out and cut out images of different BattleBots from websites and stuff online, and like different ones on their webs. Like they would have like, hey, we're the guys who made the Ripper Jaw, and we've got a website to show off our cool BattleBot. And so I would print those out, cut them out, and then bind them to make my own cover for this book that I would then fill with drawings of my quote-unquote blueprints, my designs and ideas for what I wanted my BattleBots to look like.
That's so cute. That's so much. That's so much effort. That's so that's adorable. Kids like, yeah. Having the like, I never did anything like that, but I did things like that. You know?
Yeah,
like,
totally.
If you're a kid, you're just like, this is the thing I'm very into.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna take this thing that I decided to take very seriously, so seriously.
Right, yeah. Nobody else
I'm gonna
gives
spend a lot of
shit
time
about
and
this.
effort and resources on this, and this is gonna be it.
And people grow up to be that way, but it's just like when you're a kid, it's just that can be anything.
Oh, good question, Gonchorn. What kind of bot did you want to build, Steven? A flipper, a spinner, or a smasher?
So I was like, mine would not have actually worked in any capacity, but the thing I had in my head was I wanted to build a perfectly spherical BattleBot that was just full of tiny little holes where drills would pop out of the holes like a porcupine, and then it would like retract again and then would roll around using a gyroscope inside. So like there would be wheels on the inside pushing against the inside spherical shell to make it drive around. And yeah, it would just be like a little it was almost like not quite a droidica from Star Wars. This might have even been like Phantom Menace coming out, for those to have been a thing. But yeah, it was just going to be like a big metal sphere that drills popped out of. Was my
great.
grand idea.
It's a good idea.
Of course, yeah. It also went on to just inform my like whole then thing going forward. That and like the BattleTech thing is just like really informed a lot of my sensibilities as like a person who likes fiction and stuff like that going forward.
Yeah.
I was gonna end this before we entered this dungeon, but then we got into a really great conversation, so I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna keep doing this dungeon because I didn't want to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's fine.
No, you're good.
Yeah, we can keep going a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I really enjoyed just like being off Twitter though for the last few days.
Ooh, have you not been using it?
It was really nice. No, I took it. I was off for the weekend, and then I kind of scuttled back in yesterday a little bit, but just like that little reset, so nice for the brain.
Yeah. I barely touch Twitter, period, anymore. I every so often will have like a day where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna make 5 tweets, but then otherwise it's like 5 tweets every 3 weeks.
That's very good. I have posting disease. It's also my job. But like being on the fanbite Twitter is not like does not give me brain disease. The way like being on my personal timeline like makes me brain sick.
No, that's perfect because yeah, the fanbite Twitter is really good.
Yeah.
Because you write.
Well, no, we all do it together.
We all do it together, but you do a lot of it.
Yeah. I do like I think I do like a level like this is the article, and everybody else does like the good tweets. I did though when I was off Twitter. I'd logged out of my main account and everything, and like really I had like a really old Girls' Generation stuff stuck in my head. And I made like a Girls' Generation joke on the like account. I was like, no one's gonna notice. This is great. It's fine. Who are they gonna talk to? I'm in charge.
Yeah, nobody's gonna fucking report you.
I can't get in trouble for this.
The perfect crime.
The perfect crime.
Where am I going? I don't know how anything in these dungeons works. As we saw last week, these dungeons are just like fucking mazes that mean nothing.
Yeah. What's the stream tomorrow?
I don't know.
Do you know?
Oh, it's a merit slot.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, Friday's usually merit.
Oh yeah. I may like do a rebuttal actually to Merit's Matador review. Because I love the Matador.
Me too. Like, I like that Merit beat Matador, and I agree that he's a jerk, but at the same time, like, I think that's a positive quality for him.
I just like, he just has so much style, you know. Yeah. He comes in, I'm just like, oh, I love you. What's up? Hi. Like, I feel like me and like, okay, we are only fighting each other because like it's a tragic, right? Because we both have these menorahs, right? And like that's tragic because we are so in tune. I feel like me and that skeleton Matador, like we really get each other, like same wavelength. Like in any other universe, we'd be best friends,
right?
And I love that. Like, first of all, that's such like a juicy kind of tragedy, right? Yeah. Like two enemies who really respect each other and like you know have that bond. Which is how I feel with me and the Matador skeleton. And like, but yeah, just like such style. Like, was he once a Matador? What's he doing in Tokyo? Like, there's no bullfighting there.
Where'd he get that menorah? How come he also has one? Did Lucifer or whoever give him one too? And now you guys are like being tricked into fighting each other?
Exactly. Like, it's, you know, it's complicated and interesting. And I just like the way he enters is so good.
Yeah.
He's just great. Like, I just think he's the best. I think he's fabulous. So.
Sucks you down into that weird fire pit.
Yeah, just like, you know, Utah.
Uh-huh.
It's like, yeah, it looks like Utah. It's all these red rocks and shit. Like, oh, we're in the national park. Cool. All right. What's up? Yeah, I'm just wandering around the big map right now and then like having to fight really low level demons. And then every once in a while my unicorn's like, oh, I found something.
You want this?
I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do, but I'm like, I don't want to look. I don't want to look it up until I'm like so frustrated I don't want to play anymore.
Yeah, I get that.
Because again, like I like that feeling of not knowing what's going on. The same as being a kid reading comics, like the one reason I really enjoy Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne and why like I really enjoyed Final Fantasy VII, the original, is that like there is this sense of like wandering around in this like weird wasteland. And it feels very like actually liminal, not in like the weird this is a picture of a waiting room liminal space way. Like actually like this weird in between place that's kind of eerie and mysterious, and I'm like, oh, what's going on? What am I doing? I'm definitely missing so much context. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do, and I like that feeling. So
that's, I mean, like Shin Megami Tensei 3 in particular is just incredible at giving you that feeling.
Yeah. But yeah, I like to feel that way. I don't generally like to feel, because there's it's very rare that in a video game I feel like I know what I'm doing. So I would much rather feel like have the game really complement my natural state of not knowing what I'm doing.
Sure, yeah. Rather than like just kind of like make you feel stupid because you don't know where to go, and it's like this is where you go. Instead, it's just like nah, just it's fine. This is what it's supposed to be.
Or like really having my handheld, I don't love.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Either one of those. It's just
I feel like that was something that like for a long time. I think like the era before this one, I think in a post Dark Souls world, I actually do think it is not largely or not entirely, but like a large part of like why games are less hand-holding now is because Dark Souls came out and was so successful. Everybody was like, oh, I guess we can just make games that are like, we don't have to like walk everybody through absolutely everything.
Yeah.
Because in the era of video games right before this one, like before Dark Souls, and then like between that one and the one right after when Shin Megami Tensei came out, I feel like that span of like 6 to 8 years was like, it was just everything hand-holdy. Like everything was incredibly hand-holdy back then.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I guess it's, if you do it, then it has to really work with the game. It has to work with the mood. It has to, I want it built in really nicely. I want like, you know, in that case, like I want a character who's like a fully realized character and like a complex person who for me to know and care about, and then that's the person holding my hand. But I don't want like the system to hold my hand.
Right, exactly. I remember at the time the a lot of the discussion about like the Batman Arkham Asylum games being like really good at that, because it was like you would get told to you know, like a bunch of games would always be like, here's a guy telling you where to go. And then like the Batman games were always just like Batman explaining to someone else where he was going and why he was doing it. So it was like your character was the one who like knew where to go and what to do, but you were still as the player getting that information from him. But you didn't feel like you were having your hand held. You felt like your character was competent.
Yeah. That's a good thing, and that works really well for something like that where you're playing as a character who's like an existing character with an existing personality,
right?
Who's not like a, you know, one of these like Cypher dudes who's just like a silent RPG protagonist.
And like, you know, however you feel about like DC or Batman or superheroes or comics or whatever, like Batman canonically is a character who is competent. He knows what he's doing and where
absolutely.
to go, you know? So it makes sense.
It does.
Rollin', roll through this dungeon. Clemmy.
I'm gonna have birthday cake after this. I'm very excited.
I think I just got to the end too. Perfect timing.
Nice! Perfect timing.
Perfect. Perf day birthday.
I do want to stream some Nocturne at some point because I figured out I can do it. I just can't have anybody couch.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I can't get my system audio.
Yeah, no, I've run into the same problem with Monster Hunter. We talked about this, didn't we?
Yeah, but it's also like I'm on a Mac, so there like there's you can it doesn't say it doesn't.
Oh, you're playing the game on a Mac, or?
No, I'm playing the game on a Switch, but I'd be streaming from a Mac because the Fanbyte laptop is not powerful enough to stream.
I see.
But my MacBook Pro is.
Oh, Clemmy, find that door. Where's that door, Clemmy? You can do this.
Let's go swimming, Clemmy.
Clemmy, swim.
Roll through the water.
I mean, what is rolling through water if not swimming?
I mean, we talked about it, that rolling through water is doing somersaults in the water to show the pool who's boss.
Yeah, that's true. That's right.
God, we got so much done today. You've been on stream for such a long time.
Yeah, I've been streaming since 12:30 my time, which means
you've been streaming for almost 8 hours. Okay, I'm sorry. In 5 minutes, we're calling it. You're not allowed to stream for longer than 8 hours.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get out. I'm literally just trying to get out of this room so I can save and then be done.
Can you not save in the room?
I think I can save in the room. It's just like I don't want to lose track of how to get out of here because I'm having such a fucking time finding the entrances and exits in this goddamn room.
Okay. Well, I'll allow that. But I do think you should not stream for longer than 8 hours.
No,
because actually, when Danielle finds out you streamed for 8 hours and you didn't eat that whole time,
well, I hit a kind bar.
You're going to be in so much trouble. Danielle's going to make a new picture of Drake and like bark, Steven, eat food and take breaks.
That's all true. Oh my God, where's this door? This door should be in this room. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
Potions.
Yeah, I'll take some. I'll
Sorry
take some.
Sorry to scold you in public.
No, LB, this isn't scolding. This is like this is care. This is like just us showing each other how much we care. Because if you did the same thing, I would be saying the exact same thing.
I would never stream for 8 hours.
Yeah, but if you did,
yeah, I have a very weak I have a very low constitution stat.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, very weak and also very low stamina stat. So this just, yeah. And they also so if I run out of stamina, my constitution gets even weaker and weaker. Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
My HP, my MP, they both burn out really fast, you know.
We were talking about that earlier too.
That's what I'm saying. I'm weak, Steven.
You know, maybe weak of constitution, but strong of wisdom.
Maybe.
Got a high wisdom stat, a high charisma stat.
Oh, thank you. That's so nice.
Of course. Just saying what's true.
But yeah, I do want to see though if my neighbor is off the building patio, so I can take my my demon twink, my fiend twink outside.
Yeah.
and chill.
I love I immediately knew what you're talking about because, like, absolutely, I also hate being out on the balcony when my neighbor is up on their balcony right next to me because I don't want to look at that.
It's my building has a shared patio space. And it's just like one thing, and my neighbor works out there a lot.
Yeah.
And like with people. And, like, I don't want to be like, hey, dudes, what's up? I'm going to smoke some weed and play Shin Megami Tensei 3, but, like, have fun with whatever your job is.
Nerd.
Losers. Yeah. I don't want to do that.
Listen to this music that sounds like dogs chanting in Latin.
I do love that, like, I insist on having the sound on, and I do not play other music during this game, because I'm like, no, I need to get the full atmosphere.
Oh, the atmosphere is so good.
But the music kind of sucks. But I'm like, no, I need this atmosphere. I need it. I love it, but it's also, like, this is not the best of video game music.
I swear to God, there must be a fucking door in here. Where?
How are you still in this cave, Steven?
It's just one room. Like, I'm looking for the exit. Cause, like,
can you turn the lights on?
No.
Can you take a potion to make you see in the dark?
Oh, there probably is one. I don't have it, though.
Oh. Can you do a spell to make you see in the dark? Can you light a torch?
Wait. I have a lantern on my belt, but... Is this the exit? That looks like light.
Oh my God, Steven, if that's the exit, I am so excited for you.
I think this is the way I came from. Wait, what?
No! Have you seen these glowing stones before?
No, these are new.
Okay, so I think that you've entered into a new area.
Yeah, I think I'm just... Oh my God, get out of my way. So I think I need to solve a puzzle to open the door to leave? Is that the issue here?
Oh my God. Maybe, I don't know.
If you need to bounce, LB, as well. You know you do.
I'm afraid I'm gonna bounce, and then I'm gonna come back after, a few hours, and you're gonna be like, I'm almost out of this cave!
Yeah, you're gonna come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp and be like,
you're
alright,
mad with hunger. Like, you've passed the door 3 times because your vision is blurring.
Do I need to, like, set something on the ground here? What? No! Open door! What if I drop something? Okay. Am I overthinking this somehow? What is ruining this?
Oh, she says weird stones. Time for 8 more hours. Okay, we know where we are. We know what we need to do. We're at the stones.
Yeah, we're done.
Let's just call it.
I'm gonna look up weird stones Skyrim for next time.
Make Lydia wait there the whole time. Leave the game running with Lydia.
Lydia, you stay here. We're good. Thanks everybody for watching. We're going to call it there. I am going to go get some food. LB is going to go
eat birthday cake and play game.
Yeah. You can go to fanbyte.com/podcast to listen to all of our great podcasts. You can go to fanbyte.com to just find all of our good stuff in general. You can go to fanbyte.casa to join our Discord if you're not already a part of it. You should be. It's a great way to learn about all of our stuff. LB, where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at HunkTears and on fanbyte.com and on podcastnet.work and fanbyte.com/podcasts and Fanbyte Media on Twitter.com and Twitch.tv/fanbyte.
Oh, Twitch.tv.fan.
Yeah, you may have heard of it. YouTube.com/fanbyte for our VODs. Thank you, everybody.
You can find me on Twitter at @StevenStrum. And who should we raid real quick?
I don't know. Spawn on Me is live. What's
not the we're nearing the end here, so there's not a lot.
Yeah.
What if we raid Games Done Quick?
There's 71.3 thousand. Yes, we can.
Yeah, let's raid Games Done Quick.
Right.
We'll do that for Danielle. Oh. we will be back again tomorrow night with something. We're not sure yet, but
It'll be great. Yeah,
it'll be great. If you didn't catch all of this stream tonight, I will try and figure out how the fuck I'm gonna archive it. We'll talk to you later.
Bye.